Okay, now it's working. Alright, cool. Okay, cool. So I don't know what happened just now, but I started the stream, realized that there's a delay still on since I was playing Rainbow Six Siege, and I don't need a delay for this sort of game, so I stopped it, turned it off, started it, and that seemed to have messed things up. So yeah, we're gonna try to set up and hopefully everything works. Do have to change my change the something with the shorts scene so I can do my shorts for this game. Okay, cool. So hello, welcome. Today we're gonna be playing Final Fantasy 6. We're gonna get started on this. I'm not sure how long I'm gonna be playing this game. It is kind of a well, then again, I've played at dumb hours before, but it's 9:46 p.m. It's New Year's Eve, and we're just basically gonna play up until 2024 for the most part. That's for sure. I'm for sure gonna play to midnight at least. So yeah, but we just played a bit of Rainbow Six Siege, and I wasn't really feeling it too much, so it made more sense for me to try to switch to this and get started on this game. There's nothing wrong happened either. It's like, I didn't it wasn't really just I think I played a little bit too much. Not like just including the stream. When I played off stream, I played a shit ton. I have like 100 plus matches already. Okay, so just like the previous Final Fantasy Pixel Remaster games, we're going to be also following a treasure guide. I don't really care too much about getting the treasures. It's more just like an exoskeleton of a route slash guide slash walkthrough, just so I know where to go and stuff. And then anything interesting or pertinent or like like powerful weapons and stuff, I don't really want to miss them. So we've already beaten this game, I don't know how many times, but definitely 2 times minimum. It's hard for me to remember how many times I beat each of these games. I can kind of like figure out some of the playthroughs. So I know I beat the Pixel Remaster for this one already. Remember beating it as a PlayStation Classic, I think. And then I think I started a GBA version, but I never actually beat it. I'm not sure. One of them I didn't finish the playthrough for. I know that much. But yeah, it doesn't really matter. This Final Fantasy is pretty up there as far as quality and caliber and all that stuff goes. The fan base pretty much loves this one. This one, when you look at like best video games of all time, this one usually does make the list alongside Final Fantasy 7. There's kind of like a civil war in the fandom where where the Final Fantasy 7 people just fight the Final Fantasy 6 people, and they're both convinced. Both groups are convinced that Final Fantasy 6 is the best and Final Fantasy 7 is the best. Okay, so have that up. We're gonna get started here. Mic is good. Game is good. I just need to get the audio. And this is the intro, the beginning. Pretty different opening compared to the rest of the Final Fantasies we played. This one has a lot of emphasis on story. It's pretty dark, pretty mature. The villain's pretty iconic. Kefka. This Final Fantasy was originally called Final Fantasy 3 because they skipped Final Fantasy 5 and they skipped Final Fantasies 2, 3, and 5. So 1 was 1, 4 was 2, and 6 was 3. I just want to make sure I capture like the intro here because not all of these Final Fantasies had intros up until now. That is the intro of the game, but we're just gonna skip it because we're in the action menu. Gonna want to quickly... Why is this not working? controller's not working. There we go. Oh, I closed it. I'm an idiot, bro. Let's try it again. Yeah, so we already finished all the achievements and stuff, so the bestiary is complete. Not gonna go for any of that. Gamepad settings. Display settings. This one's actually already set because it normally was this for me, but for streaming sake, so I don't cut off the mini-map and stuff, I'm gonna do it 16 by 9. So I have black bars on my end, but you guys have the full image. Okay. Oh yeah, my saves. Holy. Got the live chat thing on. The overlay is on my main screen now since we're not playing Siege. It should show up. Like, let me test it out. I know it shows up on stream, fine. I don't really have to worry about that. And yeah, okay, cool. It does show up there. And then it's gonna show up on stream, I guess, but maybe, yeah, there we go. Okay, so... anything else before I begin? Anything. Have the guide. The overlay's working. Microphone's working. Controller's working. Audio? Yeah, the audio is... yep, it's on Final Fantasy 6. Okay, should be good to go. Okay, so this is Final Fantasy VI. We're gonna get started on pretty much the final one in the Pixel Remaster collection. The Pixel Remaster had Final Fantasies 1, 2, 6. And after this one is the goated, most iconic, most, like, critically acclaimed Final Fantasy 7. And yeah, this one's also really good. This is one of my favorite ones. To be honest with you, I mentioned it before in other streams for these games that the series really kind of just keeps going up from here. It's not like it better and better and better and better. Like, it kind of plateaus after, like, let's say 10. 12 is, I think 10 is better than 12, and 10 is better than 13 and 14, and no, not 14. 10 is better than 15. I don't really want to compare 10 to 14, but yeah, so basically we have a long way to go before we end up covering the whole series, and the games get longer too, especially if we start doing like 100% and all that stuff. Lots of content, lots of playtime, but we should be fine because I honestly do this stuff a lot. I've played each of these multiple times, so what's one more time really? But yeah. The ancient war of the Magi. When its flames at last receded, only the charred husk of a world remained. Even the power of magic was lost. So right away we just start with the story cutscene, bunch of dialogue. In the 1,000 years that followed, iron, gunpowder, and steam engines took the place of magic, and life slowly returned to the barren land. Yet, there now stands one who would reawaken the magic of the ages past, and use its dread power as a means by which to conquer all the world. Pretty common in Final Fantasy games where it's like magic kind of... Oh, sorry. Could anyone truly be foolish enough to repeat that mistake? Yeah, they kind of, in Final Fantasy games, in some of the storylines, magic is kind of like a problem where it's like overusing the land kind of, you know, it's kind of like some weird global warming type of equivalent, like fossil fuels type of thing. This game and Final Fantasy 16 in recent memory kind of do it. Okay. This is Wedge and Biggs. These are iconic characters. Hard to believe an Esper has been found frozen there 1,000 years after the War of the Magi. Bah! Probably just another wild goose chase. I don't know. They wouldn't have let us use there unless they were confident the intel was good. Ah, yes. Our witch. I hear she fried 50 of her Magitech armored soldiers in 3 minutes. Kinda makes your skin crawl, don't it? Relax. With that thing on her head, she's a mindless puppet. The girl won't even breathe unless we tell her to. We'll approach from the east. Move out. So this game has a lot more in common with Final Fantasy IV as opposed to Final Fantasy V. Like relatively linear story. Characters are kind of more predefined. You kind of have your party changing, split up. You play as different batches of characters sometimes. There's no job system. Everyone's kind of preset role with their own moveset and stuff, their own abilities. This is the famous intro. Iconic music. The robots seem kind of big. I don't remember them being this big and tall. Maybe it's because of the screen aspect ratio or something. Or maybe the Pixel remaster. I don't know. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. See, it's like nice because I could just play games like Rainbow and like kill a bunch of time, but like it's repetitive in the sense that you're really just doing PvP over and over and over and over. With games like this, there's at least like always something different going on. Trying to make sure everything's good. I don't have to worry about like interference, like wireless interference. Like it's not like these games are like precision, like, you know, where I need to make sure it's like responding properly. The girl takes point, and don't waste time on the riffraff. Remember what we're here for. Let's move. Okay. Oh, it just tried to show me the controls. Yeah, it doesn't matter. So yeah, this is our main character. Spoiler alert, her name is Hera, even though it's just a bunch of question marks. This game kind of does, it's not like clear cut like who the main character is necessarily, because like Locke kind of plays a pretty big role in the story, and you do switch to other people, and it's kind of cool because it's like, I'm pretty used to like a game where like it's almost as if everything revolves around that like one main character, but these later on Final Fantasies, each character is kind of like has their place. They're pretty important to the story. It depends on what game we're talking. Like Final Fantasy 12, Vaughn isn't that important in the grand scheme of things. Him and Penelope. But yeah, we're gonna get started. Everything should be fine. We'll put it on very fast for now. Maybe if we end up fighting like really difficult enemies and stuff, we will lower that speed. And we should be good to go. Actually, I want to check my stream. I want to check the recording too. Okay, cool. The recordings are good. Okay, I have to fix the shorts thing. Well, it's not fixing, it's more just I have to adjust it. I have to go in a battle to do it. The Empire's got no business here. Okay, I'm gonna leave it here. Hold on. Should be good. Yeah, I basically have to switch it. Because, like, the way the battles are, it's like they're two on the left and 2 on the right. And then when I do my shorts format, it basically just zooms in and cuts off both of them. So I just kind of decided to just switch it. It doesn't matter because I have a regular aspect ratio image anyways at the bottom. But yeah, that's how we're gonna do our shorts. That's our style there. Doesn't matter, we can't go in any of the buildings, I think. Yeah, so we're on like a Magitech armor. This is also something that's gonna show up in other Final Fantasies. Pretty iconic. Imperial Magitech armor. Not even Narsh is safe anymore. In 2 hours, it's gonna be 2024. New Year's Eve. She has MP, but it's for this magic. She has magic, but we're in the machine, so might as well just keep using the magic on the machine. So you'll notice in this game, the party's gonna switch up a lot. So these guys are temporary. Terra, we're gonna play with Terra for a little bit, but I can't remember when. But we're gonna switch to like other groups of characters. They do this in Final Fantasy VII down the line too, I think. Yeah, they do. Yeah, we got him trapped now. Defend the mines. According to our source, some miners unearthed the frozen Esper in a new shaft they were digging. This must be it. Oh yeah, so Espers are basically just summons. I don't really know what made them change the name up, but you'll be hearing summons refer to Espers in some Final Fantasies, and then sometimes it's just summons, and then even they're called Aeons in like Final Fantasy V. Do you want to learn about save points? No. I know what a save point is. We will... I don't know what that's about, but... Yeah, see, you can tell by the saves, it's like different people, so... The party changes up a lot. So how many slots do we have? 20 slots? Just like the other ones? Just gonna auto battle with it, since the machines pretty much do all the heavy lifting. I'll handle this. Stand back. Okay. We're not handing over the Esper. Ymir, get him. Oh yeah, this is a boss. Hold it. This thing's, they must have trained it to guard the mines. What are you talking about? You know what this is? Ever heard of a lightning whelk? It's a monster that absorbs lightning and stores the energy in its shell. Right. So whatever you do, don't attack the shell. Okay. Got it. Just don't use thunder either. Why is my machine better than theirs? Should be relatively easy. We're not gonna even have these machines that long, so it's kind of unfortunate. All these moves, they're just kind of there for no reason. I'm assuming I'm not supposed to attack it. Rock! Oh, just like hid for a little bit like a turtle. Easy. That's our first boss in the game. This reminds me of Final Fantasy VIII music. So this is the frozen Esper? This thing's giving me the creeps. Something's not right. The frozen creature begins emitting an eerie light. Where's that light coming from? Ah! What was that? Wedge? Wedge, where are you? Hey, what's going on? Dead. I don't know if they're dead. Can't remember. And then she just gets knocked out and she just wakes up in the bed, and that's how the game starts. Oh. Oh look, our sprites are taller. They kind of like, you know, like the other Final Fantasies, they're like probably like 2/3 the size here. Where am I? My, and I only just removed the crown. My head hurts. Easy there, this is a slave crown. The others were using it to control you. It was robbing you of your thoughts, making it so you do whatever they told you. I can't remember a thing. Don't worry, it'll all come back to you. In time, that is. A mysterious young woman, born with the gift of magic and enslaved by the Gestalian Empire. And we're gonna go with default names. Her name is Terra. My name is Terra. Impressive. I've never heard of anyone recovering so fast. You must be made of tougher stuff than most. So I'll make sure that like my audio's, yeah, seems okay. Open up. We're here for the Magitech armor pilot. Open this door right now. Hand over that girl. She's an agent of the Empire. Empire? Magitech armor? There's no time to explain. You need to get out of here. These fools aren't going to listen to reason. This way, quickly. Alright. Got some treasure. Yeah, whatever. That was a first item is an elixir? Jeez. So she is a magic user. Both white magic and black magic. Pretty similar. The UI in all of these games is basically like pretty much the same. The Pixel Remastered made it even more or less the same. Up there. Oh. There we go. Now we're just regular, no armor to kind of carry me. All we can really do is just attack, to be honest. the guide is mentioning how there's a mechanic in this game, and also in a game like Final Fantasy 12, if I remember right, where if you purposely avoid opening a treasure chest, then later on in the game you get better items from that treasure chest. So the guide is gonna potentially warn us when to ignore treasure chests. This is the last of the Super Nintendo era Final Fantasies. After that, we're going to be headed to the PS1 era of Final Fantasies, which is Final Fantasy 7, 8, and 9. And then we're going to be in the PS2 era of Final Fantasies, which is 10, technically 11, but I don't have it. I never played it either. And then Final Fantasy 12, and then the PS3 era of Final Fantasies, Xbox and PS3, and PC. Oh, all these games are on PC, so whatever. But the PS3, Xbox 360 era of Final Fantasy is actually just Final Fantasy 13 Part 1, 2, and 3. And then later on, next gen, it stops being like 3 per era kind of. But Final Fantasy 5 is PS4, Xbox One era. Final Fantasy Type 0 is another one that I could potentially play, but I don't actually have it. Man, I'm like yawning so much. It's so weird. I slept a lot too. I woke up like past like in the afternoon, so I would think that I'd be like good. That's a secret door. Okay. There she is. Oh, she's surrounded. Oh, and then she just falls. Face first, she's... Hey, she's just out of commission. Kefka. My sweet little magic user. Ooh-hee-hee-hee. With this slave crown, you'll be all mine. Wait, you all will be all mine? I don't know, I'm like tripping. Oh, it's like a flashback. Wee-hee-hee, good, good. Burn them all to a crisp. See a lot of story cutscenes already, flashbacks and everything. Soldiers of the Empire, we stand at the dawn of a new age. This is Gishtal, I think, yeah, the Emperor. The lost power of magic has returned to us. We have been chosen. The time has come for us to claim our rightful dominion over the world. Nothing shall stand in our way. Hurrah! Long live Emperor Gishtal! Okay. Took you long enough. Busy with all the robbing and plundering, I presume. Cue in our next character, a treasure hunter and trail-worn traveler searching the world over for relics of the past. His name is Locke, and we're gonna go with that name as well. I prefer the term treasure hunting. Ha, semantic nonsense. There's a huge difference. Anyway, is there something you need me to do? There is indeed. I met the girl. Girl? You don't mean... The city guard is pursuing her as we speak. This city has the strength to stand up to the Empire, but it won't use it. The people are just too stubbornly independent to join an underground resistance group like the Returners. I tried to explain that the Empire was controlling the girl, but they wouldn't even listen. Alright, so you want me to get her out of Narshe? That would be the idea. Make your way to Figaro for the time being. Here's our... If Terra's the heroine, then Locke is the hero. He kind of functions as a main character in a lot of ways. There she is. And then we're gonna play a bit of a... It's like a mini game segment, I guess. Wonderful. There's a whole bunch of them. Moogles, are you saying you want to help? Use us to protect Terra from the guards. Would you like an explanation? Sure. You'll fight using 3 different parties. Press the L button to switch between them. See, this is what I was talking about. It's like trying to like do some next shit. This sort of thing shows up in later Final Fantasies. Final Fantasy 7 specifically, and 8, and 9. I don't think 10 though. Can't remember. You'll fight using 3 different parties. Press the L button to switch between them. Defeat the leader of the guards before his troops reach Terra, or the battle's lost. Make sure to get the Mog's Mithril weapons. Really? I'm following a treasure guide, so I'm hoping he'll just lead me to it. But yeah, we're gonna probably just use Locke. Make sure he gets all the levels. I'm glad the chat overlay worked because I didn't miss your message. Like my chat on OBS is over here. He has them equipped. Oh, you want... I should remove them, right? Oh, okay, I get what you're saying. Like, before I'm done. Oh, it doesn't... Oh. These ones I can remove. This one. Oh, is this Mog, like, down the line Mog? Oh, okay, I didn't even realize he shows up here. Oh, okay, that's cool. Cool. Alright, well, I'm not gonna use them, so... Yoink, thanks for the tip. No. I just actually thought it was just all random Moogles. And out of nowhere, our party just is stacked. We have 3 Moogles, full 4-man party, and 4-man over there, 4-man over there. I saw my previous save file. It said 70 something hours. I hope I don't spend that much time. I'm not 100%ing this. If there's like stuff like blue magic or whatever, I'm probably not gonna do it for this playthrough. It just depends. I think I'll be fine. I don't even remember if there's super bosses in this. Yeah, we want to make sure Locke gets all the XP. I might potentially die if I'm not... Oh, yeah, what the heck, bro? Oh, God, everyone's just dead because I suck. Yikes. Me and my dumbass. Hey there, buddy. None of you guys have healing, huh? sucks. I should probably... Ah, man. That's unfortunate. Whatever. I'll try to just beat it with 3 of them. How hard could it be? How hard could it be? Dun 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 dun. Okay, simple. No, don't kill Locke, bro. Here, let me steal. You might have something. Here, use a high. Oh, no, not Locke. Whatever. It's just the beginning of the game. So we'll get that XP back. Okay, so now what? We save Terra. Thanks, Moogles. We're in your debt. Oh, I was like, why is he putting her on the floor there? This switch oughta. I actually don't remember this game as well as, like, let's say Final Fantasy 4 or 7. Hey, you back with us now? You saved me? Savior, thanks for the Moogles. Ugh, I can't remember a thing. It's like my mind's trapped in a fog. You lost your memory? A man said it would come back eventually. So you've got amnesia. Don't worry, I won't leave your side until your memory returns. I'm not gonna up and abandon someone just because they lost their memory. I'll keep you safe, I promise. Oh, she actually blinked. Wait, did the pixels in the other game blink? I'm like thinking about it, I don't think so. It's like really subtle details. And we are pretty much done. She got rezzed. This is a school for the beginning adventurer. Despite all our recent advances in technology, the outside world remains full of monsters we know little about. Here, we provide advice to travelers brave enough to face its many dangers. Cool story, bro. They always have something like this. Can I go back in? Oh, no. Is that... Hey! Nope. It's not safe here. We'd better hightail itself to Figaro. I was just curious. Yeah, cool. Yeah, I prefer wait for the submenuing, so... I don't really need to, honestly. Cool story, bro. There's nothing here that hasn't been present in the previous games so far. Yeah, items hidden in pots. That's a save point. Relics. Relics can grant you a variety of abilities. For example, sprint shoes double your walking speed. A gauntlet lets you hold a weapon with both hands to increase damage. The Knight's Code makes you shield others in combat. Oh, so in Final Fantasy V, you had jobs where the Knight would have that function, and the Knight would have the two-handed and all that. And, like, now it's relics. Dragoon... Oh, there you go. So instead of a Dragoon job, it's Dragoon boots allow you to perform jump attacks. A person equipped can equip up to 2 relics at the same time. It's interesting how they, like, change it up, like, the formula and stuff. Like, the materia system in Final Fantasy VII pretty much lets you build your characters however you'd like. if you want Tifa to be a white mage, even though like Tifa, since she fights with fists, she kind of stands in as like the monk. It's like you could have her be a monk with a bunch of materia that's like makes her a summoner or a white mage or whatever. I already spoke to this idiot. Oh, meet this one too. I'm the idiot. Monster in a box. Oh, you should probably equip that spear. Was it a spear or a knife? Oh, they can't equip spears? Really? That's interesting. Wait, so okay, so Locke is pretty much blatantly a thief. I don't know if he does anything more than that, but yeah, he's just pretty much a thief. You can use relics to help them get other commands, I guess, or other capabilities. Blue equals reflect. Yellow equals protect. Green is shell. Magic defense, okay. Red is haste. White is slow. Okay, I wouldn't have assumed that. Speed is decreased. Pink equals stop. Okay, that's okay. Time is frozen. Cool. Oh yeah, back row, front row stuff. Basically just want like someone with a bow and arrow at the back or magic spell casting. There's a skip option? It's not just triangle, is it? Like, or is it? I normally would like press defend or something. Yeah, defend command. Cool. Oh. Undead creatures such as ghosts are damaged by curative spells and items. Yeah, you can like use a phoenix down on them or whatever. Re-raise automatically. Oh, okay, cool. Regained. Runic absorbs magic and turns it into MP. I think what's her name has that command. What was her name? Celeste? Trance boosts attack and magic. The duration increases as more battles are fought. Trance like Final Fantasy 9. Dance and Rage. When selected, these commands are used in the... Oh, okay, cool. Whatever. Reflect doesn't block spells that have already been reflected once. You could use this to your advantage. Cast Reflect on an ally, then cast spells on that same person to bounce them at an enemy. Right, that's how you bypass an enemy's Reflect. Bushido is... Cyan? Can't remember the names. These are a samurai. Okay, is that all of them? Okay, whatever. We are done here. We're gonna move on to the next place, which is that castle. And here's our world map, which should not cut off since it's not on that ultra wide setting. And it actually just shows dots of places ahead of time. I don't need to do no exploration or like In some Final Fantasies, there's like an item that lets you see, or there was that magic cell, I think. I think it was called Sight. I don't really think I'm gonna need that much slots, but good to know. And so begins our adventure as we make our way through the last Pixel Remaster Final Fantasy, and then we reach the GOAT. Do I want to train? Maybe. At least level pair up a bit. It's almost New Year's. Learn Poisona. I mean, I don't have to do all what I'm doing right now, but I'm just doing it because I feel like it. Supposed to go to that castle. This cave leads to South Figaro. Ooh. Here's your Chobacos. Here's the Chobacos. I have more Chobacos. Here's another Chobaco. What else? Okay, that's all I got actually. I need more Chobacos, note to self. Chobaco Forest? Oh, stable. Halt! Oh, it's you. Proceed. The Desert Castle. So weird. Like, I'm not used to them being this tall. We've played 5 Final Fantasies where they're just like a teeny little tiny. should continue the story. Okay. Yeah, they seem taller than what I remember. You mean this young woman is... Who are you? Oh, my apologies. How rude of me to turn my back to a lady on our very first meeting. The young king of Figaro Castle, imperial ally and champion of the technological revolution. Edgar. Oh, I did not remember this guy's name, jeez. I'm gonna keep default names. I am Edgar, the king of Figaro. Heh, surprised that someone like me knows the king. They're just like nodding at each other. Well, I'll catch you two later. So, you're an Imperial soldier, right? Don't worry, Figaro and the Empire are allies. Feel free to rest here as long as you'd like. It's not in my blood to harm a lady. Why are you being so kind to me? Is it because of my abilities? Why are you wagging your finger like you're Sonic the Hedgehog, bro? Stop this. I'll give you 3 reasons. First of all, your beauty has captivated me. Second, I'm dying to know if I'm your type. Oh, just like your typical womanizer type. I guess your abilities would rank a distant third. What's the matter? Guess my technique's getting a bit rusty. I suppose some girls would have felt something from those words. Not really. But not me. Dude's literally a walking, talking trope. Oh, right. Edgar uses the crossbow, and this is that auto crossbow command. So I said in the previous Final Fantasy, in Final Fantasy V, when you're doing that ranger job with rapid fire, it's like basically kind of this guy kind of takes after that. He basically, I guess his job is the ranger. Potion, antidote. Welcome. I mean, yeah, I don't know if I'm gonna come across these like in a treasure chest. I should buy them. Rest for a bit? Sure. You know, this game, yeah, the sprites and stuff look like it's Chrono Trigger sprites. Well, then again, a lot of Super Nintendo games probably look like this. Wait, what? What did she just say? Our king showers his attention on women, young, old, pretty, or plain. No one is safe. I don't know, that seems kind of sus to me. Not too long ago, the king tried to hit on the high priestess. Oh, did she ever let him have it? I'm sure he's made a pass or two at you already, hasn't he? And she's just quiet. His Majesty said he'd marry me when I got old enough. Don't. That's like a kind of comment that has not aged well. Nobody likes a person that's like scouting out a girl waiting until she's 18 and shit. Like, come on. Edgar has a twin brother, you know. He was such a nice boy, always thinking of his family. Oh, it got quiet. Oh, it's a flashback? Alright, cool. More cutscenes. Edgar, what's wrong with Dad? Why is everyone talking about a successor? Are you blind? Haven't you seen how thin his face has become? What do you mean? Edgar! Oh, that's, come on, I gotta get his name. Fuck. I don't remember his name. I'm like, I remember... Why am I so... I can't remember the cast of these games sometimes. Like, I know Final Fantasy 7 and up, like, pretty easy. It's these games, I guess... I don't know. Oh, Sabin. I think. Sabin. Are you crying? Oh, we're gonna find out right now. Edgar's twin brother, who traded the throne for his own freedom. Yeah, Sabin. Cool. Ah, yes, Sabin. I'm sure he's a fine young man by now. He was just a boy when he left, even smaller than his brother. I often wonder where he is now and what he's doing. The man hits on anything that moves. Yeah, it seems like it. The Gestalian Empire has already overthrown all 3 of the other nations on the southern continent. It's only a matter of time before they make their way up here. I thought y'all are allies, though. Okay. I make my way back to the throne room. Alright. Well, how do you like my castle? King Edgar, there's someone from the Empire here to see you, sire. Kefka, no doubt. Phooey! Emperor Gestalt's stupid orders. Edgar, you pinhead. Why do you have to live out in the middle of a stinking desert? These recon jobs are the pits. Ahem. There's sand on my boots. All gone, sir. Pathetic idiots. Sir Kefka, what in the world brings you out of my way? He just shoved him aside. The guy was like facing the wall, that's how you know. Oh, cool. You wouldn't be thinking of invading my kingdom next, would you? We have an alliance. An alliance with this miserable little sandpit? Don't make me laugh. Well, there goes that. That gets thrown out the window. I hear you've been busy down south, taking over a country or three. Just what is the Empire up to? That's none of your concern. What brings Emperor Gestal's own court mage, Kefka, to my humble castle? A girl of no importance recently escaped from us. We heard she found refuge here. Whoa, why did it look like that? This wouldn't have to do with that witch everyone's been whispering about, would it? Lies. She merely stole something of minor value. Is she here? If she stole something of minor value, I don't think they'd send your ass here. That's a tough one. There are more girls in here than grains of sand in the desert. A man couldn't possibly keep track of them all. Yeah, I'm sure you tried, bucko. Oh, Edgar, you know you only stand to lose by trying to hide her from us. Or maybe he laughs like Michael Jackson, like I truly hope nothing happens to your precious Figaro. Yeah, that's definitely a veiled threat. Why is it so quiet now? Alright, Edgar, can you equip the spear? Yes, you can. Alright, we'll give you the spear. Or actually, you know what? You stay with your sword. Or maybe, I don't know, because I don't know if the party's going to split up and then I don't have access to him. Oh, he's a machinist? That's interesting. So machinist is like, I thought it showed up the first time in something like Final Fantasy Tactics with, what's his name, Mustadio? Basically, machinists are like people with guns and shit, though. Like, even in Final Fantasy 14, the job... Yeah, is there a machinist in... There is machinist in Final Fantasy 14. It's like a dude with guns. But this guy has a sword. Wait, isn't he the one with the crossbow? Where's your crossbow? Why do you have a sword? Whatever, anyways. Look at his hair wiggle. Anyways. I didn't like the sound of that. Where's Terra? Take her to her room. I'd love to stay and chat, but the Chancellor and I have some planning to do. Being a king's not all tea and comforts. Now, if you'll excuse me. Follow me. See how we're just switching characters on the fly? It's just like Square Enix experimenting with this. It's almost New Year in almost like a little bit more than an hour. Where do you go? I didn't even pay attention. Sorry, I didn't mean to drag you around like this without giving you a chance to rest. I'm Locke, right? Edgar told me about you. Is it true you're a thief? I'm a treasure hunter. On the surface, Edgar pretends to support the Empire. Truth is, he's collaborating with an underground resistance group called the Returners. I serve as their go-between. The old man you met in Narshe is one of us too. The Empire, but I'm an Imperial soldier. Not anymore. They were using you, that's all. Things are different now. It's just, I don't know what I should do. Whenever I try to think, it just makes my head hurt even worse. All that matters is that you make your own decisions from now on. Try not to think too hard right now. You'll know what you want to do when the time comes. Just save the world. Or whatever. But how will I know which choice is right? What in the... Oh, the castle's being attacked. It's on fire. What's going on? It's the Empire. Kefka, he... What do you think? What do you think you're doing? Oh, that threw me off. Bring me the girl, now! I have no idea what you're talking about. Oh, then enjoy the barbecue. Get her ready. Yes, sir. Oh, I remember this. Had a change of heart? It seems I have no choice. Or perhaps I do. Oh my, the brave and noble king abandons his people to save his own skin. How utterly delightful. Jump! Cool. Alright, sink her into the sand. Yahoo! Oh, the castle's transforming. Figaro, dive mode engaged. That's cool. Witness the glory of Figaro. It's a castle that turns into a sand submarine or some shit. Kef is just laying there like an idiot. Like a dumbfounded look on his pixeled face. Go! Kill them! Ooh. Their Magitech armor looks way more menacing. Locke can't do shit but steal and attack. Yeah. What happened? What's the matter, Edgar? What made you jump like that all of a sudden? Did you just see what I saw? You did, right? Right? Yeah, this kid's really something, huh? Oh, the magic. Really something. That was magic. 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 Magic? She used magic? Whisper, whisper. They're having like a full-blown cutscene dialogue in the middle of a fight. Terra. Your name was Terra, right? What exactly was that just now? I'm sorry, No, we're the ones who should be apologizing. I didn't mean to make such a big deal out of it. Nor did I. It just surprised me. I mean, I've never actually seen magic before. Where did you... I love how like the Magitech armor is just chilling there, just watching this whole like scene unfold. It doesn't matter, does it, Edgar? Terra can use magic and we can't. That's all there is to it. The fact is, her magic could really help us right now. Thank you, Locke. Thank you, Edgar. Oh, she winked. Soon. Anyways. That. You could maybe steal something? I don't know. You can use fire, I guess. Burn the metal. Wait, no XP. Bravo, Figaro. Happy New Year to you too. I mean, in exactly 1 hour. Oh, it's New Year for you? It's 11 p.m. for me, so in 1 hour it's gonna be New Year for me. Son of a sandworm, you'll pay for this. 2024. Let's hope 2024 isn't as bad as some people are making it out to be. Were those bad people? I'm scared. What is that? Oh, it's Choboko's running through the sand. Tara, there's someone we'd like you to meet. Like I told you before, we're members of the Returners. Would you be willing to meet our leader? Magic is going to be the key to winning this war. Magic. That Esper reacted to your magical powers. There's gotta be a relationship. I don't know any more than you do. These powers just come naturally to me. But no human is born with the powers you have. I gotta do it. Forgive me. What should I do? The Empire will be coming after us. They want your powers for their own. And if they get them, the world is done for. Terra, you want to understand your own powers, don't you? Then I think you should meet with Bannon. I don't even remember who Bannon is. He may be able to help you find out more about why you have them. Please, Edgar's right. There's a cave just south of here that leads to South Figaro. Let's head in that direction. And... oh. Oh, right. Choboko's in this game change of perspective. Alright, cool. And it's like a car, right? Or no, it's not like a car. I held down R2 thinking it's like Need for Speed. Ooh. Cool. They only get better with the Choboko mechanics. I think the best Choboko mechanic in the world map and stuff is Final Fantasy IX. Because the flying one. In like the 3D world. Okay, what am I doing? Terra's theme is the biggest theme in all of Final Fantasy. It's pretty iconic, but hold on. But who else? I can't even like. It doesn't even occur to me like what. Does Cloud have a theme? I know Cid's theme, like in Final Fantasy VII, is like da 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 da. Yeah, that shit. Okay, we're going right here. It's so weird. This angle. Cool. Yeah, I can't wait for Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. Honestly, I'm like conflicted because I don't have a PS5. I sold my PS5 to fund building the PC basically, and like I can't justify spending like $800 to $1,000 Canadian for like one game. And I looked at the exclusives. So like Spider-Man 2 was up there. I thought Metal Gear Solid 3 Remake was exclusive, but I found out that it's coming out on all platforms, like right off the hop. So I'm like, okay. So it's just Final Fantasy 7 Rebirth, Final Fantasy 16. And 16, I basically borrowed my brother's PS5, and then I didn't even get to finish it because I had to give it back. So maybe I could do that again and just really go ham to try to finish it. But I heard Final Fantasy 7 Rebirth is like 100+ hours and stuff, open world, everything. It's all about Dawntrail this year. Oh, that's another thing too. I don't know when it's called Dawntrail. I thought it was called Dawnwalker or something. Oh, I'm probably just mixing it with Endwalker. Yeah, Dawntrail is like I would have to, so I have to catch up with Endwalker, but I also wanted to do New Game Plus and cover all of the story in Final Fantasy 14 for the sake of this channel. So that's like a big bulk of work there. And then I'm not in the biggest rush to play Dawntrail, get Dawntrail and play it, but still, obviously Final Fantasy 14's goated. King Edgar, where are you headed, sire? Through the cave and eastward to South Figaro. We'll then make for the Returners' headquarters in the north. Return to the castle and pass the word along. Understood, sire. Take care. Yeah, right now what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to go through the whole franchise, all the games I have access to, and then like on my channel, hold on, I'll just show you. Might as well. Might as well. Wait, where's my window? Why is it not showing up? Oh. Yeah, so I want to be 146 subscribers. Thanks whoever joined. I don't know. It doesn't alert me. That's what's kind of annoying. But whoever it is, thank you. Trying to make my way to 500. Yeah, I want to basically fill this section out. See how it says Final Fantasy series? It's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, you know, and it's going to be all the 13s. I'm going to get Crisis Core eventually, Type 0 eventually, the remakes of Final Fantasy 3, remake of Final Fantasy 4. If I'm crazy enough, I'll buy World of Final Fantasy again on Steam and I'll just go through that again. But basically just a serious Final Fantasy section, just the whole entire series. That's what I'm kind of trying to do. And then eventually these are going to get demoted. Like, I'm just going to remove these shelves, but I'm going to have Final Fantasy here, and I'm going to have Legend of Heroes, like all the Legend of Hero games. What else? Let me see my list. Where is my list? I need to update my list. Yeah, this is my list so far. Like, these are the games I currently have. Like, I started on my channel. These are just multiplayer games. I just put them in their own section. And then, I don't know why there's a space there, but yeah, then this is the list of games I have access to. And you can see all of these Final Fantasies. And, oh gosh, I'm not looking forward to Resident Evil. All of these Legend of Heroes games. Xenoblade as well. Like, there's just so much good games, man, honestly. And then I'm trying to basically catch up. Oh, hold on. I started a Cat Girl alt to go through the story again. My main is a ripped tier Highlander. New Game Plus is weak compared to getting an alt. Wait, why is it weak compared to getting an alt? I don't really understand the specifics of New Game Plus. I saw the menu and stuff, like how they laid it out, and I'm just like, yeah, you know what? Because I'm really just trying to capture like stream the bosses, main story cutscenes and stuff, and then kind of segue to the latest expansions and stuff. Getting those levels gets my dopamine going. Oh, true. I don't know, it's a lot of work for an MMO for me, and I really like the idea how you can just have one character, and then just by simply switching your weapons, you switch your jobs, and then, you know, you retain your levels and stuff. You don't have to like respec or anything like that. So it's been pretty good for someone like me who's like trying to, like, I mean, look at this crazy ass list. I'm like trying to play all these games. Like, it's crazy. It's crazy because I've already beaten most of these, and it's just I wasn't streaming when I did beat these games, and now that I am streaming, I had a choice to basically either, you know, skip to the new stuff, play multiplayer games only or whatever. But then it's like, nah, you know what? I'm gonna revisit all of these games, and like I'm gonna plow through all of them, and I'm gonna neatly organize all of them on my channel. But yeah, that's what I'm pretty much doing, and we made it to Final Fantasy 6 so far. Oh, this is confusing me. This is gonna trip me out. Stop that. Stop it. But yeah, so far we've beaten a lot of games, man. Like, by the end of this, basically it's gonna be like 200 plus single player games. And then when I run out of stuff, I could potentially buy more, because like I have the Persona games wishlisted on Steam. I want to get them and play them on PC. Go through 3, 4, 5. What else? They don't have 1 and 2. Too bad. I don't really have like a PSP or anything to do it that way. But yeah, lots of games. And then when I end up running out, I'm gonna segue to basically a shooting game era, and like I'm gonna dabble in fighting games as well. I bought like a big ass fight stick. Did I play Octopath 2? No, I actually haven't. I heard Octopath 2 is much better than number 1. And then number 1, I never actually beat it. I played, oh no, I played the demo. I didn't even play the full game. So I want to get Octopath 1, go through that. That game reminds me of the Saga Frontier games, with like the multiple character paths and stuff. And then like, I also want to get Bravely Default 2. I can't play Bravely Default 1 or Bravely 2nd because I don't have any way to do the 3DS thing. No. Wait, who should have the sword? Wait, can you even use a sword? Yeah, you can. What determines what weapons they can use? Can you use a spear now? No. Okay. Yeah, I haven't even seen anything of Octopath 2, to be honest. Like I normally, if I don't end up getting the game because for whatever reason, so I would spoil myself on like certain things, like the final boss. So I have seen the final boss in Octopath 1, and you know, I really like the music and stuff too, so I always wanna. It was because at the time it was stuck on the Switch, and then it never went on sale. It never like lowered in price or anything. So I'm just like, all right, I'm gonna try to wait it out. And then once it came on PC, wait, Octopath 1 is on PC, right? Let me go check. Octopath. Yeah, it is. Oh, and it's on sale for $41.99. Still too much though. I can't justify it unless I run out of games. Basically, if I run out of games, which is really, really unlikely because my dumbass keeps buying more things like Humble Bundles and stuff. But if I end up in a situation where I really have nothing left to play, and except for like multiplayer stuff, then I'll probably buy. I think first priority I would get Chrono Cross, because I'll do Chrono Trigger then Chrono Cross, and then I would do Octopath 1 and 2, maybe. Or no, maybe I'll just do Bravely Default 2, because I don't really have to worry about getting the other ones. Hold on, where's the guide? I just closed it. Totally. There we go. Okay, cool. The music is great. The dude that did the music worked with Uematsu, so you know he's a top jar. I don't know who the music person is for Octopath. Is it anyone like a notable name? Like, I only know out of Square Enix, I know Nobuo Uematsu and Yoko, the Kingdom Hearts chick. Lots of games, man. When I started the streaming thing, it was like so easy for me to just kind of be like, oh, just go play some high profile shooting game like Valorant or something, you know, something with a big audience, active community, and it's really simple, right? You just play that one game, not worry about anything. And then basically I would go and detour to like maybe like when Final Fantasy 16 released, I'll maybe detour, go play that. When Final Fantasy 7 Rebirth comes out, I'll go play that. But then I thought about how it would look in the channel, and it's like, nah, man, I wanted to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Like, I wanted the whole thing just line up. Yasunori Nishiki. He's an up-and-comer, I think. Let me see. Yeah, I love me my RPG music. Nishiki. Square Enix is out here with the music department never disappoints. Square Enix and Falcom. Oh, he worked on Octopath. He worked on FF7 Remake, Kingdom Hearts 3. Ooh, Gravity Rush. Oh, you know what? I never actually played Gravity Rush 2. Is that on Steam? Gravity Rush. No. That's like what, stuck on Vita or something? Unfortunate. Yeah, too many games anyways, but yeah, we're gonna chip away little by little. It's something like definitely in my blood. So I've beaten these games so many times, so it doesn't even, excuse me, doesn't even matter. Like this game specifically, I know I beat a minimum of 2 times. And then Final Fantasy 7, I can't even count how many times I beat it. More than 5, that's for sure. As like a preliminary number. Wait, what? I missed a treasure. Yeah, I did miss a treasure. Soken is a big boy at the moment, though. Oh yeah, Final Fantasy 14 kind of put that guy on the map. I can't wait, man. Like, I don't know what I'm gonna do. I'm like really conflicted because it's like I could probably try to get my brother to let me borrow his PS5 and then just tell him like, yo, I just want to play Final Fantasy 7 Rebirth and I'm just gonna go ham for that 1 week, and then boom, I'm just gonna, you know, I'll give it back. That way I don't have to just play like 800 whatever dollars. There's a PS5 Slim. I saw it, I think, for 500 something Canadian. I could probably get that. It's because what happened was, I think when they were getting ready to make the Slim, they kind of let the stock run out for the digital version of the PS5, and the disc edition and everything basically kind of went up in price, or the only available options were bundles. And then basically it's like, dude, I can't justify it, man. Like, if there is, see, this is like the crazy side of me, where it's like, if there was a game that would get me to, like, a system seller, if there was any game that would get me to buy a whole ass system for it, it would be Final Fantasy 7 Rebirth. And before that, it would have been Final Fantasy 16. And before that, it would have been Final Fantasy Versus 13. You know, I bought a PS3 mainly for games like Metal Gear Solid 4, Final Fantasy Versus 13, and Kingdom Hearts, 3. Oh, it's a ridge. There we go. And like, I was hoping to basically maybe like marathon the series and kind of catch up. So basically I would have to beat 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I even wanted to give 11 a shot, but then I would basically just skip 11 for now. 12, 13, all 3 parts of 13. 14 is daunting because that would make me go through New Game Plus just to cover all the story stuff, all the bosses, all the trials, whatever, like raids and stuff. Like, I really want to do the Evalis raid again. The Evalis raid is like one of the sickest raids ever. PC Master Race for real, bro. Ever since I made my PC, I've been like just everything kind of opened up, and Steam's library is ridiculous. It's honestly like all encompassing. It has all of the franchises present. And then as the other thing is, I'll like buy a bunch of games, so I'll have like I'll spend like $2,000+ on PS3, all of these digital games, whatever, and then, you know, next generation get a PS4, and then basically all of it just gets left behind, right? And then the same thing happened with PS4, but PS4 is at least a little bit better because there's upgrade stuff and then backwards compatibility. So if I buy a PS5, I still have access to my collection, which is kind of what I probably would end up doing. If I buy a PS5, I'll probably just use as an excuse to like go back to a bunch of games that are exclusive to PS4, PS5, or like any game that's not on PC. But at the same time, if it's available on PC on Steam, I'd rather just buy it on PC again to kind of build up my Steam collection, and then, you know, do a PC version run through. Yeah, you just get a nice big boy PC. You know, I built the 3080. It's just like, oh man, like all the frames, I can't even, I'm like a frames obsessed person. It's like my monitor's 175 hertz, so if possible, if the game can do it, like, you know, 175 frames would be nice. If not, I'll settle for 120, man. Like, I know some of these games are like big open world type of experiences where it might be like demanding and shit, and then eventually I'll upgrade. Yeah, I really, the thing is, I know if I invest in Steam and like get all the games in Steam, it's like beyond the generations, right? As the console generations go up, it's like, no, it's not going to reset or anything. I don't have to keep like rebuying the same games and remasters. Hold on, did I even finish that place? I think I did. Surprised I didn't fight a boss. Yeah, I did. Yeah, there's just, I don't know, so much games, and I'm like trying to kind of what do you call it, kind of do a concept for my channel, I guess, where I'm just gonna revisit all of these games, and just, you know, all of them are gonna be 1440p, 60 frames or 60 plus frames, unless it's like locked at 30 or 50, or sorry, 30 or 60. Like some Tales games are locked at 60 apparently. What's that smell? Isn't this Sabin's cabin? Why do I remember random shit? I don't even remember characters' names or general details of like the story, but I remember this. Oh, I wasn't even supposed to go here. Oh, whatever. That's the only item, so we're good. I think it's like an old man or something. Could Sabin be living here? I swear someone like... Oh, yeah. Okay, so yeah. Why do I remember this? Hey. Do you happen to know where I can find the man who lives here? Sure do. Left a couple of days ago. Soon as he heard Master Duncan had been killed, headed up into the mountains. They say Duncan's son, Vargas, is missing too. I don't like it one bit. Why are you going up there, buddy? Can't say no to free HP MP. Yeah. I think I got beat up too, so might as well. Especially mainly for the MP replenishing. Why'd you exit out the north, bro? So weird. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. Just thinking about it, it's like so daunting. It was... Oh, I just saw Shadow or whatever. Come back. Come back. No. Yeah, whatever. What does this game want me to do? That. I'm looking forward to going through Final Fantasy 7, 8, 9 mainly, because I don't know, when it comes down to it, like I really like the I like Final Fantasies 1 to 6, but the PS1 era is pretty much like that's like the era that made me really like fall in love with the Final Fantasy franchise. And then like Final Fantasy 10 is like one of my favorites too, so I'm looking forward to that. Oh, there's just so much games, right? I have to get started. Like earlier today, I was playing Rainbow Six Siege, and those kind of shooting games, I can end up accidentally spending like so much hours on it, like easily hundreds of hours. And I always think in the back of my head, like, it's like, yo, it's like an opportunity cost. I should just spend that same amount of time and like plow through the backlog I have. And then once I catch up, then I can worry about, you know, just dicking around in a multiplayer game. Because that stuff's like infinite replay value, right? There's like no real end. Like, it's just a bunch of, you know, I said if I'm trying to get a high rank, it's like, okay, maybe that could be some sort of end point. But aside from that, I spent like a 5,000 plus hours in Rainbow Six Siege alone. Big boy fight. Ooh, that Vargas guy? Are you talking about Vargas? I swear that's a boss. Where is the next? Baby steps, I suppose. These games are only gonna get longer. Like, I'm more concerned about the RPGs that could potentially take me like 100 plus hours, especially if I do try to 100% it and like, let's say try to get all the achievements or something. Like Xenoblade games are gonna take me probably minimum 60 hours, and it's gonna be even more messed up because that's on Nintendo Switch and I have a limitation in terms of battery life. I can only do what, like 3 to 6 hours per session. The whole Legend of Heroes franchise, that's like one of my favorite franchises. I'm like trying to... I don't have all of them on PC, but I'm gonna eventually buy them on PC. Even though I could just technically get a PS4 or a PS5, it would make more sense to get a PS5. And then basically, you know, I have the games on there already. Where is the... Oh, here. I was like wondering where it's telling me to go. There's stairs. Oh, not only that, like I would have to do Final Fantasy VII Remake. I totally forgot about that. I have it on PC. I bought it. That's one of the reasons why I stopped buying games, because it's like I bought it day one for, I think it was on sale for $64.99, and I'm like telling myself, oh yeah, I'm gonna for sure play it. Obviously, it's a go-to game, and then I just didn't end up doing it. And then, you know, like you don't play it, and then it just gets on sale cheaper and cheaper and cheaper. And then like the following month, I think Crisis Core came out in November, and I was so tempted to buy that too, but then I snapped myself out of it. So really, I'm just gonna try to beat what I have currently, which is already a massive list, and then eventually when I catch up to finish my backlog, I'll buy some more stuff. It doesn't help that the Humble Bundle website, they end up having really good bundles. I like recently bought a bundle for like 20 bucks, and it gave me like all the Batman games, Injustice, the Middle Earth games. What else did it give me? Mad Max, which I've never played. I don't care about that game that much. I don't know if I'm gonna like it. But yeah, it's just I use this website called How Long to Beat, and I check like how long a lot of these games would be, and it's like shit. Like you do the math, it's like it's doable. It's better than me spending hundreds of hours in like a shooting game, but I'm gonna eventually be doing that too. It's just in terms of which to do first, it made more sense to do the single player stuff first, because they all have like definitive ends, whereas a shooting game technically there's no end. Like in Rainbow Six Siege, I was playing it and I was like, yeah, you know what, I'll try to get champion. That's the highest rank in the game. And then it's like, okay, when I get that, maybe I'll put the game back down and then you know, continue like plowing through my backlog. And then instead what ended up happening is like I played a little bit, I got a little bit of a taste. I said I was gonna play Final Fantasy VI. I was just gonna continue, but then I got sidetracked, and then I don't know, there's something addicting about those games. And I just ultimately spent like 2 different days streaming Rainbow Six, and it's like, fuck, bro, that's like 8 hours here, 7 hours there. It's like that could have easily been put towards, I could have been on Final Fantasy VII already. Kind of a useless way of thinking of it, but still. Where's the relic shop? Oh. I'm looking forward to going back to Final Fantasy XIV as well. What I usually do for Final Fantasy XIV is I'll pay for 1 month, and then in that month I'll just go ham. I'll put like over 300 hours in the game. I think in 14 I have almost 1,000 hours, or maybe I just passed 1,000 hours. And then sometimes I do stupid shit, like I just dick around, or like I try to level up all the jobs. Oh yeah, Edgar, am I supposed to... I remember this guy's finicky. Wait, this is not even where I'm supposed to go. I'm trying to go to the relic shop. I'll bother that guy later. I remember he's finicky. I can't remember the specifics, but it's like if you... I don't know if you're supposed to talk to him or whatever, but I want to be able to recruit him, so... You can gain all kinds of abilities by equipping relics. These shoes double my walking speed. Watch this. Okay, that's not that fast. Oh, tutorial. Relics... Oh yeah, I think I already read this earlier in that Adventurers Guild place. Yeah, cool. Thank you, Kupo. Here's a Moogle. Here, don't I have a Moogle thing? Don't think I do. Here, I'll give you some Final Fantasy stuff. I have like all these dumb animations for no reason. What else do I have? I have Sora beating up a Heartless. I have this one. I got The Xehanort's dancing. This one killed me, bro. I thought it was so stupid. Where? Oh yeah, I think I already showed you the Chobacos. I'm getting distracted. Anyways, buy relics. Ooh, kind of expensive. Do I want to grind money and buy each one of these? Yeah, okay, I'll do that. Zoom. Okay, we're gonna fight a little bit, get that money. Let me see my list again. Because I could... It's simple enough for me to, like, keep playing the Final Fantasies and just, like, kind of count up. But I also should consider playing the Switch games, because the Switch games all have a limitation, right? The battery life. So maybe I could do it where I'll juggle a Switch game, play it until the battery's dead or whatever, then end stream, and then switch to something like this game, like something on my PC, and then at least, you know, I wouldn't be able to basically do like full-time hour streaming off of me just playing Switch games, just because of battery life. I looked into ways to improve battery life, like a charging case or whatever, or like even when it's docked, it's not like the charging output is like, you know, gonna keep it alive. It's like, no, you play a game like Zelda Breath of the Wild, it shit drains the battery. Do 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 do. Yeah, honestly, it's hard, bro. It's like before I used to. Like, before I was streaming, I was, like, caught up on all my backlog. Like, I beat all my games. So it's just like, okay, what do? I'll just wait for new releases, buy them day one, and then play those. And then, you know, I'll juggle, like, a multiplayer shooting game, Valorant, Fortnite, Rainbow Six, whatever. But now I'm, like, trying to go back and go through everything again. And I'm gonna try to do the multiplayer games down the line, like, whatever my objective will be, like... The only obvious objective is like going for a rank, and then that's gonna be relatively, I don't want to say it's easy, but it's gonna be simple enough because you just grind it, right? And just learn and grow and whatever. And then I also wanted to dabble in fighting games more, so I was probably gonna go through certain fighting games in a more casual sense. Like I was gonna go through the BlazBlue games and just kind of do it for story. If the online's active, maybe like somewhat active, maybe I'll try and get my ass whooped a couple of times. But eventually I want to kind of narrow down like a new active fighting game that has a bit of a scene and all that, and then like try to compete a bit. And it's mainly because I wasn't really one of those kinds of people that want to like compete in like local tournaments or like become like a professional gamer. Honestly, streaming is like way more suitable for me. But with online gaming becoming better and better, like the net coding and stuff becoming better, my internet's at its all-time best. When I was a kid, we had like shitty internet. Now I'm an adult, I just pay for like goated internet. All for the sake of all of this. Do I have enough money? Oh yeah, I do. It is almost New Year's in 25 minutes. We're going to be segueing to 2024, to the year of the darkest time in mankind as COVID 5.0 comes out, COVID 5G, and renders all of us useless one way or the other. Yeah, I still need to. So, like, hold on. Holy. I was looking at this list. I started Pokemon Violet, but I stopped. I was gonna wait until the expansion. And now that the expansion's out, I keep hearing bad things about it. So it's like performance-wise, bad things I'm hearing. And I've seen some clips that like made it look pretty bad, like games like at 0 frames per second. And then another game I started that I haven't gotten back to was Starfield. I had so much performance issues in Starfield, it's not even a joke. Because when I factor in the fact that I'm trying to do 1440p and I'm trying to stream it, and for some reason it didn't have NVIDIA DLSS or anything to help me kind of squeeze out performance, I was basically getting 30 to 60 frames, and I was just like, I'm like really sensitive to frames and frame fluctuation, I guess, frame drops, frames, whatever. So it was like kind of like a jarring experience, and I was just gonna wait it out until like they do performance patches and add more functions, and I think they did. I've seen a couple of updates and patches. And then all these other games too. These are all Switch games though. Bayonetta 1, Fire Emblem Warriors, Link's Awakening, Mario Rabbids, Mario Bros. Wonder, Mario Sunshine, Metroid Prime Remastered. Huh. Okay, we're 6,000 good. We should be good. Maybe I'll buy potions too. Zoom! Cover critically wounded allies. Also, oh yeah, Chrono Trigger, Devil May Cry series. I even want to dabble in GTA Online. Like, I don't know. Like, I haven't really experienced GTA on PC, and I heard that shit was sick. So much games here, man. I need to stop buying stuff. I'm like tempted because Steam sales like are it feels like Steam sales are like always going. And then combined with Humble Bundle. Humble Bundle is probably the best way I can kind of build out my collection, because it's like I paid like $30 and I got all the Resident Evil games, all the Devil May Cry games. I think not all of them, but I think I'm missing Resident Evil 8 and Devil May Cry 4 for some reason. I don't know why they didn't give me 4. And then like it gave me Street Fighters, like 2 of them. It's crazy. I even have Mortal Kombat because of another Humble Bundle. That's like the only time I think I'm willing to just kind of, you know, just say fuck it and just like buy the bundle, because it's a pretty cheap and efficient way to build my collection back up. Hold on. Okay. Jeez, I'm like too fast. I'm like fast as fuck, boy. Like Sonic the Hedgehog. No thanks. I'll talk to this idiot. Right, ignore us and maybe we'll just disappear. Back off, Locke. That guy looks familiar. So here's our ninja of the game. He also has a dog. He comes and goes like the wind, swearing allegiance to no one. Hidden behind his wintry gaze lies a face known to none who live. Shadow. Default names. Of course. Oh, I just totally missed the dialogue. Guess we'd better steer clear of him. Can I have your dog? Leave us. The dog eats strangers. I'm still gonna talk to the dog. to. They won't. This is the only dog you can't pet. Jeez. Oh, this comes into play later. I just can't remember when. I think it's when you play as Locke. It's like a stealth infiltration segment or something. Why do I remember those things about this game? That's like random. Couldn't even remember Sabin's name or Edgar. I had to check again. I don't know, man. People talk about the Final Fantasy VI versus Final Fantasy VII Civil War is... let me tell you right now, I'm on the Final Fantasy VII side, alright? I really like Final Fantasy VI, but the fact that I can't even remember the cast, but I remember Barrett, Cid, Vincent, Tifa, Cloud, fucking Red 13, Cait Sith, Yuffie, like I remember those people to the day I die. 7 really just, like, put this series on the map. Sure. These. One. River. You can't do 2, 1 in each hand. Oh, you can. Wait. Oh, no, you can't. Dang, that's unfortunate. Okay, we'll buy a shield then. Probably a waste of money, but it's whatever. You already know we're gonna go into some dungeon and open the treasure box, and it's gonna be all of these items. Did I miss anything? We can go get some potions. How many potions do I end up having? No, let's get more potions. I'm like... I was like talking to all the NPCs in these games, but like, it's not like Legend of Heroes. Yeah, we're good for now. Doesn't matter. How bad could it be? Alright. I don't remember the difficulty of this game, but if I didn't know any better, Final Fantasy V would have been harder. What's with all these places? Yeah, not the most important dialogue. What is this? Move! In 15 minutes, it's 2024 for me. Okay, we're gonna move on. Gonna get that free rest. Oh man, now I can't stop thinking about all the games I just thought of, like I looked at. I'm really looking forward to 7 and Final Fantasy 8. Final Fantasy 8, I really love the final boss. The music, especially. Yeah, there's no harm in spamming that. I love these quality of life improvements, the mini map and everything. Yeah, we don't care about getting the bestiary completed because we already did it before. I don't know how I racked up 70+ hours in my original playthrough. I don't know what I did. Maybe, did I idle? Did I just leave the game on or something? Wait, how am I almost dead? Oh, use a potion. Jeez. Maybe I should just buy 99. And the game auto saves every new screen too, so... Die, monster! You don't belong in this world. Oh man, I'm getting the urge to like look at Steam sales. It's like, oh man, what if something's like super cheap? I think by the time I beat all of these games I do have and get around to like maybe needing to buy Octopath True or whatever, hopefully they're under like, let's say 30. I don't think Octopath 1 seems to be staying at a high price. I don't know what kind of Nintendo tax shit that is. It even seems to be the case on the Steam release. But it was weird because the full price of number 1 is more than number 2, and I don't know why they thought that was a good idea. Why does this keep like falling off? It's like slipping off the back of my head. Maybe I'll just put it in the front or something. Look at my hair. It's gonna like put a dent in my head. I don't feel that strong, to be honest. Since for my run-throughs of these Pixel Remaster games, I haven't really trained that much. I kind of just do like the bare minimum and just kind of keep it moving. And then ultimately, the encounters could sometimes give me a run for my money. Oh. Okay. You know what? Auto crossbow's pretty OP, so we want him to have the best stuff. You can have sprint shoes because you're a thief. In other Final Fantasies, the thief... Oh, you have 2 relic slots? I did not even book that. I'm blind as a bat. Okay, we want to make sure the spellcaster doesn't get petrified. Who has the highest defense stat? You do, so you can have the knight thingy. And then you can have poison, I guess. I don't know. Doesn't matter. It's kind of like as I play the game, more stuff is like jogging my memory. Cause you said big boy fight. Big boy. And I think I know what you're talking about. Oh, that was 7. Or wait, no. Maybe. Probably not. I'm starting to remember. Yeah, auto crossbow is pretty helpful. No MP cost, you can spam it. Pretty powerful. Okay, we're gonna definitely use that at a save point. Okay, cool. New Year's in 7 minutes. Hold on. Let me try to train a little. Get her to level 10 at least. Oh, I totally forgot Kingdom Hearts. I definitely want to do the whole Kingdom Hearts series. Maybe I'll do it, but I'm not looking forward to Chain of Memories, but I'm waiting for it to come out on Steam. I'm not a fan of Square Enix doing Epic Game Store exclusives. I really want all my games all in one place on Steam, especially since Steam, functionally speaking, is just way better than Epic Game Store. Is like a really bare bones launcher. It's just a storefront. Steam is more than just a storefront. Like right now, I'm using a guide off of Steam. Like, you know what I mean? Like, achievements are nice too. I like me and my achievements. How much do I get? And let's see. If it's a high amount, then I'll maybe do one more level. Sure, why not? Actually, no, fuck it. Okay, we're coming up to a boss. Oh, I thought, oh, it's fireworks. 5 minutes. was wondering why it wasn't working. I don't know if this boss is gonna be that hard, but I don't remember this game being that difficult. Like, Final Fantasy V has those 2 super bosses. And then they do have moments where there's difficulty spikes. We'll see. It should be fine. 7 sent you, didn't he? Yeah, you look like Sabin. That's what I was thinking in my back of my head. Who are you? Sabin, is he here? You were the one sneaking around us the whole way up here, weren't you? And if I was? Well, it doesn't matter who you are. I have no intention to surrender. Woe is the day you met me. It'll be the last day of your lives. I'm gonna whoop your ass into 2024. Oh gosh, you came with people? Okay, you can't be... You know what it is? I think if a boss has minions like that, you can't be that sick. You can't be that strong yourself. Unless that just kills all of us. Oh, he's not even targetable. Oh, you're lame. You're like hiding in the back lane like a little bitch. Let's use this. Does he have any item I could steal? Okay, no. Let's not risk it. Come on, what's the matter? Nothing, bro. Leave me alone. You're like way taller than us. We're like 5'4" and you're like 6'7", like some Yao Ming shit. I'll send you... Oh, Yao Ming's taller than that, but... That's enough, Vargas. Ah, if it isn't Sabin. Why, Vargas? Why did you kill Master Duncan? How could you murder your own father? The fool stubbed me, his only son. He chose you as his successor. That's not true. Our master... It's true and you know it. It's written in that ugly sneer across your face. He wanted you to be his successor, not me. He knew you had the most potential. Dude, this guy's like several times your size. I'm sick of listening to your lies. I've got far more than just potential. Why don't you see for yourself? Blizzard Fist. Ah, Sabin. My father was right to see so much in you. I guess there's no avoiding this. Fate made us train together. And now fate will send you to your doom. Now. Get ready to join your beloved master. I didn't realize I had to press something to... Wait, you cast Doom on me? Your time's almost up. What is this, Zell? Buddy, that is a Street Fighter maneuver right there. A Cordo circle back. Time to put an end to this. I need to use a blitz technique. Buddy, I've been using blitz techniques like the master taught me. Select Raging Fist from the blitz menu. Press left, right, left, and the confirm button. Yeah, I get it, bro. I was literally... Come on, stop. Why is it repeating it? Why did it repeat the tutorial like 8 times? We'll be suplexing trains in no time. Ah, you already learned that technique? Vargas, if only you hadn't been so consumed by pride. Easy. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Oh, it's already New Year's. Yay! Happy New Year's, everyone. Eastern Standard Time, New Year's. Time zones, people. 7. Oh, another year of torment and treachery. No, here's hoping it's better than 2023. For me, I wish, you know, success and all that, and, you know, to be resilient and persevere in my goals and ambitions. What else can I really say? Be healthier and stuff too. Yada, yada, yada. I don't really have New Year's resolutions. Edgar, my brother. Brother? You're his twin brother? His brother? At first I thought you were another one of Vargas's bears. Don't kill me. You thought I was a bear? I guess I'll take that as a compliment. Anyway, Edgar, what are you doing here? We're on our way to Saber Mountains, to the Returners' hideout. No doubt. No doubt indeed. So the wheels are finally turning. I've been watching from a distance, hoping the world would come to its senses. The way things were going, I was afraid Figueroa would end up as a puppet state. A means of striking back has presented itself. There will be no more playing lapdog to the Empire. I'm through with that act. Why did you have to like walk away from the party? So dramatic, like we're acting. You're like gonna launch into a monologue soliloquy. Think a bear like me could be of any help? 7, you'd join us. This is where the Final Fantasy 14 nodding started. This game in Final Fantasy 5, I'm starting to see it. Just the whole, like, why write dialogue when you can just have them nod in agreement? I think Duncan would rest easier knowing his training helped bring peace to the world. Well then, let's get going. And that was another boss down. And we have 4 party members. Sabin is basically a monk. He has QTE commands like he's, you know. The only other character I can think of that's like this is... Wait, is Tifa like this? Or is Tifa slots? She's slots, I think. And then Zell from Final Fantasy VIII has these kind of button prompting commands to do fist fighting moves. Happy New Year, everyone. I wish y'all the best. Happiness, love, peace, compassion, whatever. And if you don't get that, it's okay. You know, you just gotta stick around and just hold on near and dear to life and keep trying. What? Happy New Year. Cool. 2024. COVID strikes back. COVID be like, yeah, you thought I was done with y'all? Get your ass back inside. And then I'll be like, I'm an introvert, bro, and I'm here sitting home playing games all day anyway, so by all means. King Edward, this way, please. Yeah, fuck it. Let's do it. We're gonna actually hit the year mark of me doing the streaming around May, June. I don't know a specific date. Basically, if you look at my stream section and you look at the oldest live stream there, the Zelda Tears of the Kingdom stream, that's pretty close to the point where I decided to do this more seriously. It'd be nice if I can figure out the exact day, but no matter. We spent most of our time streaming all these single player games and just kind of plowing through them. Like, I don't know how much games I have so far, but it's just little by little gonna build up. Eventually it's gonna be like a serious catalog. Pretty much every high profile game you can think of, and like the whole franchises and stuff too, spin-offs and stuff maybe. Just really depends. And then once I basically do all that, we have a shooting game era that kind of is gonna come up where I'm gonna use all the stuff I bought, all this expensive gear, and then try to climb my way to the top of whatever respective games rankings. Wouldn't be really too hard. I'm not really like worried about it. I just hope it's not like super dramatic, stressful, toxic, and also just not just riddled with cheaters that kind of just waste time ultimately. This is what, Bannon or whatever his name is? Bannon, we brought her with us. So this is the girl, the one to whom the Esper responded. Esper? It seems the Empire had complete control over her. Carrier pigeons have kept me informed. I also heard that she wiped out 50 Imperial soldiers in mere minutes. No, that's not... Terra, for heaven's sake, Bannon, the girl doesn't remember anything. Hiding from the truth won't change it. Perhaps you've heard this story before. Once, when people were still pure and innocent, there was a box they were told never to open. What, like Pandora's box? But someone went and opened it anyway, and so unleashed all the evils we know today. Yeah, that sounds like Pandora's box. Huh. Pride. Oh, I thought he was gonna say Pandora's box. Pride, greed, envy, wrath, gluttony. The 7 deadly sins. The homunculus. The only thing that remained in the box was a single ray of light, hope. Your power is a gift, not a curse. No matter what happens, you must remember that. You are this world's last ray of light, our final hope. Bannon! I've grown weary with the hour. Allow me to rest for a while. Right, you know you're getting old when, like, I don't know what it is that like does it, but just I'm like so indifferent to like holidays, my birthday, any like special commemorative kind of thing, and just I don't know. For me, like, wait, why is this? For me, like, all you can really hope for is that no matter what, like, your life just gets better if it already isn't. Me, I decided to go on this path, the path of a streamer, and trying to figure out all of these things have been an interesting experience. It's been fun. Not that stressful, believe it or not. It's stressful in the sense that I can be like really indecisive about like what I think should ultimately like be the like what style I should go with, what game I should play next, how should I go about doing it. But so far, I'm like pretty. I should eat first. I'm like pretty satisfied with my output. I know like it's easy to like see. I've seen people that started streaming after me and they like blow up because they're going viral. But the truth is like nothing really like for me to compare against, because those people I like analyze what kind of did it. Like they bring a lot of value to the table. So for example, there's this one streamer that like they have a lot of industry experience, they're a game dev, they have a lot of interesting stories and a lot of insight, and then their style and their approach is really something only someone with their skill set can kind of do. And then also like they understood like the shorts algorithm and stuff, and they kind of capitalize on that to kind of increase their increase their growth and, you know, propel their channel to new heights. And then they're also doing stuff like whatchamacallit, multi-streaming and stuff like that. So for me, I just kind of have like a vision or like a bunch of concepts of like how I think I want my channel to be. And basically I'm fully aware that if I play games like this, none of these games are gonna blow me up. Any short I make out of this game, any videos, like whatever video I can come up with using these games as like the main source of content, they're not really being searched for, or like the metrics on YouTube and stuff aren't really favorable to these sorts of games. You can go find out, like basically like in the context of Final Fantasy, it's like Final Fantasy 14, since it's an ongoing MMO, that has like an audience that actively watches it and viewership, so you can make content based off of that game. And then new releases in the franchise, so Final Fantasy 16 that just came out not too long ago, that game was basically you know, something that you could basically make content around or whatever. But me like going back and like doing all these games and stuff, especially since I don't necessarily have an existing audience or viewership, that's like I totally anticipate and expect that like the viewership isn't going to be a certain way, or I'm not going to get like there's stuff like view duration and stuff that matters, and all this shit, bro. Like now that I've actually like sunk my teeth in and I kind of looked at all sorts of videos, I've done my research, learned a little bit more about how YouTube works, it's like, oh, okay, I get what kind of matters and stuff. But I actually have I guess you could say it's a theory, but it's more just like I'm like going with my gut with a lot of it. I feel like if I go and do all of these games now and make them, it's not going to be good now, but maybe down the line retroactively it would be good. And it kind of shows in some sense, because randomly some videos from some of my games blow up for some reason, and I can't really figure out why. So for example, here, I'll just for example, I don't really understand this. So if you go to my videos, you go to most popular, I have no, what, it's 9.7K now. I have no fucking clue why. Like for some reason, and this is a game I didn't even think I was gonna play, like Donkey Kong Tropical Freeze. This is like a Wii U game that got remastered, like a definitive edition on Switch. Nothing that special. It's a good Donkey Kong game, don't get me wrong, but it's not really like, I wouldn't look at that game and be like, oh yeah, people are actively searching the Donkey Kong IP, people are actively searching that specific game, that specific version of the game. And then the same thing with Yoshi's Crafted World. So I don't really understand how these videos ended up being, these are my most viewed videos. I don't know why. I looked at it, I looked through it, I understand to some extent, oh, maybe like this level's interesting, or maybe I had some sort of reaction or something, I don't really know. But I look at the stats of it and it's just like, it just kind of seems like, you know, like the fact that it just exists on the channel, on the platform, it just eventually gets pushed to people based on something, and I'm not really sure what that something is. So this is my most viewed video at 10K, and then now this Yoshi's Crafted World, the final boss thing, it's like, it was like 8K not too long ago, now it's 9.7K. It's like, okay, cool. And then coincidentally, these are some of the first games I played. You see, as 5 months ago, these are my old it should be my old. Yeah, my oldest videos are all Yoshi stuff first, and then it's Donkey Kong, I think. Do I? Yeah, then it's Donkey Kong. So it's like, oh, okay. So maybe all of these Final Fantasy videos I'm doing down the line are gonna retroactively get a lot of views and then subs and all that stuff. And then everything kind of has like a compounding effect. I think if someone came to my channel and they saw I only had videos of like, let's say like a couple of single player games and stuff, it's like maybe they might not be compelled to subscribe. But then maybe now, since I have like all sorts of different kinds of content, I did unboxings, I have tier lists, I did some other kind of playlists, I'm doing reviews on the games, like written reviews for starters, and then eventually I'm gonna just have like a whole, like this archive playlist right here. It's gonna just be everything, bro. It's just gonna be so many different games. And then even the way I structured the playlist and stuff, it's like videos and then VODs. Another thing I noticed is a lot of people on YouTube, they're not live streamers. They do their gameplay off stream, pre-recorded, offline sort of thing. No real like chat interaction or whatever. That could be a good source of like a good back and forth. Like if a person comes in and they say like, make a comment, they make a joke, they give me something to bounce off of, they ask a question or whatever. But I noticed that even people that do stream, they delete their VODs. Or what's a lot really common is they have separate channels for VODs, separate channels for the shorts and all that stuff. And I don't really understand the rationale per se. I've had a bunch of theories and I speculated and whatever. But for me, as a person starting out, it made no sense to kind of split the performance of my channel of 3 different formats on 3 different channels. Instead, I'd rather just have them all in one place, and that's what I've been pretty much doing. And honestly, like considering I know fully well that like the games I'm playing aren't necessarily searched, actively watched, or whatever. Maybe the IPs themselves might have new games coming out. So yeah, I'm playing Mario, but maybe Mario Bros. Wonder is what's hot and everyone's searching for Mario Bros. Wonder. People aren't necessarily searching for Mario Sunshine or some shit. But even despite that, somehow I accumulated 73. I don't even know how I don't know where I got that extra 3,000. It's probably that Yoshi's Crafted World video. But I've managed to accumulate 73k views, and subs is just going up little by little. And then eventually I feel like when I go to like maybe more high profile games, or I go like to like a multiplayer game, I'd be able to build an audience faster from those games specifically. And then it's just a matter of, if you go to my channel, you'll just see all the stuff laid out, organized neatly, nicely, everything. And then retroactively, a lot of these games that I've already done, covered and made videos for are gonna get views and stuff. And it seems to be happening. Like I randomly get a comment on like some random Final Fantasy 2 video, and it's like, dang man, Final Fantasy 2 sucks ass. So I'm surprised that's even getting any sort of traction. So it's like, all right, cool, I'm just gonna keep working at it, and like, you know, eventually. I think another thing is my video count is like, yeah, I'm basically like, my channel's kind of like a video game archive, or like a gameplay slash walkthrough VOD slash video archive. And then also just I sprinkle in shorts, because I don't have shorts for every single game. I just make shorts depending on if something interesting happens as I'm streaming and stuff. But just overall, like, I'm telling you, bro, like based on what I'm doing so far, I could easily see myself clearing. I'm gonna be one of those people that have like 10k videos, and like deleting VODs and stuff. I've heard rationale for why people delete VODs. Some people delete VODs because some people watch the VODs and like look for trouble. That's what I've actually heard. And it's like, oh, so like they're like scanning through the VODs and then they're clipping things out of context and then, you know, trying to get them canceled or some shit. So stuff like that is like what deters some people from having their VODs up. So like for me, I don't know. So far, all of the stuff I did, all of the stuff I played, if I get in trouble for something I said, I probably wouldn't give too much of a shit, because I'm pretty good at, I think, defending myself, or at least articulating why I think I should be allowed to say what I just said, or why I think I should be able to believe what I believe. I don't know about y'all, but I live in a country with, you know, proper free speech laws and stuff. I know my shit, so I'm not really scared of the internet. I predate a lot of these people that like just recently came on the internet, you know, because they have smartphones and they have easy access and they're just on Twitter and Reddit and all this shit. It's like, nah, bro, I'm like from the time where people are like fucking cutting me up, yelling at me because I asked some stupid question about Fire Emblem on like some gaming forum. I'm like, hey man, what do I do about this? They're, what the fuck you mean? Like, how could you even, like, people are mad at me before because you know how Fire Emblem has a permadeath thing, and then you can change it to casual now. It's like, yeah, I totally do that because if I get one of my people killed in Fire Emblem, I'll literally just, what would I do? I'll literally just load the save and try to not get them killed. So it just ends up being a big waste of time, and I don't ultimately progress through those games. And then I had to make that decision. And then honestly, the other things, like, I'm not that good at SRPGs, like strategy RPGs. So I was just kind of like, who gives a fuck, right? Ultimately, it's like a single player game experience, but like the Fire Emblem fan base, I guess, because that guy seemed like a fan, you're like pretty wild as shit. So I'm like, yeah, there's stuff like that. It's like, it's bound to happen regardless. And then even now, like, I'm totally anticipating down the line when I sink my teeth in like one of those shooting game multiplayer games. So when I try to climb up the ranks, you know, I totally anticipate a lot of haters coming my way. They'll probably come in my chats, talk a lot of shit. They'll come in my videos, comment a lot of shit. It's bound to happen. And it's just like, at the end of the day, it's like, there's something I think I really want out of doing all of this. I've been watching like on the, jeez, this music in the background make it sound like what I'm saying is sad and shit. No, but I've been basically just like gaming my whole life, and I've tried so many different avenues, you know, career type of shit, you know, your safe traditional paths and whatnot, and just seeing people just come out the woodworks from all sorts of walks of life, trying to make content, trying to be streamers, and then finding some semblance of success. Some deserved, some undeserved. It kind of made me feel like, you know what, like a lot of my friends said this to me. They would always say like, they're like surprised that I don't do it, or like I should do it. And it's like, oh yeah, you know what, I always kind of hand waved it. It's like, oh no, I'm trying to do this, I'm trying to get like, go to university, do this, get a degree, get this job, you know, work my way up that way and make money and do this, like a very typical secure route. But like now doing this, it's like kind of fulfilling me in a different way, because like some of the jobs I did are like dead-end jobs, or like I just really didn't see a future that I liked, if you know what I mean. Now I'm doing this, yeah, there's a lot of anxiety and a lot of bad things around the corner that I could like anticipate and like think about. Like I see what other people do in this industry, I guess you would say, where there's just kind of like controversy after controversy, drama, their house gets swatted or some shit. And like for me, it's funny because it's like I've been through a lot of bad shit. So for me, it's like, it's gonna be annoying if more bad shit happens, but I don't think I should like behave, or I should like, I don't think I should plan around or plan in expectation or anticipation of those kinds of things. I'm just gonna at the end of the day try to do my own thing. You know, I'm pretty well intentioned for the most part. I don't think I'm gonna come and use this influencer platform to like fucking say some fucked up shit. I'll say dumb shit, but like, you know, like I'm pretty good at justifying what I say, or at least articulating what the fuck I mean and whatever. And if people can't tell when I'm being serious or when I'm joking, and or if people are kind of like acting like disingenuous, like they're just kind of what do you call it, instigating, or they're looking for trouble, or they're purposely misunderstanding what I might say, you know, it's gonna come with the territory. And like honestly, pretty much every streamer that I've looked at, they have a healthy amount of devoted followers, and then there's like new people coming and finding and you know, being exposed to their content and stuff, and you know, falling in love sort of thing. And then there's also people, they have like they have like a decent amount of haters. And it's one of those things where I guess you could say there's like a saying, it's like if you aim for like the heavens, or if you like aim for the sky, or like you try to, like if you try to rise high, there's just so much people that like would project a lot of their feelings and reservations towards humanity, I guess you could say, and then you kind of become a scapegoat for that. So it's like they will make that connection and make themselves known to you, and then ultimately it's like how you deal with it is like pretty much, you know. And then like I just hope nothing really like bad happens where like it like wears me down, or it kind of ruins a lot of the interest or the fun or the passion. But in the context of video games, I don't really think people, the only portion of the only side of video games that like kind of ruin things for me is multiplayer games, not really single player games. Multiplayer games, it's like, yeah, I like the games themselves, but it's usually like the communities or like my interactions and experiences with people I meet online, like randoms or whatever. That kind, it's like the human element. The human element always kind of comes in and tries to like corrupt things and make things you know, unpalatable and just undesirable to kind of push and continue forth. And like to kind of persevere is basically what I think I need to keep doing. And right now, like, even I'm like surprised with myself sometimes, because I didn't actually think I'd be able to make this much videos. And like that's just the funny thing is like this is like still like what do you call it, kind of like a preliminary phase. Like I still haven't really sunk my teeth in trying to properly learn video editing, really brush up my pre and post production for videos, and then making like video concepts. Because right now I'm just kind of doing like I'm a typical like a let's player, like, you know, like just making gameplay walkthroughs, gameplay shorts, VODs and stuff, and then just combining it with stream, and then, you know, just that sort of stuff. It's like that already is like a really big amount of work, like a big bulk. But like eventually when I catch up and do all that stuff, I'm gonna segue to other things. I'm gonna try to do different kinds of content. I even said before, aside from like reviews and stuff, unboxings, all that kind of shit, I was interested in maybe covering like news in the industry, like, because I'm always keeping up to date with like the video game news and stuff. So like I see other content creators do it. It's in some sense it's kind of low effort in a way. Like it's not actually that daunting, like what I need to actually do to like cover drama, cover controversy, cover any sort of updates or any sort of new product that's coming out, like, oh, Steam OLED, oh, fucking Pokemon cookies, like, I don't know. And like I'm not gonna be like one of those sensationalist like drama types. I'm only really gonna be interested in talking about stuff that I actually have a really vested interest in. And like for now I'm like kind of just focused on what I have in front of me, like all these games, right? But yeah, here's hoping for the best. It's 2024, January 1st. Hope y'all have a great New Year's and everything. If not, then I hope y'all have better days ahead of you. That's my 2023 was kind of like overall like really shit, and like a large part of it was because I was kind of trying to really make that decision. It's like, do I actually try this? And like now I kind of treat it like it's a business, not like a job or a career per se, because this is not like some 9-to-5 where I have like some sort of security or safety net or like some like consistent flow of income. Like right now, despite all of this, I haven't made a single dollar because I'm still grinding on the towards the YouTube partnership program, the requirements. And the requirements are ultimately what, 4K subscribers, no, not 4K subscribers, 1K subscribers and 4,000 watch hours. And then they do have like a halfway point, which kind of helps, and I do get more functionality in terms of monetization in the form of memberships, super chats, I think, and then shopping stuff, so I can actually make merch and put it up there. But I don't know, even I haven't thought about merch like that yet. What would I do, make a fucking phone case or a shirt with my logo? Like, I don't know. That's something down the line that I'll have to think about. But I'm in a good position where I have a bit of a safety net, so I can kind of pursue this the same way someone might want to work a little bit, set aside money, and then basically set aside time to kind of pursue a business, you know, invest initial capital, you know, start a startup, whatever. it's kind of the same idea, to be honest with you. It does play out and feel more like starting a business or like an entrepreneurial endeavor in general, as opposed to like starting a new job or something. Because at least with a job, you basically just work under a contract basically, and then you're like guaranteed a certain fixed income, right? But with this, it's like, it's kind of like you're building a machine, and right now the machine can't produce anything because they're still building the machine. You know what I mean? Or like building a business. It's like the business doesn't make any profit or doesn't even generate any revenue. So far, if you think of it that way, my channel hasn't generated any revenue. I'm still in the building phase in a lot of senses, and my channel essentially is just going to be like, I'm kind of just doing all this stuff with no real expectation of money or anything like that, or I don't even care too much about the views. It's just, I'm gonna do all this stuff because I really like these games specifically, and then eventually I know I'll probably kind of meet, because there's like a whole what do you call it, like a supply and demand kind of thing. It's like there's no demand for all of these things in a sense, like, or there's very low demand and I'm supplying it anyways, and that I'm like totally well aware that that's not like the most efficient way to do it, but it's not necessarily a wrong way to do it, because I feel like at the end of the day, if I build a brand, especially based off of my personality and all that stuff, people would be willing to watch me play whatever. And I want it to be that way, rather than, oh, he's a Valorant streamer, he plays Valorant, and they're just trying to rack up all the, like, they're just trying to subscribe to all these people that just play Valorant, and then it's like they'll only watch me when I play Valorant, and then if they tune in and see I'm playing some other game, they'll just, you know, fuck off elsewhere. It's like that. To me, it's like I'll have those people too, and those people are more than welcome, you know, just chime in when I am playing Valorant, for example. But I do want to try to build a following that at least is kind of just here for me, not so much necessarily the games. The games and me are going to kind of work together and kind of make a hopefully entertaining experience altogether. But the other thing is, I feel like there's a lot of people in this hobby that are finding this hobby that are like kind of coming in on like from the multiplayer front. So they're like, oh, I play Fortnite and I only play Fortnite because my friends play Fortnite, or Valorant because my friends play Valorant, and they don't really understand the true scope of this hobby. Because I come from a time where multiplayer didn't exist, so all your video game experiences were either co-op, couch co-op, local multiplayer, like some Smash Bros shit, but most of it was single player. Like most of it was single player experiences. And pretty much all the gamers I speak to, like let's say in a multiplayer game, they jump between shooting game, and like maybe they'll dabble in like a single player game here and there, and it's like y'all don't know what you're missing out, because there's some people that hate this hobby because of their experiences in the multiplayer side of things. And it's like, I don't know, dude, that's like the people ruin it, not so much the game. You know what I mean? A lot of the time that is the case, and it's like single player is an experience between you and the game itself, kind of like reading a book or watching a movie by yourself or something. So I like kind of want my channel to showcase, like, not just like, I want to showcase all of the kinds of games that came out like throughout history and stuff, all these franchises that are like near and dear to my heart. And then also like me trying to try stuff for the first time too. There's a lot of games I still haven't played, and I'm like one of those people. I'm really like variety with the capital V. Like you hear other people say they're variety streamers, and it's not that they aren't, because you know, to be variety is just play more than one game, right? If you play 5 games, you're a variety streamer, right? But I'm like variety as in I'm like out here going and exploring and trying each and every one of these games. And then the other thing is that a lot of people don't see through their games to the end. I don't know if I have like OCD or some shit, but I pretty much clear most of my games. I justify it in all sorts of ways, like, you know, money, get my money's worth. I want to see, I don't feel like I can criticize it and critique it and like analyze and whatever if I don't see all the content it has to offer, stuff like that. And then now that I'm like trying to stream and like play these games again, I'm also kind of playing it again with like a critical eye, and like that helps a lot too if I'm doing reviews and stuff. And it's making me think of these things, these products, in a way I haven't before. or like if I had before, it was just kind of like a really superficial, quick judged kind of way. But now it's like, oh yeah, I gotta think about how I feel about this experience as I play it, and then when I write my reviews and then assign a score to it, you know, all that stuff kind of comes into consideration. But yeah, anyways, enough rambling for now. We're gonna continue playing. I just figured take a little bit of a break from the game and kind of talk about some stuff. You'll just hear me repeat the same shit a lot of times. It's cause that's like what I'm thinking about a lot. I'm like trying to like really work things out. I'm trying to kind of like chip away at it. Playing games itself is easy, but like trying to play games with some objective in mind, maybe 100% in the game, and then also trying to be mindful of a review down the line, trying to be mindful of making shorts, making recordings, all that stuff. It adds a new like layer of complexity. And then also me trying to play and chat with chat, pay attention to chat, and then juggle and have a guide up here and try to focus on the strategy and whatever's in the game over in front of me. It's like, it's pretty stimulating in a way I've never experienced before, to be honest with you. And like, it's only gonna get, I was gonna say worse, but it's only gonna get more complicated and more complex. Because imagine if I had like a massive viewership where it's just my chat just flying through and just like 80 questions. It's like my dumb ass actually thought that I could keep up with it. You know what I mean? But now I'm like trying to, it depends on the game too. But like some games take my focus, or like sometimes it depends on my energy levels, but like I'll basically kind of like forget what the heck's going on, or like I'll totally zone out and forget that I'm streaming. It's kind of weird and funny at the same time. But yeah. But we shall continue on. Thank you for listening to this nerd. Where was I? Okay, cool. All right. The Empire took someone important from me. I've hated it ever since. If no one stands up to the Empire, more people will be left like me. That's why I joined the Returners. But there's no one important in my life. I have no family, no friends. That's not true. And even if it was, I'm sure there are people who feel you're important to them. Those people could be counting on you. But yeah, we're gonna keep it trucking. It's funny because I haven't gamed like the way I used to be able to game when I was like, let's say when I was a kid or a teen, or like in my 20s, my early 20s. Like I could easily play 8 hours a day. You know what I mean? It's bad if I do that, especially if I have other shit I need to be doing, but I could easily just be on the game, like, and then 8 hours a day, 7 days a week, that'd be so much hours streamed already. And then I could easily build up a backlog of videos that I have to make after when I'm off stream. So there was a point where I was basically just kind of working 24/7 on the stream, but then I decided to kind of take a break and slow it down, and then I let a bit of a backlog of stuff accumulate. But like now it's like I took a little bit more of a prolonged break recently because it's holidays and stuff, and I got sick. But like now I'm kind of back and I'm feeling a little bit better, and now we're in 2024 and I'm thinking, hey, like I gotta beat all these fucking games, bro. Where am I supposed to go? Yeah, I need to get I want to be able to multitask and just like, you see how I just said all that stuff? I want to be able to like play the game at the same time and like follow that guide and multitask, all that shit. I'll get better at it. It would be even crazier if I had like a chat actively like trying to get my attention. Like, oh, yo, Avi, what do you think of this? Oh, what do you think of that? And then like people just commenting left, right, and center. It'd just be ridiculous. 1, 2, 3. Oh, that's everything. Cool. Final Fantasy 7 is going to be different because it's not going to have like a treasure guide. I don't know what I'm going to do about that game, but I think I do have a guide on Steam. For that game, I just want to make sure I get all the stuff, post-game content, you know, all the materia, Knights of the Round, that sort of thing. Do-do-do. Do-do-do-do. Do-do-do. Am I supposed to talk to Sabin? Should I buy something? Each game, everything's gonna be case by case. I prefer doing things by case because I don't want to like basically build up an expectation where it's like, oh yeah, I'm going 100% every single game I come across, because yo, some games are not worth 100%ing, or some games are like absurd to 100%, like Breath of the Wild. So it's like each and every game I'm gonna kind of set like objectives and like how much or how little I'm gonna complete it. Some games I might just want to run through this story, but you'll find more often than not that I'll probably complete maybe like 80+% of the game. But yeah, only time will tell. I don't know what to tell you, but I do know that I trust my brother completely. He's always thought of my needs before his own, ever since we were little. I think you should trust him too. But don't tell him I said that. He'll turn red as a tomato. Okay. And then do I go talk to Edgar? Nope. I do think I should start playing my Switch games more. Hold on. Why did it... That's so weird. I 100% or platinum games if they piss me off, so I get something for my trouble. Don't kill me. Yo, if you like there's certain games I could tell you right off the hop I probably won't 100%, like fighting games and stuff. Like getting all the achievements in certain fighting games, like doing like the combo trials. Not only do I not have the patience for it or the skill, like yeah, I could practice and build the skill, and I'm pretty sure I can eventually execute the stuff, but my gosh, like it's not for me. Bannon, he went outside just a moment ago. Have you made your decision? Will you become our last ray of hope? Yes. Really? You will? Of course. The story won't progress otherwise. But I'm scared. That the uncertainty you're feeling is only natural. Hydrate. Tara, I want you to have this. What is it? The only game I like, there's certain games where like I could 100% it, but like it was so shit that I didn't want to do it. A good example was Red Dead 2. I really like Red Dead 2, so I'm not trying to talk shit about the single player, but the online is so bad, bro. I hated it. It was so ass cheeks. I seen the achievements. I started on it. I started to do a lot of it, and then I just gave up ultimately. I'm like, fuck it, it's not worth it. I don't care. The time investment, I'd rather just use those same hours towards like another game. I have a plan. Would you please gather everyone together? Oh, I think this is the part where I split up. But yeah, there's so many different things running through my mind when it comes to what I could do for my streaming and the channel. And I've looked at all my competitors, like, you know, what everyone else is kind of doing on Twitch, on YouTube. I've looked at non-live streamers on YouTube, so the gaming side of things on. So one example is like, I think my channel's gonna look a lot like what's his name, Zach Scott Games. Dude has like 10+K videos, and it's so much different games he's gone through. But I'm gonna like, he doesn't really play the kinds of games I do necessarily. There is, it's kind of like a Venn diagram where there is some overlap, but like some of the RPGs I played, there's a lot of people that wouldn't play them, like JRPGs, like the Tales series and stuff, like all these like niche franchises like Legend of Heroes. But like I'll definitely be interested because I want to showcase the stuff I really like too, and like I want to show other people these games too, because a lot of people just straight up don't know these games exist and they don't really know what to expect. Maybe they're not willing to invest the time, maybe they're not willing to invest the money. I don't know what the reason might be, but there's a lot of franchises that, like, I don't know, I'm not really one of those people, but sometimes I do it where I'll meet someone in a multiplayer game and they seem like super bummed out, bored, stressed, or they just simply don't enjoy the game that they're playing. And it's like, dude, the video games is way more than just a shitty shooting game with cheaters and glitches and terrible dev support or whatever. It's like a whole world out there. It's a whole medium. It's a whole, like, you know, and there's so many different genres and genre mashes of like different kinds of games. Like if you're into horror, if you're a story guy, a puzzle guy, like there's something for everyone. And like I think a large part of what I'm going to be doing when I play all of these games is I'm going to have something for everyone. You know, maybe a specific series wouldn't be like, someone might come and see me play the Legend of Heroes series and it's like, fuck this game, it's like so anime-esque, it seems like stupid and cringe or something, and it's like, that's fine, bro. But like I think there's a lot of overlap. If you like Tales, if you like Persona, if you like Final Fantasy, you'll probably like that game. Like, you know what I mean? Not that game, but those games. Anyways, well then, we all know that the Gestalian Empire is using its magic tech power to wage war. The question is, where did they get that power? I had Locke dig around for information. It seems the Empire has been gathering scholars from around the world to study espers. Narcissus Espers was the reason for the Imperial assault there. As long as you love doing it. I'm really good at like if you give me an experience, I'm really good at extrapolating or extracting the enjoyable aspects of it. Like I don't go and play a puzzle game and I'm like, yeah, the story in this puzzle game was shit. It's like I understand what the puzzle game is trying to stimulate in me, and then it's just a matter of like, can I meet it halfway and like find enjoyment in it? Don't get me wrong, I have like formulated like a taste and preference. Like I do know, end of the day, I like shooting games more than fighting games. I like my RPGs more than racing games, you know, but I've dabbled in racing games, I've dabbled in fighting games, like, you know, and each and every one of those games, there was, I don't know, dude, like, it's just, I'm like, it's not to say I'm easy to impress or easy to please, but I kind of come in with pretty realistic expectations, like as to what I expect out of the experience. And there have been cases where games, like, there have been bad games. So off the top of my head, Devil May Cry 2, pretty mediocre game. DMC, Don't May Cry, the other Devil May Cry game, pretty mediocre game. Not a big fan of revisiting Kingdom Hearts. Certain Kingdom Hearts games are really bad, like Chain of Memories, I'm not a big fan of. Just the card battle system and shit. But you know, when it comes to and I could force myself through it, and then it's not even that. I could pretty much like play a game, and even though it's shit, I can kind of make fun out of it. You know how they say like you can play a shit multiplayer game and then you can make it fun if you just play with your friends, and then as you're playing through it, because you're with your friends, it kind of becomes more enjoyable. That actually happened with me with Resident Evil 6. Resident Evil 6 was actually a pretty shit game. It's all style but no substance. Visually it looks great, gameplay, movement mechanics, it's all cool. You're like dashing, jumping on the floor, Leon's doing like some cool maneuvers and shit, but the game itself was not even remotely scary. The action segments was just Resident Evil 5 on full blast, and like the only real reason I enjoyed that game was because I played it co-op with my friend, and he's like a Resident Evil expert, so we're just having interesting back and forths about it, and we're just kind of making the most out of something that was kind of mediocre, you know what I mean? So there's stuff like that you can definitely do to kind of make the experience still enjoyable. It's all in the you know, it's all in the mind. Anyways, Narcissus Esper was the reason for the Imperial assault there. I keep like detoured. Are you saying there's some kind of connection between Espers and Magitech? Espers and Magitech, only one possible link comes to mind. You don't mean the War of the Magi. No, that's impossible. I'm like sitting here confused. My grandma used to tell me bedtime stories about magical machines. Hard to believe those stories are true. You're saying we're on the verge of a second War of the Magi? It's only a guess. The war took place 1,000 years ago, and every historian has a different hypothesis. But one says that energy drained from espers was used to power machines. Energy drained from... Oh, okay. And that only ordinary humans were also infused with that same energy. Why did I say only? Whatever. That's what Magitech power is. If we're gonna fight Magitech enemies, we need Magitech weapons of our own. No, that would bring about another War of the Magi. Then what do you propose? I was wondering if we might be able to have a chat with an Esper. With an Esper? It's risky, but that Esper reacted to Terra before. Is the band? Oh, I think the band's like super loose. So it's like my head is just at the top part. I don't know. It keeps like sliding. Happy New Year to you too, man. We made it. 2024. COVID's gonna come back. COVID 5.0 with the vengeance. COVID's it's gonna be like a dystopian. It's gonna be like Fallout 5, bro. I don't know. It's like I've seen so many like comments and like I don't know, like a YouTube post or a video or whatever or Instagram post, and like some of the shit people are saying is like it's like really doom and gloom. It reminds me of like, you know, remember when 2012 was gonna be the end of the world, and like it's like the Mayan calendar like predicted this, and then you have games like Assassin's Creed coming out trying to like play off of that storyline, like incorporating it in their own game's lore and shit. And it's like so many people are convinced that was gonna happen, and then I'm just sitting there like, all right, cool. Then nothing happens, and it's like, dude, if I'm not even that old, but I've seen that happen so many different times that it's like I can't even. I'm like super desensitized to everything at this point. That's how I feel. But honestly, in terms of like in the macro, I hope 2024 like we kind of get out of a more like we get out of a, what do you call it, well, I was gonna say repression. We get out of a bit of a depression and the economy kind of goes up, and then basically everyone starts finding their place in the world again, and people aren't just completely, you know, panicking because things are crumbling around them, whether it's them getting laid off or losing jobs or businesses are shutting down or CEOs are inappropriately touching people or whatever it might be. Like there's just controversy all over the place, drama all over the place, especially with like social media and the internet. It's kind of like a magnifying glass or like a spotlighting effect where basically like if you look, you will see. It's kind of like staring into the abyss. If you don't look, kind of like ignorance and bliss, you kind of just go around, just live your life, work out, hang out with your fam, go out on a date, chill with friends, play video games, read a book. But if you're on like social media, on Twitter, like scrolling, the algorithm's just constantly pushing like negative news and stuff, then yeah 2024 it's not going to be looking so hot for a lot of people. I'm just saying, it's like interesting psychological effects. Fantastic game, enjoy, man. Yeah, this game's a GOAT, but it's not a bigger GOAT than Final Fantasy 7. As much as I love Kefka, Sephiroth is that guy, and he's definitely gonna showcase that in Final Fantasy 7 Rebirth. The dude's gonna show us all how fucking how crazy his god complex is. Dude became the fucking, I don't know if y'all know your references for Square Enix, but he's like basically the Dream Devourer from fucking Chrono Cross. I noticed that a lot of what they're doing in Final Fantasy's remake, it's a remake slash sequel hybrid. It's like they're taking a lot of notes from all of their older products, not just other Final Fantasy games, but I see a lot of Chrono in that with how they're doing. If they add time travel and shit too, like with the 2 different timelines, I don't know if they're gonna execute it properly, but here's open. As long as they don't do the kind of mistakes Kingdom Hearts did, where Kingdom Hearts kind of just threw it in there and then basically added no real proper exposition and explanation to really cement down like how everything works, or it's like too abstract. It's like too abstract where it's kind of like magical and magical seeming, and I guess that's appropriate because Kingdom Hearts is kind of like that in its lore, where it's like people don't die apparently. It's like they lose their heart, the heart turns into a heartless, or no, the heart goes to Kingdom Hearts and then how the fuck, I don't remember, but like the empty body shell turns into a nobody, like some next shit, and it's like, I don't know, man. It reminds me of Digimon. It's like Digimon don't die apparently, they like reincarnate in form of an egg or some shit. Don't quote me on that. If you're a fan of Digimon and that's wrong, then, you know, I don't know my shit about Digimon. But the only time I remember Digimon is I've only seen like first 2 seasons of the show and the movie, and I played like maybe Digimon World 1 and 2, and that's it. I haven't played any of the new Digimon games. Who knows? I heard good things about some of the newer ones. Anyways, I gotta focus. All right, what was Bandon saying? They're like in an important meeting and I'm like getting distracted every 2 seconds. It's risky, but that Esper reacted to Terra before. If we can get it to react to her again, we just might be able to wake it up. Do you really think that would work? I can't say for sure, but I believe it's our best shot. Of course, we can't do anything without Terra's help. Terra. The more I play this, the more I'm remembering. I'll do it. I'm not entirely sure I understand the plan, but what the hey? This sounds like it'll be fun. What was that? That noise just now. Bannon, sir. Is he gonna die? Oh, I knew it. Ah! It's like a fucking cliche trope or whatever you want to call it. They're having an important meeting and like the soldier runs in like, Your Highness, and he just dies. He keep like bearer of bad news. South Figaro. What's wrong? What's happened? The Empire's taken South Figaro. They're headed this way. So they found us. We haven't a moment to lose. Locke, I know someone has to sneak into South Figaro to slow down the enemy, right? Oh yeah, okay, I remember this. I mentioned it earlier. Just like I remember like an infiltration segment. This is right up your alley. We're counting on you. Terra, wait for me. I won't be gone long. And watch out for a certain lecherous young king who shall remain nameless. The guy moves in like a hawk. Locke! Can't wait till in Final Fantasy VII. That's like... So if I had to say what my most favorite Final Fantasies were, it'd be Final Fantasy 7 and 10. I really like a lot of them. Don't get me wrong. So I'm not saying like I really like 8, I really like 9, I really like 6. I might as well just say I like all of them. It's easier to just say the ones I don't like. I don't like Final Fantasy 2. If you seen my stream of that game, I was like so annoyed that like basically the very first boss in that game is like all physical resistance, so you have to have magic, but I only had black magic on like one of my people, so I ran out of MP, and it's like I'm sitting there just useless in the battle. Edgar, old habits die hard, eh? What about us? We can escape down the Leth River and make our way to Narshe. I'm curious about that Esper they found in the mines. Very well, I'll ready the raft by the back entrance. It's risky, but we don't have much of a choice at this point. It's not safe here. Come, hold on, give me a second. Never mind. It's probably like fireworks or something. Or like, I don't know, people are celebrating, so it's not safe here. Come with us to Narshe. It could be a chance for you to gain a better understanding of your abilities. We've no time to dilly-dally. Let's make for Narshe. Happy New Year, 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 Happy New Year. Another year closer to death. Wait, who's underleveled? Banon? Banon's an oracle. What's an oracle? You have no magic, dude? Pray. Oh, he's like Rosa. Oh, is he? Oh, so he's gonna be healing me? Alright, cool. Alrighty. Oh, we're coming up to the real octopus. Here we go. This raft will carry us to Narshe. Hop aboard the raft? Yes. Head towards Narshe while protecting Banon at all costs. If Banon falls in the battle, the journey's over. Okay. I'll just have him spam pray. And just auto battle it. Straight or right? Okay, cool. Straight. I wonder how long this game is gonna take me. That 70-hour that I clocked in on my previous save file, I'm trying to think of why it took me 70 hours. I'm thinking I idled, but I don't know. Here, let me check how long it's gonna take. How long to beat? Final Fantasy VI. 34 hours for the main story, 40 and a half for the main plus extra. Completion is 61. Okay. And then 7, Final Fantasy 7 is 36 and a half, 50 hours, and then 82 hours completion is. The only thing I don't think I want to do in Final Fantasy 7 is get all the blue magic. I'll probably get like the really good ones, like what's it called, White Wind or whatever, or Mighty Guard. It's not gonna matter by the end of the game, to be honest. Materia system, so it's so fun, and like I'm like one of those people that I am a fan of battle systems that if you know what you're doing, you can basically break it and abuse it and like come up with so many different ways to cheese boss encounters. Makes me feel so smart. Can I go in my menu? Oh, okay, cool. Because this guy should be in the back. Oh, he already is in the back lane. Cool. And then you do that, and we don't want to use a tent, do we? Wait, do tents fully heal? Oh, okay, so they got rid of cottages. Because before they had sleeping bag, tent, and cottage, and then cottage was the one that fully healed you. Oh wait, there's a sleeping bag right here. Fully restores one person's. Oh, that's interesting. So is it random? Yeah, they got rid of cottages, and sleeping bag. Cottage's function is now tent, and then sleeping bag is different. I don't remember it fully restoring. I thought it was just a little amount. I don't even remember which Final Fantasy that was. Final Fantasy 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, let's see. We're probably gonna give. Where's the? Yeah, this thing. Gonna give that to Sabin, so he's like gonna do a lot of single target. Because I was just doing auto crossbow, but we're gonna have him have that, and then sure. Wait, that took away my shield? Okay. She could have this. And then don't petrify, so you can use magic, I guess. Who has the highest defense? This guy, so you should have Knight's Code. Oh, I have 2 of these? Whoops. Alright, then you get the other one. The twin brothers are going to be defending the rest of the team. And then you can get this one. We're going to be encountering a boss just now. Technically iconic. I say technically because it doesn't actually have that much appearances. Alright, let's go. I don't know, I'm like saving like 80 times for no reason. Thank God for auto battle. Oh, okay, cool. I'll just go with the game's advice. I mean, the guide's advice. Says to move all these people to the back row because this bitch can one-hit KO front row people. Good to know, fam. And I'm not gonna... I'm like one of those people that do make separate save slots for like bosses. Because if I ever want to like revisit and face the bosses. So like, what do I even have? Like, what the heck? Oh, is this the train? Oh, this is the train. Okay, so what would this one be? I don't even understand what are some of the save slots I make in the previous games too. I honestly feel like sometimes I just make a separate slot save for no reason. Okay, whatever. We don't really need to do it for this. I don't care. I mean, we could. Why not? Record. Is it recording? Alright, cool. Yeah, just gonna keep auto battling. Pretty good. Especially you can spam pray command and just keep healing. Basically everything would just get crushed. I should try to do shorter games to longer games again, because certain games I have, like Devil May Cry games in general are pretty short, and Devil May Cry like 1, 2, and 3 I'm not gonna even bother 100%ing, so I just really need to play through it once. Same thing with other character action games like Bayonetta, and then Bayonetta. Oh, hey, what have we got here? Yeah, Bayonetta, I don't have any other real reason to 100% it unless I get the Steam version. This is Ultros, the comic relief octopus. first one. Making me do Street Fighter commands, man. Okay, if he's blind, that doesn't make him miss the pray command. It should be good. I'm not gonna read all of Ultros' dialogue. The dialogue speed is really fast, actually. He's usually just talking nonsense anyways. Youch! Seafood soup is not on the menu. Making me hungry, bro. I could go. I can. Red Lobster. Red Lobster. I was just thinking about like seafood and. I mean, I should be able to auto battle this. It's like using a Kamehameha. Sploosh. Blub blub. Think it got the point? I wouldn't bet on it. It's probably just hiding down there. See, listen to the music. I told you, it's like some comic shit. Like comedy shit. Ew! Something stuck to my leg. Terra, get away from there. We should be alright now. Yeah, leave it to Japan to always make the tentacle creature do something to the female party member. 8 armed freak. I'm gonna smash it with the blitz. No, Sabin! Out of my way, Edgar. Well, he's always been a bit rash. Sabin. Oh, he'll be fine. Are you sure, Bannon? Wait, what are they talking about? You're his brother. You should know better than any of us. Any second now, he'll flop back up onto the raft, right as rain. He's literally still there, though. That's why I'm tripping out. You heard the dive sound, but he didn't dive in. Oh, he disappeared. What was that, a bug or something? Wow. I'm like, why are they acting like he's not there? It's like, oh, I heard the diving sound. Think he missed the onto the raft part. Haha. Sabin! Sabin, you're on your own now. Sabin! And now the party splits up. Okay, there we go. Edgar and Terra race towards Narshe while protecting Bannon. But what of Sabin, who was swept away by the raging waters? And how is Locke faring after having penetrated the Empire's defenses in South Figaro? Is all going according to plan? Choose a scenario, Kupo. Obligatory Kupo. And this is the part where the game branches to 3 different paths. It's actually pretty cool because this is like the first time they've done it. You'll see this sort of thing in future Final Fantasy games. It just depends. Trying to think. 7 kind of does it. Oh, 8 does it for sure. But it's not like this where you can choose between 3 scenarios. It's more like your party splits. So in 8, your party splits into 2. And then in 9 you split into 4, but you only play 1, I think. Some shit like that. But they play with this idea later on down the line. But this is like a... Oh, Mog. It's Mog again. Mog is everywhere, man. Do you have any items I can steal from you this time? Yeah, anyways. We're gonna save. We're gonna make a save here. And, yeah, we're gonna figure out what we should do. Who should we do first? We're just gonna go with the guide order. Yeah, let's just go left to right. Sorry, I just couldn't resist. We're in, like, the world of darkness. The void. With the Empire's troops in hot pursuit, Bannon, Edgar, and Terra ride the rapids towards Narshe. But the going won't be easy. Okay, I didn't want to actually pick this. Whoops. No! Where's the soft reset square? I can't soft reset. Sorry about that. I thought it was gonna like give me a description and then say, do you want to go through with it or whatever. Okay, but we're gonna do lock first. Weep, 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 weep. Stupid me. There's no soft reset in like in like the PS1, PS2 era of Square Enix games. So like the Final Fantasy games, Kingdom Hearts games, and probably other stuff. If you like held L1 L1 R1 L2 R2 and then like start in square or something, it'll reset the game. And it's kind of sad that they don't have it, or maybe they do have it. I just come on Square, give me the nostalgia juice that I've been waiting for. It's 2024. All right, no, it doesn't work. Who knows? Maybe like maybe it's because of the pixel remasters, but maybe Kingdom Hearts might have it. I don't know. It's like I'm thinking of some of the releases, but like the PC versions might be different because 7's PC version is different. 8 remastered. So Final Fantasy 7 and 9, the PC versions are actually pretty unique. So on consoles, they basically had Final Fantasy 7 and 9, and then the cool thing about those versions of the game is like it had modifiers where like you like press L3 and it's like 3 times speed. You can press R3 and it's like limit break, like you have like you can't die and all your gauges are just maxed out. So like in 9 you'll just keep going trance, in 7 you'll just keep getting limit breaks, and then there's one with like no encounters. And then they made Final Fantasy 8 remastered, and then that has all those things too. But on PC, on Steam, only 8 is equivalent to the console remaster that they made. It's like pretty much, if anything, actually, Final Fantasy 8 remastered on PC has more options, like more modifiers, if I recall correctly. Kind of vaguely remembering. I think it does. But 7 is like a PC release, and then 9 is like a PC release too, and like it's pretty different in a lot of ways. But I've gone through them. They're good. There's nothing necessarily wrong with those versions of the game. There is like a YouTube channel that I watched that like basically breaks down all the differences, like, or like important differences between all the versions of like each of these games. Not just these games, they do like other games too. And I remember when I was looking at which one was it? Was it 7? I think it was 7. I think like ultimately, like I know 7 can be greatly improved because of mods and stuff, but I think ultimately 7's console versions were pretty good. And like maybe arguably inferior to the PC version if you're like a casual player. But I could be wrong about that. I just can't remember. Hold on. What about 10? No, 10's version's the same as the Vita and the PS3 remasters. 12? No, 12 is the same thing as the Zodiac remaster, whatever. I don't know. It's whatever. Doesn't matter. They're playable. They're not like, as long as it's not game-breaking bugs and like horrible performance. Like I've heard bad things about the Batman games, Batman Arkham Asylum, Arkham City, Arkham Knight, Arkham Origins, or whatever. Uh, all like the PC versions seem to be shit apparently, and I was like, dang, I bought that Humble Bundle for $20 and they just handed to me pretty much all the Batman games on a silver platter. And I was like, oh yeah, that's sick. I'm stoked. But I'm like wondering, like maybe if I do get around to playing it, it's like, what if it's like not resolved? I can't recall specifically if I read anything online that said like Batman Arkham Asylum and stuff is like in good condition. But I'm hoping if anything, I hope they fixed it down the line, or I hope like community patches, mod support kind of help fix it. If not, there is a real chance that for this channel specifically, I would probably drop certain games. I don't like having to do that, but honestly, a good example is Bethesda games. If I play Fallout 3, for example, or New Vegas, and then basically run in, or actually no, not those games, I might make an exception depending. Uh, Actually, whatever. I'll say for all of them. I'll put all the Bethesda games in under one umbrella. All right, Skyrim, Elder Scrolls Oblivion, each and every single Bethesda game I played. I played Elder Scrolls Oblivion, Skyrim, Fallout 3, New Vegas, Fallout 4. All five of those games I've had run ending or quest line ending a type of bugs and glitches and stuff, like basically stuff that I've never experienced that happen to me in other games. Like I'm hoping that since it's on PC, I've heard at least with the Bethesda games, there's a lot more workarounds because you can do console commands and stuff, and then also like patches, mod support, that kind of stuff. But there is a chance that I might pick up one of these games and play it, and then in the process I'll like hit a bunch of obstacles and have all sorts of issues, and then I'll have to like make a executive decision as to whether I continue or like try to fix it or like whatever. Like off the top of my head in Fallout 4, um the whole Minutemen, is it Minutemen? I think they're called Minute. Yeah, the whole Minutemen quest line was unbeatable or unprogressible for me because oh, Happy New Year. The Minutemen quest line was unplayable or like unprogressible for me because that guy Preston Garvey, he disappeared. Like I don't know what the fuck happened to him. He like disappeared, and I had to like load like a way earlier. I loaded so many different saves to try to see if I can find him, and no, it's like he was actually gone from my game way earlier than I would have realized. And it's like shit. So what I ended up doing is I ended up doing everything else that I wanted to do in that run, and then later on I went back to that old like an old save where he exists, and then I just quickly did the Minutemen quest line. I kind of sped through it, and then after all was said and done, I shot him with the Fat Man nuke because fuck that guy. But yeah, if stuff like that happens to me, like let's say I've heard things really bad about Arkham, is it Arkham Asylum? One of the Batman games, I recall seeing so much articles and posts about how bad the port job was, and it's like how salvageable is it at that point? And then it's like if it's beatable, okay, but if it's like really bad performance and like buggy and all sorts of stuff can kind of like run end runs and stuff like that, and it happens to me because I have really bad luck when it comes to that stuff, then I'll probably just kind of be like, yeah, we're probably gonna drop this series, or if anything we'll try to see it through to the end, but the review score is gonna be pretty mean. Like it's gonna dock some points off that shit. But it just depends. I don't really know what to expect for some of the PC games that I'm planning to play. Thankfully the ones I'm really interested in, like the high profile stuff in my eyes, are all like good. I at least kind of confirmed it. But I can at least say one game I can't even do is Strider. That Capcom Metroidvania game that they made, the Strider game. So I went basically when I had a AMD graphics card, the RT 6900T or whatever the heck it's called, or I don't know what the name is. It's 6900T or XT. It's equivalent to a 3080. So when I switched to a 3080, it was a lateral movement. I had to do it because I was having so much problems that I thought that maybe if I switched to a NVIDIA graphics card, it'll ultimately resolve it. And yes, it did. It solved all my issues pretty much, like literally just switching it up. Maybe the graphics card was breaking. I don't fucking know. Who knows? But maybe it was driver issues, and just ultimately I don't really know. I tried my best to troubleshoot it, and I thought I fixed it, but then I didn't fix it, and just everything seemed temporary. But one of the games was Strider, and Strider was probably my worst PC game experience because it's practically unplayable. I actually have a review, like a buyer beware review. I actually bothered to post it on Steam, like warning people that like I think it's based on newer generation CPUs and newer generation graphics card, one or the other or both or something, but that game doesn't function. If it does function because you found a workouts, it crashes like fucking crazy. So when I had the AMD graphics card, I was able to at least boot it up, but it required me to do something with my Ryzen CPU. Like I remember going like through a program and changing something. I was like based off like advice in the forums, and it did boot up and start to work and all that stuff. And then basically I had to keep playing the game despite having it crash. And it was really, really, really bad because the final dungeon, I could not make it to the end of the like the boss at the end, and then clear it without it crashing somewhere along the way. And it got to the point where I did so many things. I like lowered the resolution. I did it windowed. I'd have all these settings low. I tried every single thing I could think of, anything I read on the internet to try to make it not crash, just so I can clear it, like just so I can like beat it. And it got to the point where I basically memorized that whole entire thing, and I was basically speed running the last segment of that game, just because of how many times it crashed over 50 times. I'm not even kidding. And like all I got lucky on one of the runs and I managed to clear it, and then boom, um I had to do it one more time because there's a speedrun achievement. And then when I made it to that same part, same fucking issue, dude, same fucking issue. I couldn't even beat it after like maybe like 20 plus attempts. And then I don't remember, I can't remember what I did specifically to resolve it, but basically I did something to the CPU and I did something on the GPU settings. I can't remember specifically, and I think that's what ultimately like let it crash less, so I had enough time to actually beat it. And then basically once I switched my graphics card to a 3080, the game doesn't work. It like legit doesn't work. Even if I do the CPU thing, even if I do the GPU thing, it just would. If I go on Steam right now and install that game and double click it, it won't launch. And I've already done the game, like finished everything. It would have been nice to cover that game on stream. It's not a bad game. I like the game. The only real way I can do that game is if I get access to a PS5, because I could just I have it on console as well. So, and at least that won't crash. So, but yeah, like stuff like that would definitely deter me. But I could potentially try to troubleshoot it and like try to persevere and like try to fucking do it. And but it really depends. I've heard some really, really bad horror stories for like PC versions of games, and like it seems like it's worse than console equivalents, because I think it makes sense to the logic makes sense to me at least. But you wouldn't be able to have a game just be broken on consoles. I don't think they'd allow that. Whereas on PC, it seems like it's possible. It seems like the Capcom did not give a fuck. I don't know what it is with it, you know. And then Bethesda too, bro. Like Starfield, like I don't know what is up with that game, but trying to do it at 1440p does not help. But I'm pretty sure even if I lowered the resolution, it wouldn't solve my problems. And then ultimately what happened was with combination of all the lack of features, that game doesn't have a FOV slider. I think it does now. It didn't have DLSS. It didn't have all sorts of different things to at least try to like make it a bit more easier on the PC so I can get more frames. At the end of the day, I care about the frames, bro. I care about having more than 60 frames at the minimum, and I care about it not fucking fluctuating so much, because I'm very sensitive to like those kinds of things. Well, consoles all have standardized hardware. Yeah, they have standardized hardware. They go through a certification process, and like I'm pretty sure Sony and Microsoft would not allow those games to stay on the store if like, you know. So in this case, it seems like because I'm on newer hardware, Strider just isn't compatible in some way, and it's like I don't know, dude. Like, there is no fix that I could find that like ultimately helped make that like a more palatable experience. I just kind of endured. But yeah, that was probably my like nightmare for years so far. And I'm kind of worried because um specifically Bethesda games, me and Bethesda, I like Bethesda games, bro. I'm not even trying to hate. I love Fallout. I've loved Skyrim. I did all the fucking I did the dumb Kamehameha build in Skyrim because I was an idiot. But I remember specifically on PS3 Skyrim, I had to do all these things to like clear RAM or whatever. Like you have to like sleep for 2 weeks. It clears the whole world. And my whole game was like a slideshow. It was like not 30 frames, not 20 frames. It was like sub 10 frames. And I was like trying to get through. I'm like trying to get through and beat it. I'm like trying my hardest to like get from place to place. Even Oblivion, I actually, y'all know Blockbuster, RIP. Blockbuster used to have this service where they would use like this device. It's like a disc, it like cleans the disc, it fixes scratches, stuff like that. I basically went to them like probably 3 different times for so many different Bethesda games. Oblivion was one, Fallout 3 was one. I had a run end in Fallout 3 at Little Lamplight, and then I had a run end in Fallout 3 in, I don't remember what the place is called, but it's like it's a little bit after the Little Lamplight section. It's like a, I can't remember what the place is called. If I play the game, I would recognize it though. I would know what the place is, and like I'd had to start over and stuff. Doesn't explain everything, of course. I have a 4060 Ti and Baldur's Gate 3. I'm assuming that's Baldur's Gate 3. Baldur's Gate 3 will crash for me in the main city. See, that's not good, bro. Baldur's Gate 3, I really, really want that game to kind of be a clear-cut, clean experience for me. Like, you know, seeing the reviews and the score and everything, it's like, I was even thinking of playing 1 and 2, but I'm not sure if I can do that. It's part of me really, really wants to, because I would, like, definitely benefit from, you know, any sort of carryover and lore and like reappearing characters and stuff, but they might be a little bit too old for me. But we could try it, I guess. Those games are pretty cheap when they're on sale. But yeah, like that stuff on consoles, you know, it's your typical offenders. Like Bethesda's usually the one that's like that. Maybe the games that are like really ambitious, like these big open world games like Witcher, I had a lot of performance issues. So I'm hoping when I'm on PC, I'll basically I hope it's just smooth sailing right out the gate, so I don't have to think too much about it. But then if there are issues, I hope it's as simple as just lowering settings, like performance wise, like lowering settings and stuff. And if it's not gonna be that, I hope at least there's like I can troubleshoot it. Like my friend told me that for Fallout games you can use console commands on PC, so you could like pull up a wiki page and then it's like, oh, for this typical issue you could just some shit like that, and it's like, oh, okay, cool. That, like, you know, gives me a little bit more confidence. Anyways, Locke has worked hard to stymie the efforts of the Imperial troops in South Figaro, but now he desperately needs to escape. So he's like a thief and a ninja. Damn it, gotta make tracks and get to Narshe. I wonder how Witcher 3 is gonna be on PC. Assuming my PC doesn't blow up. There's a lot of games. I'm looking through them right now. Okay. Oh. Stay away from those armored soldiers. They'll kill you just for talking to them. This is the best Final Fantasy game in my honest opinion. Love IoT. Oh, loved it back in the day. I'm assuming that's a typo. Yeah, honestly, it's like in the world, in the realm of, like, in the fan base of Final Fantasy, the games that I usually hear being like the best, it's usually 6 and 7 the most. And then there's like a subset of people that really like 9, actually, like really, really like 9. And then I'll see people like 10. Then there's obviously people that really, really like 14. But I rarely hear people say 1, 2, 3. I don't actually hear much people that like prefer 5, actually. 4 gets love. And then 8 does not get love, unfortunately. It's like kind of like, I don't know, dude, like maybe because it like lives in Final Fantasy 7 Shadow. It's like how do you follow up that, right? Yeah, I really like 8, bro. Honestly, it's much easier for me to just say the ones I don't like. Like, I actually don't like. Like, it's just Final Fantasy 2. And then everything, like, if I do a tier list, I could kind of say, like, really, really up there for me would be 7, 10, 4, 5, 6. I want to put the between 4, 5, and 6. I would say 6, 4, and 5. And then 9 and 10, I kind of put up there, like, alongside each other. People don't like the junction system, but it's like once you kind of understand how to abuse it, it's totally fine. Like, I don't mind it. You're that infamous thief, Locke, aren't you? Oh, now that was just plain rude. I'm a treasure hunter, and don't you forget it. I actually low-key, like, it's like daunting because it's a MMO, but I've missed out on Final Fantasy 11 because I was a kid and I couldn't afford like a subscription, and I also didn't have like a gaming PC. I did have like that expansion pack for online PS2 games, but don't even ask me how I wouldn't even understand how I'd go about doing that. Back in the day, I remember playing Dirge of Cerberus online, unless I'm tripping and that's not a thing, but I vaguely remember something like that. Well, 5 didn't release in NA. Yeah, we only got 5 until Anthology on PS1. And 3 we only got until the DS remake. And then 3 we got the 2D version and the Pixel remaster, which is actually pretty late. Wait, take your clothes. No? Don't take your clothes? Alright, cool, fine. What am I supposed to do? Am I missing treasure? Oh yeah, there's a lot of treasure here. Oh, dang, I didn't. You have to actually steal his clothes. It's sad because, like, for me, I don't think I'd put 12 or any of the 13s or even 15, like, up there in that conversation. Can you, like, please steal? Sold his clothes too. Here we go. Form of a merchant. Birthday suit. They're a little tight, but the price was right. Oh, it actually is called birthday suit now. Okay, I don't want to read that. I want to figure out where the treasure is. Move, lady. I'm like too fast. Nope. No cider, then what are you doing here? Oh, that other guy with the cider. I remember that. My grandpa used to be a servant for the richest family in town. You're a merchant, right? Okay, go ahead. Thank you, little twerp. Oh, I've already been here. I'm so fast. Okay. Oh, yeah, okay. What are you doing here? Scram. Regardless, I can't wait to play all of them. Even 13, 12, and all those ones. I played them really recent, too. I've actually beaten... I beat Lightning Returns for my first time on PC, because that's actually one of the only Final Fantasy games I skipped. I just couldn't take it anymore, bro. It's like, I'm one of the things I liked about the Final Fantasy series where it was that, like, if let's say they came out with 7 and then you play 7 and you didn't really you didn't really like the vibe or the setting or whatever, well, they don't linger on 7 because they just start all over with 8, and then you play 8, and then let's say you didn't like 8 either because you didn't care about like the whole student military kind of vibe or whatever, and then boom, you go to Final Fantasy 9. It's like really medieval fantasy, and then a lot of people that may have not liked 7 and 8, they'll go play 9, at least they'll like 9, right? And then 10, same thing. 12, same thing. 13, they stayed too long. They stayed for a whole generation on 13, 1, 2, and 3. And like, I kind of felt like they're trying to do a lot of things to kind of recoup costs for the first game, from what I understand, like recycle assets, just trying to make sequels based off the initial, you know, investment on the first one. But like, it made it so the whole generation was a Final Fantasy whose world, lore, and cast of characters I didn't particularly love. So it's kind of like, and then you have Versus 13 kind of just dead there, and then you have them like just kind of Kingdom Hearts is like in a state of limbo or doing some bullshit spin-off stuff. It was pretty frustrating, to be honest. So like, I'm hoping Final Fantasy gets to the point again where you see how we had 15 and then they tried to stretch out 15 in a similar way, but in form of DLCs and stuff. It's like, no, man. It's like, we got 16. Give us 1, 2 DLCs, cool, within the year, but move on to 17, bro. And then after 17, move on to 18. Keep trying to just, you know, make a new cast, new themes, new setting, new everything. I think 7 isn't my favorite just because I didn't play it much, lol. My friends love 7. A lot of it is nostalgia, I think. I would admit nostalgia kind of drives me in a lot of ways for a lot of these games, but when I revisited 7, the gameplay, the materia systems, honestly, like one of the best systems they've had. Like people can shit on the junction system, sure. You can shit on Final Fantasy 9's like, I don't know what you call that system, but it's like you know, you equip weapons, get AP, and level it up. It's similar to Tales of Vesperia, actually. But like, the materia system made it so there's like so much flexibility, and there's so many cool ways you can break it, like especially with like Mimic and stuff. Okay, what am I doing next? I don't want to miss any treasures, bro. Why is it? It's just telling me how to. Oh, okay, I don't really care about that. I'll figure it out. What happens if I talk to them? Are they gonna fight me? Okay. Oh, is my shift up already? Great, I'll go take a break. Okay, this must be the way I should go. Wait, come back. You get back to your post. I like when I built my PC and I bought all the games on Steam and stuff, I played all the Pixel remasters. I did 7, 8, 9, 10, not 11, 12, all 13 games, and then that was the first time I beat Lightning Returns. And then 14 doesn't count, I skipped it. I was already caught up, even though I'm still behind on Endwalker now, as of now at least. And then 15, I started it, and basically the idea is I want to marathon the whole series before Final Fantasy 16 came out, but I could not finish 16 before 16. I could not finish this. I could not finish 15 before 16 came out, and then I said fuck it, I'll just go start 16. And then I didn't get to finish 16, and I ended up watching the rest of it on YouTube because like I had to know what happened. And 16 is actually really up there for me. I don't know if I'd call it an S tier Final Fantasy, but I think I'd give it an A tier. If Final Fantasy 15 is a B tier for me, then I would say 16 can't be B tier as well. It would have to be A tier for me. If not A tier, it's S tier. But S tier, I think after a bit of like a honeymoon phase, I kind of feel like okay, it could have. It's not one of the greatest, but it's definitely not like, you know. It's better than Final Fantasy 15. That's simple enough. Story-wise and everything. It was a complete package. It didn't leave any stone unturned. It was a pretty satisfactory, more than satisfactory experience. Oh, did he say Lady General? It seems our famous Lady General turned traitor. I hear that's Celeste. I heard they have her locked up somewhere in this town. I at least remember Celeste because you know, the famous scene with her. One meets. Okay. Oh, this guy doesn't want to talk to me? Why you trying to hate on me, bro? Okay, move. I'm going down here. Oh, this is the apple cider vinegar guy. Hey, you came to steal my cider, did you? You dirty little thief. Do I steal? Or do I beat him up? I want to stay at the green costume, no? Or wait, do I steal the cider? I can't remember, but let's see. Oh, no, I changed costumes. Whatever. I want the cider. Oh, okay, cool. Obtain cider. Items. I think you want this costume change, yeah? Oh, okay, cool. I just wanted the cider, but I can't remember how to go through this, but it's all good. Well, I have the cider, and I need to go to that old man, probably. There's no treasure? Okay, cool. As long as I don't miss treasure. And definitely some real secret items coming up. Yeah, I have a guide, so I won't miss them. The only real bullshit, this game doesn't seem to be as bad as Final Fantasy 12, because the original version of Final Fantasy 12 had those boxes where if you get them too early, you like it'll like make invisible treasure chests disappear or some shit, and like those are like some of the best weapons in the game. I'm like, that's ridiculous. No. I should go back. Yeah, why am I here? Honestly, I'm a big fan of this franchise, so like all of them are like really good to me in a way. Like, you know what I mean? I don't really think I've played many games where I'm like I like regret my time with them. Like some real mediocre trash RPGs, like let me see if I can think of. I'm not the biggest fan of the Atellar games. I like Atellar Iris 2. That's like, you know, but then I played Atellar Ryza and it was okay. I'm not the biggest fan of crafting systems. Maybe that's what it was. How do I go back? Oh, here. I'm trying to think of a really mediocre RPG game. Like actually mediocre. And yeah, I could say Final Fantasy 2 and like some of their spin-offs. I wasn't the biggest fan of Final Fantasy Type 0. I hated the story and like how it was like, what was the word? It was like patchy. Why did that word come up in my head? And then 13, I'm not a big fan of 13. 12, I make fun of 12 a lot. I don't like 12's story, but I like the gameplay of 12. Like I like the content and stuff. I like the gambit system and everything. Mediocre RPGs. Mediocre RPGs. Trying to think. Nothing's jumping out at me. I can like go to a franchise that has really good entries and then there's really shit entries. So like Kingdom Hearts, I could say Chain of Memories, both the original and the remake I didn't give a shit about. Coded is garbo. Coded is so bad. The 358 over 2 days, yeah, it's a DS game. Those are both DS games, so I just whatever, just go easy on it, I guess. I'm like trying to think, but it's not coming to me. I'm like thinking of Japanese RPGs more so. I mean, there's tons of mediocre RPGs, but we don't remember them because they're not memorable. That's true, but hold on. You know what? Let me look at my list, bro. I'll find something. There's definitely games that, like, I'm probably gonna play because maybe certain entries in the franchise are really good. And then, like, they just have, like, a 1-2 games that's, like, really shit. There's certain Tales games I don't like. Tales of the Tempest is dog shit. Tales of Zestiria, I agree with, like, the review scores, but it was alright. Nah, you're right. They're not memorable. It's like, and like the games in my list here are actually good enough to, you know, make the cut kind of thing. So I'm like seeing Xenoblade, I see Witcher, I see Tales of Vesperia, see the Legend of Heroes games, Shin Megami Tensei. Like, those are good. They're you know. Out of the Tales series, I think I only really enjoyed playing Tales of Vesperia, which I enjoyed. Why did it cut off here but not there? That makes no sense to me. Yeah, mind you, that's a based opinion because Tales of Vesperia is the best Tales game. Y'all can fight me to the death if you want. I put over 1,000 hours in that game. Listen. If a game gets me to import it from Japan and play through it based off of memory with the aid of some like Cooley's guide to basically, you know, all the new content and stuff, and I don't speak Japanese, I don't read it or anything, it's a sick game to me. All right, you know, what was that Xbox RPG where you were immortal? Lost Odyssey. I actually really like Lost Odyssey, so I really like their short stories, the 1,000 memories or whatever, 1,000 years of memories. Gameplay wise, it's like really turn-based in the Dragon Quest sense, where you just all choose your moves and then you all do your turn, if I recall correctly. But nah, that was actually pretty good. There was a RPG that was mediocre on Xbox, Infinite. Oh, Star Ocean. Star Ocean 1 is pretty mediocre, 2 is pretty good, I like 2. Star Ocean 3, I like it. 4 is really mediocre, and 5, I heard so much shit about it. I even have access to the game. My brother has the game, and I didn't even bother. That game is that franchise is not getting. There's a Star Ocean 6, I think, and I didn't. It just kind of came and went. And so some of Square Enix's newer entries in certain series that were good, like Valkyrie Profile, like Valkyrie Elysium, I heard was pretty mediocre. And that sucks, bro, because I would like for those games to do really well so they're like incentivized to keep making newer entries. Lost Odyssey, it was okay. Maybe a little bit better. Okay, I played it to the end. I low-key liked it because I think that generation Japanese RPGs were kind of not really, like, when you compare PS2 era to PS3 era, if you put it that way, it is a big dip in quality with their output. You know how like the developers are like complaining about they can't even make that transition because of like HD towns and stuff. It's like a meme for Final Fantasy 13. It was like a big meme. But you had games like Tales of Vesperia and Lost Odyssey on Xbox exclusive at the time, and I thought those were really strong entries compared to what was around. And maybe that is kind of like a perception bias, where it's like because everything else was kind of shit, you kind of just, and we're like so desperate and like starved and craving for more that we kind of made like these concessions in our mind to be like, oh yeah, Lost Odyssey was really great. I like Lost Odyssey though. It had a world map, great music, the short stories were really good. That's like a highlight for me. And then I wasn't the biggest fan of the gameplay because I don't like really strict turn-based, like the old school kind of turn-based, where you know, you all choose your moves and then you all make your moves. I like how Final Fantasy little by little made it more active, like ATB type of shit. Cider, glug. Secret passage? Well, yes, there is a tunnel from here to the mansion on the north end of town. Go downstairs and tell my grandson the password. It's I forget. Is the password Wild Rose? Yeah, Star Ocean. There you go. There's your mediocre RPG franchise right there. Unfortunately, it has so many different entries, and it peaked at number 2 and 3, in my opinion. The password is... Rosebud. It's probably not this. It's probably this. There you go. I don't know. Probably like some NPC would give you some sort of indication. Oh, there is an item. Okay, cool. Persona games only started to get really good after 3, 4, and 5. 1 and 2 were not that good. And 2 was kind of weird because they had a whole thing with Hitler. But aside from that, those are pretty mediocre. The only Valkyrie profile I think I remember playing to the end was the first one, Valkyrie profile Lenneth. I played the other one, Simira or whatever, but I don't recall beating it. There's another Xbox game that was actually pretty mediocre. I never actually played or played it. It's Infinite Undiscovery. And then there's another one, what's it called? The Last Remnant? The Last Remnant? The Last Remnant. They remastered. Yeah, this game. Yeah. Okay. That game too. Square Enix, you know, I'm not the biggest fan of Saga Frontier 1 and 2 either, mind you. So when they did the remaster for Saga Frontier, my brother was like so amped and excited about it, and I'm just sitting there just kind of like, yeah, I can see why you would like it, because he actually, like, when we were growing up, he like actually played it, saw it through the end. I didn't really like the disjointed character story kind of thing, and then just something about it, just, I don't know, like I was comparing it maybe to Final Fantasy 7 at the time, just like nothing could, like, a lot of games lived in Final Fantasy 7 shadow, and like Final Fantasy 7 was kind of that game that basically inspired a lot of copycats. In the context, I like to make this comparison because it's kind of true. In the world of shooting games, Call of Duty 4, it started something where so many different games wanted to be it. In the same way, in the PS1 era, Final Fantasy 7 started something where so many companies wanted to make a game, you know, to be it. Probably a good one is Legend of Dragoon, and I actually like Legend of Dragoon. I heard it's on PS4, PS5 if you get like a higher tier subscription or whatever, and then you can play it in form of a classic. And then I think they added trophies and stuff too, and I'm like, yeah, if I ever get access to a PS5, I would love to go through that game again. Who knows, it probably hasn't aged that well. He's like, what? Double slash. Okay, what was I doing? I keep getting distracted by my nostalgia. This is what happens when it's New Year's. I just think about the past. Okay, got the elixir. Cool. Oh no, I missed a treasure. I like how they have this counter and stuff. Oh, that's all the items. Not a single treasure chest, huh? The Imperial troops have turned this house into their headquarters. Alrighty. It's so quiet. Yeah, I'm glad that I didn't. Star Ocean 4 was brutal, bro. They had that really annoying girl character that the whole internet was hating on. I was like alongside them, just like, yeah, fuck that girl. Am I going in here? Star Ocean just lives forever in Tales of Shadow. Gameplay wise, I just generally prefer Tales of Vesperia, but then they started changing the Tales games where, like, I guess they tried to like casualize it or like make it like a little bit more streamlined, whatever the word is. So like Zestiria, Berseria. I like Berseria, actually. I really like Berseria. Zestiria, Berseria, and oh, I actually like Zestiria because Berseria retroactively helps that game because they're both related. like the lore and stuff. So it was pretty cool playing through those both. But Tales of Arise was pretty good, but it's still the gameplay direction. I really like Tales of Vesperia because I was playing that shit like it was Devil May Cry, making like all these combos, doing infinites and stuff. Yuri's just OP, man. And then in the PS3 version of the game, and then eventually those remasters, you know, that are based off that, Flynn and Repede and Yuri is just goated. Repeat. Oh, that's like a wind, like a draft. Yeah, all you can think about is the money, bro. Okay. Oh, okay, cool. Okay, hold on. I don't want to miss treasures, man. What am I doing? No. Meow, meow, meow. Me and my buddy were playing Vesperia. Oh yeah, see that's another thing too. Tales is multiplayer, bro. And like with Flynn, you can, you know how some people might want to fight over the really overpowered main character swordsman. Flynn's really good, bro. So it's like you can have, it's kind of like in Tales of the Abyss how like if I'll play Luke, or if not, you can at least play Guy. Guy's pretty good too. So it's like Vesperia had so many options. I actually really like playing Yuri, Flynn, technically Repede, and then technically Rita because she's like the sickest spellcaster ever. I played Rita and found some sort of Void Zero combo. Blah blah blah, tidal wave. Blah blah blah, tidal wave. That's all I remember about Rita, okay? Or the Meteor Storm spam where you like lower the frames. I remember I tried to spam Meteor on the Xbox 360 version or whatever, and like the frames tank. Remove disguise. Yeah. Oh, okay, we're gonna find that girl, Celeste. I can't wait to play Tales of Vesperia. On PC, I think they capped the frames. It'd be really nice if I can get that game at 120 frames, but Tales games seem to tie the frames to their physics, apparently, so it's probably just 60 frames, but that's okay. If I can find a way to, like, mod it and unlock it, that'd be nice. It's too bad that a lot of the old Tales games aren't, like, remastered, so I'd really like to play Tales of the Abyss again. The only way you can play that is 3DS. Yeah, 3DS would be the easiest way to play that. And then Tales of Legendia. People did not like Legendia, but yo, the thing I like about Tales of Legendia is the soundtrack. I know I've seen her before. Wait a second, she's one of the Empire's generals. Ooh, wait, spread 0. I actually don't remember that spell because I just know Tidal Wave and Meteor Storm. And I just spam that shit. But Rita's the go. Rita's actually like, especially because of like the over limit system, just having her cancel the incantations and stuff. It's like, honestly, that's like peak Tales to me. Maybe you can argue like other Tales are better in like the story, the character cast department, stuff like that. But Even has like the best cameo in my opinion. The best cameo battles. I'm a big fan of Tales of Symphonia, and I really like Kratos. So seeing that dude in that, and then having like the other villains and stuff too, it was a treat. Honestly, I was like so hyped when I first experienced that. Hold on. This is what happens to traitors. A Magitech knight forged by the Empire and tempered in battle. None have ever truly known the woman beneath the general's guise. Celeste. Cool. So the mighty Celeste has fallen. You see how they laugh? They just like shake their pixels up and down. And then later in Final Fantasy VII, the way they laugh is they shrug their shoulders like this. It's pretty funny. Oh, I didn't even read the dialogue. Kefka's planning to poison every last man, woman, and child in the kingdom of Doma. Shut up! Run that mouth of yours while you still can. Your execution's tomorrow. Keep a close eye on her. It's 2 a.m.? Whoa, what the fuck? Time flew, dude. I didn't even play the game really. Yes, sir. I can stand guard for days without sleep. Bro, it feels like maybe like 30 minutes ago I was saying this guy's on the pole like that. It feels like 30 minutes ago I was saying like the New Year's like 2024 shit. Jeez, time flies when you're talking and playing games. Oh, I don't want to miss any treasures, dude. Oh, it's a save point. Oh, you just don't. Okay. He's sleeping. The day toned down the scene, he used to hit her, if I remember correctly. I was thinking that too. I thought that was the perfect time for him to smack her. They might have, actually. The Pixel Remaster also has interesting translation errors, so it wouldn't surprise me. Just keep looking like a evil creep. And you are... Name's Locke. I'm with the Returners. You're a returner? or at least I was, General Celeste. Now I'm nothing but a traitor. Well, let's get going. You take me with you? No, I can barely walk. I'd never make it out of here. I think you're right. I think she got smacked silly. Oh, you used to have a punch to the gut? Jeez. I wonder how they depict that in like pixel form. I appreciate it, but even if you got me out, you wouldn't be able to protect me. I'm better off waiting here for the executioner. At least that way I'll keep my pride. I'll protect you. Trust me, you'll be fine. I remember her. She was a really strong character. Wait. This soldier might have something on him that could help us get out of here. There's a clock key in his pocket. Stealing is wrong. Locke, the thief. Take it. Old clock key. More soup, and maybe she gets punched in the gut later on in the game. I don't know. Maybe she get caught, like held captive again. Some bread too. Ooh, pace? That sign me up. The highlight of this game is easily the last boss. It's like too epic. I wanted to really do the Savage raid in Final Fantasy 14 of Kefka, because I never actually got to face you know, like all the final form. Because if you do it in the regular difficulty, whatever it's called, you just face him his regular form. Wait, why am I confused? Oh, okay. That time of night, man. We're in the AM where I'm just gonna be, even though I don't drink, I'm gonna seem like I'm drunk or high. Empty? How dare you? Wait, is that one of those treasure chests where I shouldn't open it? Guess not. Wind the clock. What opened up? Oh, this? I like this. Wait, what does Runic do again? Can't remember. No, don't kill Locke. You like action RPGs? Play the Souls series, Elden Ring? Yep. I've played every Souls game except for Dark Souls 2. I've played Bloodborne, Sekiro, Elden Ring. I've 100%ed them, or like got all the achievements or whatever. Yeah, what's interesting is the guide I'm using for the Pixel Remaster games, the guide doesn't seem to have the same thing as me. I don't know why. They basically give me directions as to how to navigate the whatever, but I'm like, wait, they added this as quality of life so you can see the pathways. You know, so I don't know what's up. Maybe it's the version they're playing or something, or I don't know. Yeah, I heard bad things about Dark Souls 2. I've seen a bunch of videos and reviews on it. I even seen that, like, it's like, oh, no, I need to heal. Oh, chill. What am I doing? I seen clips of, like, that one Mirror Knight where, oh, please. That one Mirror Knight, it's like you'll dodge it and you'll stab thin air and then it'll still hit you or some shit. That's, like, all I remember about it. I'm not against playing it, though. Just for completion's sake, to say I beat it, experience it. How bad can it really be? Like, it's probably, like, if those other games are 8 out of 10, 9 out of 10, that one's probably 7, 6 out of 10. Like, that's what it seemed like. I love me my character action games too, but I'm not sure how I feel about certain port jobs. From what I understand, like Ninja Gaiden, for example, I think it said you can't even play with the... You have to play with the controller, I think. I mean, I'm not complaining, but I would play with the controller with those types of games. Or like one needed to be online only or something. I don't know if they fixed that, took that out. But stuff like that I might come across might potentially be a problem. Even though I have no problem being online. I really want Bloodborne to be remastered and accessible. Bloodborne's probably my favorite Souls game. Period. Just because purely just the setting, gothic atmosphere, horror, dark, like Lovecraftian horror, Cthulhu. Just alien gods, insanity, madness. It was actually much more faster paced than pretty much every Souls game before it. Nah, it's not happening, bro. It's not. I'm sorry to break it to you. It's not. They're gonna leave that game in the dust like it's a Sony exclusive. They did a Demon Souls remake, and I never actually got around to beating it. I played it a little bit, and it looked really good. And I'm like hoping, fingers crossed, they do that for Bloodborne on don't say it. I'm hoping they'll do that for Bloodborne. I don't know, like, what? I remember people were saying like Demon Souls would never come to PC, and you could see that, right? Like they remade it, and that's not coming to PC either. And then Dark Souls, because it went multi-plat, that made sense that it came to PC. Dark Souls 1, Dark Souls 2, Dark Souls 3, Sekiro as well. So why not Bloodborne? I don't get it. You know? And it's arguably, like, in my opinion, I like medieval fantasy and stuff, but I get burned out of like 80 billion dragons trying to kill me. And Bloodborne was like one of a kind, dude. Just one of a kind. I felt like I was playing Castlevania done right or something. Because the whip. Okay. Stairs up and down. Was something about exclusive deal with Sony at the time, I think, but that expired. It was exclusive, wasn't it? Because Dark Souls 1 multi-plat, Dark Souls 2 multi-plat, Dark Souls... Then it was Bloodborne, and that was PlayStation exclusive. And then Dark Souls 3 multi-plat, And then Sekiro multiplat, Elden Ring multiplat. Even though it's like expired, dude, it doesn't seem like they're interested in going back. I don't know why. A lot of companies or developers or whatever aren't necessarily interested in like rehashing their, like remastering or porting their stuff forward. Like Naughty Dog's a good example. It's not like Naughty Dog went back and like, you know, made a new Jak and Daxter, or like, you know, they kind of move on to bigger things. And I don't blame them, because Last of Us is pretty good. Naughty Dog's pretty good though. They have a lot of games under their belt that I'm pretty fond of. Crash Bandicoot. Crash Bandicoot, bring me the crystals. The other thing was Bloodborne had a bunch of performance issues, so it would have been really nice if it had like a PC version. Like, I don't know. Well, then again, all the Souls games had performance issues. What am I talking about? It's just now that I'm on PC and I'm like, I became like frames obsessed. Like, I really like the buttery smoothness. I can tell the difference between 60 and 120. Maybe not so much 120 and 240. So 120 is like the new, like, standard for me. Like, I really just want all these actiony, high, fast-paced games to have one missing, like these fast-paced actiony games to be benefiting from the high frames. Devil May Cry at least seems, I think Devil May Cry is 120 frames. Remastering seems like a no-brainer though. Games already made, just do a few tweaks to port it and rake in some more cash. Perfect time to redo the PvP connectivity, etc. on Bloodborne. They can give it to that company that remasters a bunch of stuff really well, Bluepoint Games. They did Metal Gear Solid Snake Eater. They did Shadow of Colossus. What else did they do? Oh, they moved on to better things too. They're like actually doing their own games now. Did I get the ribbon? Secret in a secret? Did I get a ribbon? Oh. Is ribbon? Oh, I think ribbon's the last stretch. Oh yeah, it is the last. Oh no, you're right. Oh yeah. Oh shit, sick. You just saved me. That's exactly what I'm missing. It's right here. Oh! Stupid. That's what I get for using an analog. Right here. Good shit, man. I skipped past it through the guide too, like an idiot. But I probably would have noticed it, because it's the next picture. I just like me my pictures, man. Okay, we're done here, though. Yeah, 13, cool. And... she can get the ribbon. And then you can get this. Secret in a secret indeed. Yeah, I like walk down there. I'm surprised you remember. Like, you're out here a walking, talking guide pretty much. I'm hoping one day I have a chat like where so much people like know the game I'm playing inside out, where it's like I could just call upon you guys like a player aid. You know how like Nintendo did like a patent to like where if you like lose a lot, it'll give you like a super guide or some shit. It's like I want my chat to be that for me. Why are you helping me? You remind me a lot of someone. What's it matter anyway? I'm helping you because I want to. I remember because I went years without knowing that shit. Don't kill me. Oh, you probably played this a lot, huh? For this game, I probably only beat it, I can at least say 2 times. This is going to be my 3rd time. But I'm trying to think, because I tried it on GBA, but I don't think I finished that playthrough. Out of Final Fantasies 1 to 6, I've beaten 4 the most, and then 3 the least, which is understandable because that game didn't really, there's not a lot of versions of that game that I could have played, other than the DS remake and the actual Pixel remaster itself. And then what else? 5 would be the next one. Oh, 5 and 6 is around the same amount. And then Final Fantasy 1 and 2, technically I beat a lot because the GBA version, the PSP version, and Origins on PS1. And those games are short, so... We are done that place. Where to next? Oh, is he going back to the Returner's base? I think I am. Yeah, so I had the guide up, and I probably would have scrolled and seen that, like, the last treasure was actually just the same place, but you saying it is what triggered it, and I'm like, oh, yeah. Sick. Oh, my alert actually worked. Thank you for subscribing. I can't say your name. Okay, finally my alert works. Okay, so I think that confirms the theory. If someone subscribes to me, but they're not in my actual live stream while I'm live, it won't do the alert. And then basically, if the person is, what do you call it? If the person has their account private, it won't do it either, I think. Let's go back here, right? Dun, dun, dun. Oh, we're gonna be fighting a boss. For the longest time, I thought my alerts were broken, but now you're kind of confirming my theory. So the only way that alert will go off is if you press the sub button in the live stream window while it's live. If you're like watching another video and you subscribe, it won't do it. If you're watching a short and you do it, it won't do it. A VOD, it won't do it. It's only when it's live, which I guess makes sense. What's that noise? It's a recovery screen. What is that? Something's coming through the wall. What? Okay. I wasn't expecting to see this. Tunnel armor. If that thing hits us with its magic, they'll be scrubbing 2 big scorch marks off the wall. So what are we supposed to do? Don't worry. I'll draw its magic with my runic blade. And you'll be okay? Just you watch. Runic? Can I steal something? Probably not. It's like a robot. Am I supposed to keep spamming it? Can I use Blizzard? Okay, is this like a lightning rod type of move? Oh, yeah. Okay. Okay, cool. Not you, Google. Shut up. I said cool, not Google. I guess runic becomes useful later in the game too, but I never use it. Yeah, it's like a lightning rod type of mechanic, right? Where if they use magic, it'll just home in on her. But I swear she's really strong later in the game. Why do I remember her being like a pretty important part of my party? Who's OP in this game? Oh, they have the mime guy, so yeah, okay. Oh, we're done our first scenario. Cool. Completely negate spells. Yeah, that seems pretty OP. Especially since it's like, you know, Kefka trying to be a magic god or whatever the heck. Oh, wait, not that one. Whoops. Obligatory Kupo. She has high magic? Well, now we can't see that because we're moving on to the next thing. These guys. With the Empire's troops in hot pursuit, Bannon, Edgar, and Terra ride the rapids towards Narsh, but the going won't be easy. Really now? Why is Mog your favorite? Because he's a Moogle? Or is there something like is Mog like secretly the most OP character in the game? I can't remember what endgame's like in this game. I remember there's like a tower or some shit. I think one of the characters have dual cast. It's probably Terra. Oh, Cyan was pretty good if I remember right. And Mr. Auto Crossbow here too. Because he's a Moogle sums it up, yeah. We need more playable Moogles. We need like a Moogle that's like a pivotal part of the story. Or like the final boss or something. Or like a Moogle that like does like the heroic sacrifice. Anyone can get dual cast with the proper... Oh, it's a relic. Okay, cool. Offering? What is it? Like a heroic sacrifice. So in the story, Sephiroth is gonna come and kill Aerith, right? Or whatever. And he's gonna impale Aerith, and then the Moogle pushes her aside and takes... That's what's gonna happen in Rebirth. It's like... Oh yeah, Final Fantasy VII doesn't even have Moogles. Right? Wait. When do... Oh yeah, Moogles don't show up in that... They show up again in 9. Yeah, 9 they show up. Offering, what is it? Offering is a 4 times attack. Oh, okay. Like a 4x cut, like the material. I'd probably give that to Mr. Samurai Bushido, man. Boop, boop. Oh, we're going back to Narsh? Jeez. Oh, really? These... Okay, that was Narsh? Jeez. You're that Imperial officer from before. Please, I can explain. Get out of here now or you'll regret it. Oh, jeez, this smacked him. Let's not get hasty here. I'm King Edgar of Figaro. Liar! Poop! My goodness. And that, my friends, is why I can't stand men. It's like they don't even have ears. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Well, it's actually my fault for trying to investigate. They don't know that, though. I'm a 4th dimensional being that is controlling these characters. Well, 4th dimensional from their perspective. That's the Adventure Guild. Wait. We can use that. Heal. And then I guess we're gonna just go left. When Locke first rescued me, we came out of the mines right around here. He fiddled with something. Yes, he told me. Twist this stone like so, and... Cool. We're on the right track. Do we have treasures here? Some. Okay. Wait, if I'm gonna keep using crossbow, then I'll keep him in the back, but I'll put her in the front. But then again, she's magic, so you'd want her in the back too, but I guess not. because we're just gonna try to conserve MP. Why not have all in back row? I'm making her attack, so I was just gonna have her in the front. There's no real reason not to, especially if I resort, because you basically if you use the attack command and you're in the back row, it's less damage than if you were in the front row. That's basically it. He's doing long range with the crossbow. That guy's just on healing duty, and I'm trying to conserve MP, so she's just attacking. So she could be in the front, she could be in the back. How much magic does she have? Her MP seems like a lot. Oh yeah, she can kind of use it a bit more generously, liberally, or whatever. 126, and these are just 5 and 4? Not bad. Yeah. We'll see. It's not like it really matters too much. I'm not really like hitting any sort of difficulty spike. This game hasn't had a difficulty spike yet, but Final Fantasy V had like difficulty spikes. Garuda was one. Oh, the final bosses of 4, 5, and 3 were all pretty big jumps in difficulty. I don't think Kefka was that bad though. This must be the place. What place? I'd heard of a cave they used to test applicants to the city guard. This is it. We should be fine as long as we follow the light. If we make a mistake, lights will surround us. Then we'll have to tag the glimmering orange light to proceed. I didn't really understand anything you just said. It does seem like a lot. I'm like, in the previous Final Fantasy games, you can kind of burn through it a little bit easy, especially if you over-rely on it. Whoops. It's one of those things. They want me to time it. Wait, it started me over? Okay, let me read what he said. Oh, it showed me the path. I'm an idiot, bro. Oh no, I might forget that. I think I already forgot it. We could do something cheeky. We're gonna use the power of my OBS. Check this out. Oh, what? It's not working. Hello? Why didn't that work just now? Oh, hold on. This. Then move it here. Here, check this out. This is using technology to my advantage. I mean, I could use the guide that tells me the directions, but I don't want to do this. I'm an idiot. Oh no! Oh no! What? Fuck! Alright, we're gonna follow those squigglies. Alright. Oh, that is not helpful in the slightest. Alright, it's like, yeah. Yeah. No. No! Stop! Then it's like this. And then it's like... I'm trying! No! Okay, that was the wrong way. But we're good, we're good. No! It's because I went back. But we're sick like that, alright? Alright, here, that's how you do it. That was stupid. Whoops. The guide tells me what directions anyways, but I wanted an excuse to use that whiteboard. It's gonna come in handy. I have other stuff to kind of aid me in like games and stuff. So let's say I play a game and it's like, oh, the password is, hold on, where is it? Yeah, I have like a game notes thing. Oh God. It'd be like, oh yeah, the password for the locker is 7237, and then I can have it like up in the corner there. You know what I mean? But I haven't really had any real reason to use it yet. Wait, what did I write? What am I doing? This game kind of yeah, there's like all these random things I put in OBS to kind of try to make the experience, you know, especially if I'm like playing a game and like I know chat could potentially just memorize it, or I could just try to memorize it, but it'd be kind of cool to have that. There's some games with pretty difficult puzzles. Wasn't I here before? Yeah, it was. Especially like if it's like a math puzzle or something, or like wants you to remember like a sequence of numbers or something. Oh man, I have to do it. Koopo. This is, I mean, if they called it, if this is considered a village, I feel bad for them, because I'm like used to Final Fantasy V had them in a forest, and that's like, you know, these guys are just chilling in a cave for no reason. Oh, this guy ain't a permanent party member if I can't. I don't really remember him, so it kind of checks out. Okay, we're done for now. Wait, I was just here. I guess I go there. I'm looking forward to playing Final Fantasy VII Remake on PC. I really like that game. I know some of the fans had reservations about it because, you know, it's not like their idea of like a remake, but I'm like, I'm a Square Enix super fan through and through at this point. I'll take what I can get, okay? I'm that desperate. For the longest time, they just kind of played with the idea in form of a tech demo, and for all I know, they would never even actually go ahead and do it. So I'm actually glad that they're actually trying. And then the fact that it's gonna finish the compilation of Final Fantasy and then it ended up being a remake hybrid is pretty good, man. And then for people that wanted it remade in like the similar to the original format and aesthetic, I mean, technically Final Fantasy, what's it called, Ever Crisis tries to cover the basis of that, which is also on Steam for free. So I might end up going through that game even though it's a gacha game. Yeah, I'm a big fan of the battle system hybrid they went with. It's so cool to like have everything slow down and they're just kind of going everything in slow motion. The particle effects are like floating in the air. The music's honestly goated. Like that is one of the best soundtracks Square Enix have ever done. Arvis, how do things stand here? Narsh. Same as always. The town's neutral. I've tried to convince them to side with the returners, but it's no use. Of course, maybe with you and the King of Figaro here. How are the townspeople? Everyone's been a little on edge since the Esper was discovered. I don't even remember what the Esper is. It's not like some iconic summon, is it? We believe Terra may be able to help us get answers to our questions about the Esper. Well, the townspeople still have plenty of questions of their own. If we approach them in the right way, there's a good chance they'll agree to let her see it. That Esper is either going to save us or dig us an early grave. Tri-Touch. That name rings a bell, but that shit has not showed up in any previous Final Fantasy game, so... I don't know. This is the first appearance, right? And then I don't think that summon showed up in later games either. Let me see. Tri-Touch. Valagarmonda, also known as Tri-Touch, is an Esper in Final Fantasy VI. It just looks like you know that Thunderbird in Final Fantasy VIII? It's a guardian force or whatever. Quetzalcoatl. It's like the mythical. It's like a Quetzalcoatl. It's like a Thunderbird or something. It looks like Quetzalcoatl kind of just replaced this thing. Quetzalcoatl. It does not show up in any other Final Fantasy after this. Okay. They probably just, I don't know how they gauge that or assess that, but you know, maybe it shows up in Final Fantasy 12, but maybe there's kind of met the quota for whatever the heck that was. That Esper is either going to save us or dig us an early grave. We already read that. Quetzalcoatl. I think you fight that in like Final Fantasy 15 as well. Oh, that's a scenario? That's it? Jeez, okay, cool. Boop, boop. Boop, boop, boop. What is this? Is this Ultros? Bro, I don't need an Ultros save. Ultros is not even like a sick fight. I don't know. That's probably, but that was probably my rationale for not doing it the last time too. But Quetzalcoatl is only thunder though, based off an yeah, Aztec god. Okay, cool. Tri-Touch is a cool name because he encompasses the 3 elements. Oh, okay. Why did this not show up again? How did I just wonder how they decide that. You know what I mean? Like, it's so weird because almost everything shows up again. Ifrit, Shiva, Ramu, Quetzalcoatl. If not in form of a summon or an Esper or whatever, it might come like a monster or something, or maybe it's like a name of a weapon. I don't know. What do I know? What dire fate has befallen Sabin, who leapt from the raft after the fight with Ultros? We were just talking about Ultros. This is the longest. Oh yeah, it is the longest one. I remember what happens. I run a mobile item shop. At least get 10. Shadow's right there, so I guess the Shuriken's for him, but... Ultros is cool, though. Recurring comedic octopus antagonist. Wait, when's the next time? I remember also Ultros is a cameo battle in Final Fantasy 13 too, but where else has this idiot shown up? Oh yeah, Final Fantasy 14 he shows up. He doesn't show up anywhere else. 7, no. 8, no. 9, no. 10, no. 11, I wouldn't know. 12, no. Dude, this guy's gonna leave my party like every like 80 times or something, so I don't need to invest money in him like that. Here, join my party. Are you a traveler too? You don't happen to know how I could get to Narshe, do you? I got separated from my friends. The Empire has set up camp just beyond the forest to the east. The Empire? What are they doing here? They seem to have their eyes on Doma Castle. So Doma's next, huh? But I need to get to Nars right away. Your only road passes through Doma. I can take you there if you'd like. Just know that I may decide to leave you at any time. See, I was just saying it. He's like a dad that goes out for milk. Death is only ever a step behind me. I just like that he has a dog too. He don't care for nobody or no nothing. Oh, he's assassin. He's not ninja, he's assassin. Okay. Wait, you can't two-hand something? Oh, you're a failure, man. You had one job as a ninja to be able to hold a weapon in each hand, man. Come on, dude. Maybe he gets it later. Oh, okay. When we're talking about this, I was thinking, I'm like, isn't there like a line that's said about him? And then you just said it. He'd slit his mama's throat for a nickel. That's exactly. Oh, they nixed that line altogether. Oh, that's why I didn't see it. I thought it'll just show up later on or something. But it's supposed to be said when you see him at the pub, right? So if that's the case, then they did censor the other thing he said, the gut punch. I'm glad they didn't censor the like they didn't do anything with the scene with Celeste. I'm not gonna spoil it, but you know what I'm talking about with Celeste. What do I put? Wait, 81, 105. No, I'll give you the. Wait. How come I don't see any arrows going up? Was it always like that? It'd be kind of out of character to give him this, right? He's like, hold on, let me protect you, friend. And he just blocks the critically rude. Oh, prevents darkness because he's shadow. This and what scene? In the what do you call it? The scene with Celeste and she's like sad and shit. That's I'm like trying not to say it. With her and I think Sid? Is it Sid? Yeah, it is Sid, I think. Okay, we're good. Can't rest in here. Says stock. The guide is telling me to stock up on 99 shurikens. Really? Shurikens were cheap, weren't they? You the clockmaker? I've been waiting for ages. No, I'm not the clockmaker. Yeah, it is. It is it. With the beach and everything. There's, you know, Kefka out here pulling a Kuja, if you know what I'm talking about. There she is, hanging up that wall over there. Ain't been ticking for a year now, or was it 5 years? She has to catch the fish for him to survive when the world turns it. Yeah, exactly. Oh yeah, I forgot about the fish thing. It's like you could potentially mess that up. Shucks, maybe it's been 10. I don't remember. Lawnmower repairman, eh? Couldn't provide worse service. Grass is 50 feet high out back. No more lip, repairman. Fix that stove on the double. It'll be on your conscience when I freeze to death. Then you must be... You're here to fix my bed. It's been creaking like all... Get out. You the clock... Oh no, he just repeated his... Oh, he just... Is he just looping his dialogue like he's an amnesiac? Oh, jeez. Oh, for pity's sake, and you call yourself a repairman, causing trouble just like a kid. A kid? I don't have any kids. Ugh, why do you have to bring up kids? It makes me sick just thinking about it. You're the one that brought it up, asshole. I think it's time for you to leave now. Go on, get, or else I'll toss you out onto the veldt too. I think this old Choboko's missing a few feathers. I don't even remember what you get for saving Sid. A tent or something? I don't remember. It's probably not that important of an item. How much is 99 shurikens? I mean, if I'm gonna buy that much, I'm gonna make you spam it, that's for sure. Here, let's get you to 50, alright? Shadow, start tossing them shurikens. He's Gal's real. Yeah, oh yeah, he did mention the Veld, and as soon as I saw the word Veld, I'm like, isn't that place where you meet the feral child? Oh wait, do I need to heal? Oh no, we're good. Here, let me just start throwing them. Might as well. Wait, what's the point of that bridge? I don't think I'm supposed to go this way, but I'm curious. I see that location right there. What is that? Yeah, they do a ton of damage. Yeah, for this stage in the game, he'd probably be really good just spamming that. But it's okay. We'll just use the attack command, and then against a boss, he'll just spam throw. It's 2024 and we're playing these old ass retro games. A lot of like newer generation gamers, they don't like, I don't know if the word is respect, but like they don't really give a shit, and they don't understand why other people give a shit about these older games. And then it's just kind of like, yo, these are like, this is like a time where like they had to basically give you a good product, and they had no way to like fix it in form of a patch or whatever, like at home or whatever, via an online download or whatever. Or they couldn't like nickel and dime you and have all these like ways to, you know, charge you. They didn't have any of the infrastructure set up, right? Like how, like online, online started everything. You'd have to go to GameStop, EB Games, and like buy like a, I don't know. The only closest thing I could think of was like a, you know, like Sonic the Hedgehog, how like the cartridge, you can put the cartridge on top of the other cartridge for Sonic and Knuckles. That was like pretty cool. That was like way ahead of its time. And that's like an expansion for the original game. It's cool how they sped up the combat for the POL. Well, it's like an auto battle, right? Like the animation speed up. Someone made a good point that Baldur's Gate 3 being Game of the Year put turn-based back to the forefront. Really? That actually sounds nice. That sounds like, what's the word? I'm like hopeful that, you know, RPGs kind of, you know, because like what happened is like basically during the PS1 era, like up until the PS1 era, RPGs were kind of king. Sales wise, they're king in terms of like the industry and like what, like critical acclaim, all of these. Final Fantasy's up there, like you know what I mean? Final Fantasy, Chrono, whatever. And then like in the PS3, Xbox 360 generation, when they got the online capabilities, and then multiplayer shooters kind of started to become big because of COD, Halo, and then it started to get even more big with like Fortnite and all that stuff. It's like basically gaming the gaming demographic blew up, but it's like a gigantic portion of the demographic are like in it for the shooting game genre more so than all of these like RPGs and stuff. And then what happened was during that PS3 era, all of the Japanese developers had difficulty transitioning to HD from what I remember. And then also they kind of lost a lot of identity where they're kind of like, let's try to just make everything actiony and flashy and try to get that COD demographic onto our games. And it didn't really work because honestly, that's not why those people played those games. And even now in the current day and stuff, it's like, it's kind of like segmented in a weird way. On one hand, you have a bunch of people coming into gaming and they're like only really interested in like your really mainstream shooting games, you know, your Fortnites and your CODs and your Valorants and stuff. And then basically like literally every other genre is like not even a concern to them. And then like they kind of, there's a lot of people like you'll see it if you like try to talk to people that like play those shooting games religiously. It's like they're like, oh, what are you playing? I'm like, oh, it's Persona. It's like, what is it? So weird. It's like, oh, it looks so boring because it's like slow and you have to like choose your moves and shit. I'm like, it's like hard to explain the appeal of it because you kind of have to like play it to kind of understand. For a long time, people were saying turn-based is dead, except for like Darkest Dungeon. Darkest Dungeon. Darkest Dungeon. That's that game on Steam, right? Darkest Dungeon 1 and 2, I think. I haven't played either of them, and I have them wishlisted. Let me see. That's like the one where it's like they're lined up side by side. Darkest. There's something to be said for ARPG, though. I'm certainly welcoming to the hybridization for genres, shooter, RPG, etc. Yeah, I think that's like what they tried to do. So if I remember right, Final Fantasy 13 was really trying to look at games like Call of Duty of all things and trying to like mimic what it is about that and then just do it in their own way. And then there's just like this weird mental gymnastics they kind of did where it's like, oh yeah, if we just make our games more flashy, action-packed and not like boring turn-based, all of these crazy gung-ho shooter types are gonna want to like segue over to these games. But that's precisely what didn't happen. But then like, I don't know, it's like, I think what happened is like those genres kind of got stale for people and then people are starting to maybe look elsewhere. I just remember Darkest Dungeon being exemplified as a good turn-based. Really? Darkest Dungeon. Hey, it's $6.50. Yeah, this is the game I was thinking of. I've never played it. I've heard things about it, but not too much things about it. Isn't this like a roguelike where like it's a challenging gothic roguelike turn-based RPG about the psychological stresses of adventuring, recruit, train, and lead a team of flawed heroes against unimaginable horrors, stress, disease, and the ever-encroaching dark. Can you keep your heroes? Yeah, this sounds like something I'd really like to play. Why is it? Oh, I don't have it wishlisted. Okay. Darkest Dungeon 2. Yeah, it's nice and all for me to go back and play and revisit all of these sorts of games, but I do want to scout out like games that I haven't played and like, you know, go through them blind and stuff. On the one hand, you have me playing a game like this where I played it a bunch, I have a guide and stuff, and like there's like a certain kind of appeal to that, nostalgia wise, I guess. And then also, you know, going into the unknown. Ow. Was Final Fantasy 13 the one with the paradigm system? Yes, it is. Oh, I didn't even mind that system that much. It's just my main criticism for 13 was just revolving around the story and stuff. I'm a story guy, so when the story isn't really like, when it's like just full of jargon and like the pacing's kind of weird, or like you play a lot and like you get nowhere, or like they need to make 2 different sequels to continue to explain and flesh out stuff, it's like I'm not a fan of that. Yeah, kind of roguelike. Roguelike as a basic system is great though. I'm noticing a lot of games are trying to make everything a roguelike now. What game did I recently see that? Oh, I think was it? I think it was an expansion. I think it's Destiny. I'm thinking of Destiny 1, Destiny 2, Destiny 2, or was it Witcher? No, not Witcher. Some game had a DLC or an expansion where. Oh, I think it's Witcher's Gwent, not the Thronebreaker. I think Thronebreaker made an expansion and they added roguelike elements. So I guess the whole like procedurally generated thing is kind of in, because it keeps things it could kind of like, if you already like the gameplay loop, making it procedurally generated where it's like infinite content. I guess that's how you kind of compete with like other products that demand people's time, like shooting games and MOBAs and stuff. They've since released Darkest Dungeon. Yeah, I see right here. I have the page up. It came out this year. I mean, I can't even say that anymore because it's 2024. It came out last year, May 8th. If it's like difficult too, I could see myself interested in this. It looks good. They're kind of lined up. As long as it's not some weird battle system. I don't mind like people trying like weird battle systems, like something experimental. Like some of the Wild Arms games have like really weird battle systems. Well, roguelike means a game like Rogue specifically. Oh yeah. Wait, isn't Thief inspired by Rogue? But roguelike is a more broad term, which means that subsequent playthroughs are enhanced by previous playthroughs by creating a compelling replay. Oh, so it isn't necessarily procedurally generated. Yeah, because at the end of the day, all of these companies are trying to fight for your time. And like these single player games, even, yeah, you can squeeze out a lot of juice doing challenge runs, speed runs, going for completionists like 100%, like stuff like that. You can squeeze out a lot of juice out of even single player games, but they do have more of a finite end to the experience compared to a shooting game where it just expects you to do PvP over and over and over and over. By having procedurally generated stuff, or what you're saying about the roguelite, it's kind of like these single player games are trying to turn their products into something that can be played infinitely the same way these multiplayer games are. So that's interesting too. Another game that I was interested in but I never got around to actually playing was what's it called? Shit, I can't remember. And it was on the it had a Castlevania DLC recently. It's a roguelite side-scrolling Dead Cells, that's what it was. But compelling your player to replay the game just makes sense. Yeah, people are talking a lot about like Hades and stuff too. Those are like all the games that I hear. It's funny because I don't actually have a lot of experience with that sort of a game. I'd be interested in trying those. Down the line, I definitely will. Why does this keep slipping off? It's weird. Yeah, right here, it like slips off. Is it my hair? Like as I'm talking, it's like little by little going back like this, and then it look, yeah, it would fall off. We're gonna just do forehead. Somewhere here. Not sure if you're into game development, but these concepts fascinate. I am interested in game development. I've tried to make a video game in like one of those game boot camps or whatever, and I realized, yeah, I'd rather just play video games than just let these people deal with the coding and stuff. But it's fascinating to me because in a lot of ways it helps me understand why companies make the decisions they do. Also in terms of like competitive games and stuff, I'm like by learning a lot about game development, you can kind of predict where the meta's gonna go in a way, or like what they're gonna nerf or balance, stuff like that. So yeah, use less hair gel. I don't even use hair gel. I'm like, hair gel's like anything that makes me feel icky. I would have to get one of those hair gels that like non-grease or whatever. I don't know. Yeah, there's, I don't know. I love video games, so understanding like kind of what gets put into it in terms of like development and stuff, and all the considerations in terms of making interesting gameplay loops, even like pacing and story and stuff. So like I'm a story dude, right? I really like my stories. So you like play a game that's like open world sandbox like Witcher or Grand Theft Auto, which is a good example, and like the player themselves would ruin the pacing of the game because my dumbass is running around collecting Gwent cards, you know? And that's not really something developers can kind of control, but I've seen like clever ways where they can kind of compel players to continue on and stuff, like incentivizing or whatever. I use a bit of fiber wax when my hair gets real long. I've never heard of fiber wax in my life. Fiber wax. I don't know. I feel like I'm like one of those people like low maintenance. Like I want to be able to just wake up and just walk out the bedroom or something. I don't know. It's this head. It's the band. Look at the band. It pretty much hits the top. The band doesn't even do anything. My head is like resting on this top part and it's like sliding. I can lower it like this. I could buy a new one too, but I don't want to. I don't even use shampoo. Yeah, you're like, I used to shampoo my hair a lot, and then basically I found out you're not supposed to shampoo your hair that much. You're supposed to do it like, what was it, twice a week or something? I'm like one of those people that don't like, so like you see lotion, this is like a weird, I don't know anyone that understands this, but like I'll get lotion my body or whatever, right? But then I'll have to wash it off my palms because I don't like the feeling of it on my palms. Like oily, like greasy type of thing. It's to the point where I'll even like go to like actually wash it off. Anyways. Oh man, there's so much games to play, man. I don't know what to do with my life. I mean, I'm just gonna use the rest of my life to just keep playing more games, but that game looks pretty cool. Darkest Dungeon 2. Hold on, you know what? Holy, I have 91 views? How? For Final Fantasy 6? Y'all like Final Fantasy 6 like that? Shit. Wait, unless this number is a lie. Because the chat rate is wrong. I don't know. OBS? This OBS thing probably is bugged. Yeah, I wishlist both those games. It's gonna be nice. I'm gonna be basically going through my backlog, revisiting all these old games, catching up. I'm gonna be playing a lot of games that I've already kind of been there, done that. So it's not like too interesting or surprising for me. But I want to do it ultimately because I want to showcase it to y'all and you know, for this channel and everything. But when I get to all these games that I haven't played and it's gonna be my first time playthroughs, that's where a lot of excitement's gonna come out. My wish list here, like Alan Wake, I want to try to get into. Armored Core 6. Oh, that's a visual novel. Axiom Verge 1 and 2. Baldur's Gate 3. Blasphemous 1 and 2. Welcome back. I never actually ended up finishing the BlazBlue game, so I'm looking forward to that. Bravely Default 2. Cuphead, I never actually... Oh, Cyberpunk. Cyberpunk's a must play. Like, I have to play it, and I said I was gonna wait until the expansion came out, and now that it's out, I still haven't gotten around to doing it because I overdid it, dude. I just have so much games, and I'm gonna try my best to get through that backlog once and for all. And once I do it, once it's one and done, we're into the unknown territory where all of these games, I've never played any of these games. Disco Elysium, Dishonored 2, Divinity Original Sin 2, Dragon's Dogma 2. Ooh, God of War. I need to play God of War 2. I'm waiting for PC. but if I do end up getting a PS5, I'll just play it on PS5. Grand Blue Fantasy Relink. I've been waiting for that game forever, man. Oh man, I got Cyberpunk due to the expansion releasing to good reviews. I have feelings. Like, yo, I played 2 hours of Cyberpunk, and I realized right away that this game is probably a 9 out of 10 or a 10 out of 10 for me. It's not easy to give me that impression that early on, you know? What else you say? My buddy says AC6 is good, but he's one of my soul buddies who believes Miyazaki can do no wrong. AC6. Oh, Armored Core. I was like thinking Assassin's Creed 6, like an idiot. In the stuff I seen for Armored Core, it looked like really actiony, and it also has the difficulty from what I understand, so it is something I'm interested in. I've actually played an Armored Core game before on PS2. I have no clue which one it was. I think it was like Armored Core 4. I don't know, but like it's probably nothing like this because this seems like it's fashioned like a Souls game. So I'm definitely looking forward to it. I'll love me my Gundams. But yeah, Grand Blue Fantasy Relink is something I've been waiting for a while now. It's sad because I'm probably not gonna buy it day one and play it day one because it's literally it's the end of this month actually. Hades 2, Hollow Knight Silk Song I'm waiting forever for. I'm trying to I want to play Hellblade because I heard so many good things about it, and there's a Hellblade 2. Oh, it's only $5? Oh wow, I gotta contain myself. Horizon Zero Dawn, I'm waiting for Horizon Forbidden West, the second one on PC. Spider-Man, also Mass Effect I want to get back to. I want to play Mass Effect on PC. It's probably really nice on a mouse and keyboard. Oh yeah, the Metal Gear collection came out too. So now I have a way to actually play Snake Eater, so I'm like really looking forward to that. Hold on. I love mech games because of their customizability. Not so sure about Armored Core though. I haven't really played that many mech games. Like what other mech games are there? Like Gundam? The Gundam game I played was like a PvP game that looked like Overwatch. Also a From game, but it is dead now. What do you mean it's dead? Did they resurrect Armored Core 6 with that entry? And it seemed like it did really well too. Oh, well, The World Ends With You and Neo The World Ends With You I need to play. Nier Automata Republican. I already played Automata, but I want to go through it again. And Replicant, I never played Replicant, but I played the original on Xbox 360, which was ass cheeks, but I really like the story. Ni no Kuni, Neo 1 and 2, Octopath Traveler 2, Okami HD, all the Persona games, Persona 3 Remake. Oh yeah, look at this wish list, bro. Oh man, these are games I'm for sure gonna run through. I'm just a big Chrome Hounds fanboy. It was the perfect mech building. Chrome Hounds? Never heard of it. Here, let me Google it. Chrome Hounds. Pretty rare to name drop a game name I've never heard of. I actually kind of recognize this cover. Huh. Oh, this is From Software as well. There was this online war system, but they dropped it. Like it was multiplayer? Online war system? That's like a market they could definitely... Like we could use... I don't know, man. Like there's a lot of different kind of... I wouldn't really want to call it a niche because I think it's something that could be bigger than just a niche. It's just a niche right now, I guess. Instead of just doing the same medieval fantasy type of shit where I'm like fighting ice dragons, fire dragons, just dragons all the dang time. Nero Miss War? That sounds cool. Nero Miss War. Oh, it's the same. Oh, that's what you're talking about. The same Chrome Hounds thing. Yeah, there's so much games that kind of just get lost to history. it's not like they're big failures in terms of products. It's just for whatever reason they just don't get sequels, or developers just don't pick up the IP or something. Yeah, I'm looking at my wish list. Resident Evil 4 remake. I never even played Resident Evil Village, even though I know everything about it. Pillars of Eternity 1 and 2. I need to try some more CRPGs like Divinity Original Sin, but Divinity Original Sin was very difficult for me. I don't know why. Oh, the Star Ocean Second Story remake was really good, I'm hearing. My brother was saying it too, so I'm actually looking forward to that. I think Star Ocean 2 is the best Star Ocean. Unfortunately, the game suffered from balance issues. Playing an artillery mech was just overpowered. Of course. It's like everyone's just in OP like mechs and shit. Strangers of Paradise Final Fantasy Origin, since that's officially on Steam, I'm interested in playing it. Suikoden 1 and 2 remaster. Stray, the cat game. Tales of Arise's expansion. Yo, my wish list is popping off, bro. These are crazy. I like want to play all of these. Tactics Ogre Reborn. That new Ninja Turtles game. Last of Us on PC. Oh, Legend of Heroes, my baby, bro. Trails from Zero, Trails to Reverie, Trails to Azure. I need a... Oh, I can't wait. What else did I... Oh, all the YS games. It's ease. I never played YS 9, and I need to get on that, but I'm gonna start the whole series over from the first game. And I've already done this before, but I'm gonna do it and stream it. It's a good time for gamers if you're not like stuck on a specific genre or game. I'm like a person that plays every genre. I'm willing to try everything. So like, let's say you play Rainbow Six and this new season is like horrible. The agent's like unremarkable. The balancing is bad. In-game exploits are in. There's like people that are invisible running around ruining the game. There's cheaters up the wazoo. And then all these people can do is they can't not play Rainbow Six, so they're just fucking stuck. You know? They're just forced. Meanwhile, I'm like, yeah, I'm a dip to Final Fantasy. I'm a dip to this game. Yeah, so 2023 is probably the best year in gaming in a long time. And then when I do say that, a lot of people kind of counter by saying some of the worst games have been released this year, like Gollum and shit. And it's like, that doesn't really work that way, because every year you can think of there's shovelware up the wazoo. So it would only work if it's like a high profile game that fell flat on his face, and what was supposed to be a 9 out of 10 ended up being a 5 out of 10. But that's actually pretty rare. That doesn't happen that often. But this year alone, Resident Evil Remake, Tears of the Kingdom, Alan Wake 2, Baldur's Gate 3, what else am I missing? Final Fantasy 16, I'm disrespecting. I don't know why I forgot Final Fantasy 16. Like, it was good times. And what's crazy is I didn't even play most of them. I didn't even get a chance yet. And now that I'm doing what I'm doing with like I'm going back in time and starting from the beginning of all these franchises, it's like, yeah, it's gonna be a little bit before I actually get a chance to play Tears of the Kingdom. And you know, I even jumped on the Lethal Company bandwagon playing with my buddies. Okay, I haven't played it, but I've been watching so much content of that game. It's so fun watching streamers play that game, like the Jester, the Coilheads. I really like Coilheads because the Weeping Angels from Doctor Who, like that, I call it a Weeping Angel mechanics, where you have to look at it, and if you don't look, it comes and kills you. That's what I call Coilheads. Coilheads are Weeping Angel mechanics. I love that shit in the context of a horror game, with the Jester, with the Ghost Girl, all of that all at once. It's fucking evil, bro. But yeah, let me continue the game. Oh, just push me here. An Imperial camp. There are an awful lot of soldiers here. Oh, my wish list, man. I just scrolled through my wish list and that was like killer. Holy. I didn't realize how much games that are here that I do want to play for sure that are not even in my list on my channel. In my community tab, I have like a list. all of these games aren't even there. So I have that list on top of this. That's crazy, bro. Hey, did you hear? Oh, you mean, shh, keep your voice down. If Kefka catches us, we're toast. All I gotta do is just keep streaming and just keep on gaming, bro. It's time to put in those hours. They say Kefka's plotting to oust General Leo and take command of the army. Don't even joke about something like that. If that freak becomes our general, I'll quit. Shh, what if he hears you? You'll be locked up. All right, all right. Uh-oh, here he comes. Quick, back to your post. In due time. One day, like, I'm gonna look back on this channel. It's gonna be like 10K plus videos, and it's gonna be like, I'm gonna be the game master. I'm gonna have every fucking high profile game, period. You know, there's a lot of streamers that do play a lot of games, but the archiving aspect of it is bad. Like it gets lost to time. It gets lost, like, spread across YouTube because someone else had to take the clip, someone else had to take the VODs, or like they split their channel where one channel's VODs, one channel's shorts, one channel's regular videos. It's like, nah, bro, I'm gonna have it all in one place, and then I'm gonna basically organize the shit out of it playlist wise, and then it's gonna be like, it's gonna look nice. It's gonna be like a nice little portfolio. I like how they portray Kefka. What a utter maniac. Hey, you keeping a sharp lookout? Yes, sir, Kefka, sure. What a pleasant surprise. How are you today, sir? Yeah, I'm trying to do it with the streaming, with the engagement, people asking questions. Y'all give me stuff to work off. You know, you guys are pretty informative. You have all your own opinions. Y'all bust jokes. Like, it's honestly, it's gonna be nice. And then, you know, like, these games might not be the most interesting, but like, it doesn't really matter ultimately, because like later Final Fantasies are arguably a bit more interesting for a viewer to watch, I imagine. But like, it's not even just this franchise I'm going to be touching, right? And that's the thing, bro. Like, a lot of people that are getting into this hobby, they're not really like, they don't see the big picture, and they just ultimately don't really experiment or try stuff out. Maybe if they go based off reviews or like a Metacritic score, they'll come across good products. But even then, a lot of people just keep it safe, play it safe, just stick with what they know, play what their friends play. There's a whole single player. There's a lot of, sorry, I'll say it this way. There's a lot of people that play video games, or they got into gaming specifically as a social activity, where it's only like, I'll play what my friends play. And then that's what keeps them on the multiplayer side of like the domain, I guess you would say. But in reality, the thing that put video games on the map, like what made this so great in the first place, was those really personal one-to-one single player experiences. You know, like reading a book. I know people don't necessarily watch shows and movies by themselves all the time. Sometimes that could be a group activity, but even those are things you can do by yourself. Gaming was no different. Please spare me your petty small talk. Just do your job. They portray Kefka as even too insane to appeal to the common foot soldier. Yeah, he is crazy. Even the way they portray him in Dissidia, it's pretty like true to this depiction. Like, he actually is insane. The Mad God. Yeah, I'm an RPG dinosaur too. You're 38? I'm oh wow. Whoa, I'm 30. I was gonna say 29, and then I'm like, wait, am I 31? And then I'm like, oh no, it's 30. I turned 30 this year, November, not too long ago. I don't even feel that old though, to be honest with you. I feel kind of like in my early 20s still. 30, I know a lot of people most of the people I get along really well with are people older than me anyways, but like my brothers and some of my friends are like 30 to 40. I'll say that. I don't really know that many 40-year-olds. For everyone in the 30 range, keep it that way. And I'm hoping for the streaming purposes, like my audience and stuff that I track, like I'm not against having like kids and teens and stuff watching me, but I was really hoping for young adult to adult and older people too. Why not? Because all of us will kind of get along in a lot of ways. Yeah, I don't really feel old. Like, I feel like I got frozen in time. And that might be because like maybe I need to like achieve certain milestones in my life, like I don't know, get a wife and kids or some shit. Maybe then I'll start to feel older. But it's like, no, the way I feel in like the stuff I'm doing in my life at 30 is pretty similar to the stuff I'm doing at 20. And don't let me catch you slacking or I'll make you regret being born. Oh yeah, oh I remember this part actually. I remember. Like we're gonna listen to you, you pompous little. What's wrong with that guy anyway? It's like General Leo got all the good qualities a man could have and Kefka got stuck with the leftovers. Didn't they imply Kefka got like abused when he was a kid or something? It's like a one-off line to kind of give reason to the badness. Now 38 isn't actually that old. It depends. I feel like if you're like 38 and you weren't taking care of yourself, you've been smoking, drinking, you destroy your lungs, destroy your liver, you haven't really like worked out, don't eat healthy, you kind of regress really fast. Because there's people that are also 38, they're like fucking, you know, super lively and shit. So I guess it's more like how you take care of yourself. And then also like taking care of your mentals and stuff too. Is it Kefka or am I thinking of... Oh, you know what I think I'm mistaking it for? In Suikoden 2, there's a character called Luca Blight. I think I'm mistaking it for him. Because he's also kind of insane and mad. And I think there was like a line about how he got abused or something. And that's kind of like why he's like that, I guess. I told you to keep it down. How many times are you going to make me say it? You got to be more careful. General Leo may be a decent man, but Kefka, that guy's twisted. Tell me about it. You there, we're about to storm the castle. The two of you will join the assault squad. Get moving. Yeah, I think I'm mistaking it for Suikoden 2. They're both characters that are just completely insane. Charge! You can argue Kefka's like more one-dimensional crazy. Because you need basically like... You need either dialogue from him or like explanations or exposition from like the players, the characters, not the players, the characters in the world to kind of give him a bit more backstory, but they don't kind of do that. They kind of just have him do evil shit, crazy shit, ruthlessly seek power. True, I try not to be 100% slovenly, do the odd push-up, chin-up, etc. Maybe why I don't feel 38. Yeah, because a lot of people, it's kind of like you regress your well-being and your age, like really, really badly if you don't take care of yourself. So like someone at 35 could feel like they're 45, and then someone that's 35 can feel like they're 25. And then it's also a mental mindset maturity thing, because you could be immature. Like, you know, there's like people that are in their 30s that are like man-children. And that's like more like life experiences, or like they're not getting the right takeaways from things happening to them. And that could be all for all sorts of reasons. I'm fine with Kefka being just crazy, you know what I mean? Dancing Man is a sick track. Yeah, it's... I guess you don't need the evil villain to be like reasoned with or explained away, or like have them have like some sympathetic tragic backstory, and instead you can just have this person that's just like doing villainous shit, evil shit, because they're just straight up a psychopath. And even if you trace it back to when they're like young, they probably were like that, you know, burning cats or some shit. And that's probably who Kefka is, to be honest with you. To be someone like Kefka, it probably is that sort of backstory. Even though we don't have that information, if they ever did remake it, they probably would just kind of, it's like, oh no, he doesn't have some tragic backstory where it's like, oh yeah, I could see why he turned that way, I kind of root for him now, you know, I feel bad for him, you know. It's like, nah. Sephiroth they did that with, where it's like he's kind of lied to his whole life. He doesn't really know his whole life story, and then once he figures out his origins, he just fucking snaps. It's fine that he's unreasonable. Doesn't even need a background. Yeah, you just gotta see what he's doing to everyone. Like, honestly, it just depends. Because I wouldn't say it's inherently bad. It just depends on what you're really looking for. In a game like this, it works really well because everything is kind of just set in place, already existing. The world exists. You know how like some RPGs, they kind of have the need to catch up the main character and explain everything to the main character in a lot of ways. In this game, everyone's operating with their own set of knowledge, and at the end of the game, it's like no one gives a fuck what the reason is. They're just trying to save the world. You know what I mean? So it works out. Yeah, Sephiroth's like a sick villain. I hope they do him justice in Rebirth. It's hopeless. We can't keep them out for long. I need to play, bro. I'm like, so this is it. Wait, I remember what happened. So, oh yeah, this guy's OP. Maybe not OP, but I remember him being really powerful. The battle is not yet lost. A noble warrior of a foreign land, a faithful retainer to his lord and master. He fears not even death. Cyan, the color. Default names. If we can but fell their commander, they should break rank and withdraw. I shall meet him on the field of battle. My favorite villains in Final Fantasy are probably... Oh wow, now that I'm thinking about it, it really does boil down to like Sephiroth and... I don't know, I like a lot of their villains, but to kind of pit them against each other, it's probably easier to say the villains I don't like. Like, I find it funny that X-Death is basically an evil tree. Ooh, Final Fantasy 16, I really like, not necessarily Ultima, but I like Barnabas. Odin's, the dominant of Odin. That guy is so sick. Like, the dude's like cutting oceans in half, like it's ridiculous, bro. That is, Final Fantasy 16 has the best depictions of Cid, Ramu, Ifrit, Shiva, like pretty much every summon. Odin is specifically too. It's just the best depictions of those. Like, it's so cool how they did it. Anyways, Sarah Cyan, please defeat their commander. Do I have a mustache? It is a mustache. Oh yeah, he does have a mustache. Do do do. Excuse me. Do 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 do. Or we're gonna be in the Doom Train eventually too. How much more? I'm not even that far in the game, am I? I put in a decent dent, but we have a lot more to go. Yeah, I didn't even hit the 20% mark, I think. Oh, I lost where I was in the guide. No. Imperial Camp. Okay, cool. Oh, let me read what you said. As a fan of Final Fantasy VIII, I like Cypher, just a bully who was misled and manipulated by the sorceress. Did they add the... Yeah, they did. So I'm not crazy, right? I don't even... I thought... Maybe I just mistook that for a mouth. But look, that looks like a mouth. But when you look left or right, that looks like a mustache. You know? Yeah, the 3 scenarios are pretty early on. I have a lot more to go. We're at 5-hour mark anyways. How long have we streamed? Yeah, 5 hours, 49 minutes. And plus I'm talking and chilling every now and then, so... I am Cyan, retainer to the King of Doma. Ready thine axe. I like the Phantom Train. Wait, I don't remember this. The Japanese letters, the kanji or whatever. I don't remember. It's not like I'd be able to recognize which is which. I really like the Doom Train, the Phantom Train thing, and One Kefka kind of wins, has a bit of a triumph. I like when the game segues from one world to the other world sort of thing, and also the end game, obviously. Dancy Med for the win. It never used to have the dash with the Japanese letter, right? I don't recall that being a thing. It seems off, like out of place. You can just pick his ability rather than wait for a bar to charge. Wait, you're right. Wasn't it a bar and it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then you basically... Is that what it was? The captain's been defeated. Retreat. Withdraw into the castle. I know they made the pixel remasters easier overall, but there's like these little subtle changes that I can't even... Like, I don't even book. We shall wait within its walls, while our enemies grow tired without. Yeah, it used to be just 1 to 8, and it's like, I remember it's like, it counts up, and then you... I guess you execute it when you want, like, if you want 5, you just do that 5 or some shit. I think even for 7, I don't think the commands show up right away. I think you have to just do it and then it'll save it after the fact. I remember something like that. I'll beat them all up. I remember Cyan is pretty good at the end of the game. And obviously Terra. Locke, I don't think so much. I think I didn't care too much about him. Because he's like a thief. Like, they don't really have that much OP commands or anything. Doggo? Use Locke for most of the game. I mean, you're kind of forced to use whoever, right? You know what I mean? When you get captured, it's steal plus attack. Oh, Locke turns into he's kind of like a beast master, if you know what I mean, like the job for Final Fantasy V, because he gets captured. That's cool. I don't even remember that. Sorry. It's crazy that I could like play a game multiple times and then basically even then I'll still kind of forget it. It's probably because I play so much games, so it's like out with the old, in with the new kind of thing. Thief, Love, or Ring, or some other relic. I didn't even remember relics in the first place, so I wouldn't know. Plus, this game is not like, this is not a Final Fantasy that's like really in my mind, in my brain, the way 7 might be or 9 might be. I've beaten 7 and 9 a lot. 10 as well, 8 as well. 12 not so much. Out of the Super Nintendo era Final Fantasies, I've played 4 the most by far. Yeah, because they kind of, instead of doing job system, they just moved a lot of the functionality to relics, it seems like. Which is cool. Because they said one of the items lets you do the Dragoon jump command. General Leo, sir, the Domans appear content to play a waiting game, so they're using their favorite strategy. General, we're ready to storm the castle as soon as you give the order. Patience, if we attack now, there will be too many unnecessary casualties. And when making my own RPG, customizing and changing how characters work is a big thing. Wait, what do you mean when making your own RPG? You're out here making an RPG, bro? But General, I'm prepared to lay down my life for the Emperor at any time. That's like one of the things I like. So I recently just played Final Fantasy V, and I really liked how you can mix and match the jobs and the abilities, and then you can come up with some pretty cool combinations. And then once you get the mind, like you get Mimic, I was like using dual cast Bahamut. I was using like the Zenith coin toss and mimicking off of that. Like, it's pretty cool. That's what makes a lot of this stuff pretty fun. And Square just gets better and better at it for the most part. But once they went the action route and then they started to try to casualize the games, so like 13, it did kind of simplify the system. But even 13's paradigm system, once you get to the end game, you can do some pretty cool stuff. Or not really do cool stuff, but it's like Lightning's not a commando. She could be a saboteur and all this other stuff, and she could be just as effective. I don't know. It's not as 12 is good. 12's gambit system's pretty cool. I like trying to automate. I see there's a lot of fun in trying to automate the game and the encounters. If you can figure it out, that's part of the strategy and fun. I told you I dabble in game dev. RPG Maker is a lot of fun. I actually know about RPG Maker, and I used to think about trying to make my own like Final Fantasy type of game. And I was like, yeah, I'm gonna make the best story ever. And then I looked into RPG Maker MV, I think. And then there's like a lot of RPG Maker games on the internet. Like a lot of people dabble in it, so that's pretty cool. Yeah, even as a hobby, like to have something like that. I was even interested in like trying to play with Unreal Engine, like that. Like, I don't know, it seems like the kind of output people are making with that engine alone is just like better than some of like these full-on like AAA development studios. Sometimes like they'll remake Zelda Ocarina of Time and it's like, holy bro, this is what's one man did. Like, holy. You're from Miranda, are you not? Huh. I mean, yes, sir, I am, but why do you ask, sir? You would have me go there and deliver the news of your passing to your family? What would I say when I handed them your sword? How could I even look at them? You're a human being before you're a soldier. Don't be so eager to throw away your life. Emperor Gishal wouldn't want you to die for nothing. Yes, sir. Yeah, he's like a stark contrast to Kefka. General Leo, sir. A carrier pigeon arrived from Emperor Gestalt. Gestalt? Near Gestalt? Leo looks like that guy in Final Fantasy VII in Don Corneo's thing in the basement, and that he like chases Tifa around. It's like that weird military buzz cut that made me think that. What? The Emperor summons me. I must return at once. Understood, sir. I'll leave the rest in your hands. Yes, sir. Listen to me. Don't rush things. That's all I ask. Sir, leave it to us, sir. It's a lot of sirs. Don't let me down. So that's General Leo. He may be an enemy, but he seems like a decent man. Again? Oh, it's Kefka now. Once Leo's gone, I can turn this water into a flowing river of poison. Anyone who touches it, it'll be pushing up daisies. Sorry, I had to do the Michael Jackson laugh. I'm afraid the Emperor has called me back home. Try not to cause any trouble in my absence. I'll take care of things faster than you ever would. Nothing dirty, Kefka. They may be our enemies, but they're still human beings. Try not to forget that. We needn't show mercy to those who side with the returners. Which is good, because I never seem to have any of the stuff. Oh yeah, it's almost 4. I should consider wrapping up relatively soon. Like, I don't want to be up until 6 or some shit. Yes, you just go off and be a good little boy. I don't know, I just keep, every time I see it, I just think of Michael Jackson's laugh. Is the poison ready? But General Leo said, Leo's not here anymore. I'm in charge now, so fork it over. Some of our people are being held prisoner inside the castle. If any of them were to drink the water, who cares? They're the ones who are stupid enough to get caught by the enemy. You're inhuman. Gah, pests at every turn. I guess I'll have to take care of you. Here, I'll use a shuriken. Here, I'll do this too. Youch! Kefka, wait. Wait, he says. Do I look like a waiter? Oh, they read. Oh, okay. Wait. Okay. Whee! I'm like messing with the cannon. How much treasures are there? Was it the shuriken that made him right away immediately like that? Wait. You just don't give up, do you? Oh yeah, it's just a single hit. Okay. Wow, Kefka, you're so weak. Kefka, wait. Wait, he says. Do I look like a waiter? Let me just repeat the line again. God, how long do you expect me to put up with this? Next time I won't hold back. Oh. A satellite? You threw a flashbang on me? I look cool with the shades. I'm talking about my fighting game era, and I can't even do that. The quarter circle forward or quarter circle back. You're pretty strong. Monster in a box usually means good treasure from the fight, though. True. He's no Shinryu, though. Shinryu is mean, because in my playthrough for Final Fantasy V that I just did, I didn't realize that treasure box was Shinryu, so I accidentally opened it and I got my ass beat. Mithril Glove. Okay, that is everything. Okay. You know what? We're gonna give... Actually, we'll leave is the shuriken. I think it increases the damage of the shuriken too. Okay. Oh, great! This is getting tiresome. Hey, you handle the rest. Yeah, you jump over the thing. I only know because the guide. I'm not gonna pretend like I knew that. I'm here trying to get all the treasures, so it pointed it out. Well, at least with this, hold on. Like, how would a player... Oh, it's gonna show cutscene anyways. Hee hee, nothing beats the sweet music of hundreds of voices screaming in unison. Wee hee hee. I was just gonna say, the mini map and stuff, since they added that quality of life, you can probably scroll up and see it there. I don't know. And then you can probably deduce that you can access it. I don't know. Sir Cyan. There's a great deal of activity in the Imperial camp. They may be preparing another assault. Does the water not look a bit odd? Oh, it just drops. Okay, that just straight up looked like he jumped off. Yeah, everyone's just dying. Our first experience with Kefka, his true insanity. Sir Cyan! Man's out here just casually committing war crimes. It must be poison. What low down contemptible? Like, what am I reading? We must warn the king. Oh, bro, it segues into gameplay and it confuses me a lot. Why did I command our defense force to drink water every 6 seconds? I know, right? Like, they all died, like, really quick. You would think they would kind of have a deferred reaction where some of them would die and then the other people would kind of book it. But yeah. To the king with all haste. Yes, the throne room is just ahead. It's like as soon as he poisoned it, everyone decided to just all drink water in unison. Your Majesty, who's there? Cyan, Your Excellency. Oh, Cyan, my sight is failing. I cannot see your face. Excellency, please, you must be strong. Cyan, you have defended this realm since the days of my father before me. I thank you for your service. Wait, Cyan's that old? Jeez. What a geezer. Forgive me, I failed to protect our kingdom. No, Excellency, the fault lies not with you. I fear for your family. Oh, my chest burns with every breath. Speak not, my lord. Save your strength. Go to your family. Excellency. Sir Cyan. There may still be survivors in the castle. Let's split up and search. Yeah, it's gonna keep beeping. My cool battery swap. Woo! It's wireless, but you hot swap with battery. You get 9 more hours just like that. I'm done with wires, okay? Everything's gotta be wireless. Excellency. Oh, I was not supposed to do this. Elaine! Do not leave me, Elaine! This is unpardonable. Owen! Oh, they got the baby too, bro. The baby's supposed to be drinking milk, not water. No! No! This is not possible. This cannot be happening. I will not forgive them. The Empire must pay for this. Dun 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 dun. I am Cyan, retainer to the King of Doma. Enemy, all men to your positions. Sabin's just here out of nowhere. I fucked up. I've missed treasure. Oh well, who cares? It's just a remedy. It's the I already got the achievements and stuff too, so. Hey guys, stop it. Just stop. Stop. Can't we end the violence? Grr, art thou mine enemy as well? Ouch, probably shouldn't have gotten in the middle of that. So what do you want me to do? From behind? Let me give you a hand. Oh, really? The game's realistic like that? I know not thy name or allegiance, but I welcome thine aid. Oh, you're making me mess this all up. I literally missed one item in a pot just because I went north instead of south. I hope I can go to Doma Castle again and get it, but who knows. Mr. Thou. These ones next. Grr, they are tougher than they would appear. Dun, 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 dun. I should probably save some shurikens for the Phantom Crane part. Gah! Who poisoned the river? Oh, that was a weird. Why'd he do that? He like walked in a weird way. Look, I think we're gonna have to do this together. The thought had occurred to me as well. Dun, 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 dun. What? It's like some Street Fighter combination, bro. The Hadouken? It is a Hadouken, so it works out. I am in thy depth. Not at all. I'm Sabin from the Kingdom of Figaro. We should get out of here. But I must avenge my family and my countrymen. If we stick around any longer, we'll have an entire regiment down our throats. There they are, this way. Ooh boy. I have an idea. Follow me. Where did Shadow go? Sir Sabin, what manner of armored beasts might these be? I'll explain later. Just climb in. Oh, there's only 2 of them. Sir Sabin, how does one manipulate these abominations? Oh, for thou art getting to be quite a pain in the... Great. Now I'm even starting to talk like you. You're telling me, bro. It's kind of tripping me up. Listen, see that lever? The one right by your hand? Push it down. Sir Sabin, it appears to be in reverse. Yeah, come on. Hey, what do you think you're doing? One more drink? What, the poison? I can't stop this monstrosity. Okay, let's bust our way out of here. Wait, Shadow just went and got his own 3rd one? Is that... Oh, that's what that was? Alright, cool. Hold it right there. Cool. So we do end up using these again. I thought they're just for the beginning of the game. Like, what a waste of programming and effort. Here they come. Stop them. Yeah, Shadow just literally beeline towards the other Magitech armor. I thought he just left my party like an asshole. I'm like, is that really how he just leaves? Do, 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 do. Did you really think you'd get away? Cool. he would leave like that, but based on it's RNG, so he can actually just stay, but there's some cases for some players where he'll just randomly leave. He really is fickle. It's funny because I don't know, like I didn't remember that specific detail, but when I saw him in the pub, I'm like, I just had this urge not to talk to him just in case, because I wanted to make sure I do the right thing. It's like, I don't know, very temperamental type. Okay, I think we should be safe now. So how do I get to Narshe from here? Narshe? I believe the only route passes through the forest to the south, but all right. If we're going into the woods, I guess we won't be needing these hunks of scrap metal anymore. Let's get going. I mean, these robots are kind of OP. There's your mechs for you. Shadow can leave at random times. Really? Even now he can just leave? I thought there was like certain points in the story where he could potentially leave. Or like he leaves and comes back and leaves and comes back. I didn't really remember the specifics. But yeah, we're gonna head to the infamous, not infamous, the famous, the meme suplexing trains. Can stay sometimes up until the waterfall. Oh, the waterfall's the end of this scenario, right? If I remember correctly, after the forest. Can I go to Doma Castle? Yes, I can. Let me see if I can get that item. Is this the tropical forest? No, it's not. You can Phoenix down. Oh yeah, it's a Doom train, so it would work, right? It's undead. I never really thought about it. No, I know the Phoenix Down undead stuff. I just never really thought about it. No! Oh, okay, so it's not missable because there's so many other items I don't have, so I'm eventually gonna come back here. Alright, cool. Cool beans. Since, you know, there's a whole scarcity concept, since Shadow seems like he's fickle, I kind of want to enjoy him while I can. Not the cats. Holy one-shots most undead. I know like healing and stuff does a lot of damage to them, and then Phoenix Down is the thing that would straight up KO shit. And then Holy, I assumed, would just do a lot of damage too. But if it one-shots, that's good too, because he has that Aura Blast, you said? Yeah, or the Hadouken, basically. I have good research. I have a lot of potions, so that should be fine. Look at us go. I like the music in this. Just use the analog for that one. Hadouken! Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Recovery spring. Thank you. Do 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 do. Trying to figure out when I'm gonna end it. Probably, maybe I'll try to beat this Phantom Train's forest segment, and then I'll call it. If the scenario ends... When does the scenario end? Maybe I can try to push it till I finish the scenario. Oh, whoops. Please don't leave me, Shadow. After Phantom Train, yeah, because then it's Waterfall, then Veld. Is the Waterfall where the scenario ends and then Veld is like... Do they regroup? I don't remember if they regroup. Why didn't I follow the sign? What's wrong with me? That's how you know I'm tired. Not even that tired, but like you can tell like my brain isn't all there. A train? I thought all of Doma's railways have been destroyed in the fighting. There could be survivors. Let's take a look inside. Hey, looks like we can get in through here. Sir Sabin. We can't just wander around out here all day. We have to check inside. Sir Sabin. Don't worry, it'll only take a second. Sir Sabin. Sabin. What's with this place? We must leave at once. This is the Phantom Train. Yeah, I'd shit my pants. It's moving. We must get off this train at once. The door won't open. I fear we are too late. What did you say this train was? This is the Phantom Train. It carries the souls of the departed to their final destination. Wait a second. You're saying this train's giving us a one-way ride to the afterlife? Unless we find a way off, I am afraid this is exactly where we would end up. This guy's just emotes. Oh, that's a train. Don't kill me. I'm like, what is that red square? Well, I'm afraid that's a trip I'm going to have to pass on. If it won't let us off, then we'll stop it ourselves. Let's make for the engine. Okay, this is a one-time location, so we gotta make sure we don't, like, you know, miss all the treasures and stuff and yada yada yada. What's with this guy? He seems to want to accompany us. Bring the ghost along? Yeah. Oh, we got a ghost party, mate. What do you use? Nothing. A like ring. Cool. I don't feel so lonely. Timetables? These? Huh? They're all blank. This train carries the dead to the afterlife. It's a little tough to be making timetables with as much conflict in the world as there is right now. Wonder what this is for. Why don't we see what happens if we pull it? Sir Sabin, I think it would be best not to touch that. Oops, my hand must have slipped. What? Oh, thou art truly insufferable. Cyan, you're not scared, are you? What dost thou mean? Kiss not as though I have an aversion to machines, or try to stay as far away from them as humanly possible, or anything like that. Cyan, so you're afraid of machines? Ah, what gave it away? Probably when you put the Magitek armor in reverse? You're like freaking out. Tell us about the train. The Phantom Train ferries the souls of the departed to the other side. Once the souls arrive, they are granted their eternal rest. Okay. How do we stop this thing? You want to stop the train? I'm sure there's a way. Try searching every corner of the engineer's compartment. Okay. Wait, there's another ghost. Yeah. We can't have 5 teammates like Final Fantasy IV? Why not? Maybe if the ghost dies, I could just come back here and get another ghost. I'm wondering if Possess would make it like Kamikaze itself. Howdy, folks. I've got top quality. Oh, it's a shop. No reason to be overcharging now. It's not like you could take it with you. Possess is a Kamikaze, yes. Okay. It kind of seemed like it. I figured the ghost would be disposable. I play too much video games, so I kind of figured these things out randomly. Yeah, we're good. I wonder if I would have been scared of this when I was a kid. I don't know. I was like a scaredy cat when I was a kid. You know, in Final Fantasy IX, when the overworld gets really foggy because of what Kuja does. I don't know if you play Final Fantasy IX, but that's what happens. It gets like really foggy. I remember when I was a kid, I got really scared of that. Like I didn't want to fly with the airship through the fog and shit. It was like, I don't know, something about it, like flying into something you can't see. It scares me. He seems to want to accompany us. Oh, okay, yeah, you know what? We might just start making you kamikaze everything, huh? Yeah, like the villain of the game, he does something, and then like the world, the overworld, the world map, it like gets more foggy and shit, like mist, basically. And then like, I remember when I was a kid, I just found it really eerie and scary, and I didn't really like using the airship to fly through to like, especially over the ocean. One of my fears is basically, imagine it's nighttime and you're on the raft in the middle of the ocean and you hear like tornadoes and whirlpools and a storm like kind of coming towards you. That's like the scariest shit to me, bro. It's like you're in the abyss and like you're just gonna be dealt with. You don't see any land, you see no landmarks, nothing. As far as the eye can see, you know, it's just ocean. It's a good game design, illicit emotional response and shit. What if it was like scary to the point where I didn't want to play it anymore? That's like what I remember when I was a kid. This is like when I had, you know, like PlayStation 1, the black discs, and like the case would have like multiple, the covers would have like multiple compartments for each disc. It's like, yeah, when I made it to, was it disc 4? Yeah, it was disc 4. And like that shit would happen and it's like, oh God. I can't. I used to find really like tame things scary. Like, it's like not really supposed to scare the player, but I would kind of perceive it as something because it's like it's like kind of hitting on some sort of fear I have. The ocean example I gave is actually is what I'm talking about. Like if you just look and it's just nothing and you can't see anything, like it's fog and just ocean and mist and just, I don't know. Final Fantasy 8 had 4 discs and I was missing disc 3. No, don't get me started. I had Final Fantasy 7 and I was missing disc 3, which is like the worst. What's with this guy? He seems to want to accompany. Oh no, not. But why are they all trying to join me, bro? I didn't realize the ghosts are gonna be this friendly. Yeah, the pure black disc, I remember. Very easily scratched. Those are good times, man. I still have my PS1. It works too. I put it, like, I stored it and put it away. And then I have a PS2, but I think it's broken. And I actually don't know where that is. It's probably gone. Or maybe my brother took it. And then I do have a PS3. It's in my closet. I don't know where the power cable is, but the power cable is the same as the ones you use for a PC. So I just need to get an extra one or find an extra one. And then boom, I'll have access to PS3. I'll just log into my account and I have all my games again. That'd be so cool. I spent so much money on like PSN. It's crazy. And especially once I went all digital too. Dut 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 dut. Dut 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 dut. Well, what do you suppose that was all about? No escape. Huh? No escape. Yeah, I was initially hesitant to do all digital, but then I just went with it, and now I haven't looked back. And then on PC, kind of just a given at this point, especially with all the hard drives I have. It came from over there, or over here, or whatever. No escape. Yeah, they're coming after us. No escape. There are more of them this way. Nowhere to run. Nowhere to hide. No escape for you. Yeah, they are phasing out physical media. Even EB Games / GameStop is like on its last legs or some shit. Or I don't know how true that is anymore because they're still around. But yeah, it's a different era, I suppose. I wasn't really one to care too much about like ownership of like the games. I want them to at least make the sick games accessible, man. Like, don't take it away from us where it's like lost in history or some shit. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide, no escape for you. They just don't let up. It's good and it's bad because at the end of the day, there's no benefit to it not being available in that format. You know what I mean? And then in terms of like stuff like used game market, game sharing. Game sharing's a big one, you know? Hey, let me borrow your game instead of paying. Games are like $89.99 Canadian now, plus 13% tax. Games are $100. It's ridiculous. Yeah, accessibility is king for sure. I'm never gonna be one to be like less options is a bad thing, but if they end up deciding to go a route, as long as they do a good job, like, you know, like for example, you see God of War, how they did a reboot of God of War. So God of War reboot, like God of War 1 is on PC, and like God of War 1 and 2 is on PS4 or PS5 or whatever, right? But the original God of War is not available. So it's like, are they gonna remaster it? How are you gonna bring it forward? So, and then another example is Xenoblade Chronicles X. It's stuck on Wii U. I doubt that's gonna get remastered or anything. But who knows? They did Xenoblade 3 where they wrapped up the storyline for that. So maybe they'll go back to continuing Xenoblade Chronicles X, because it ended on like some sort of cliffhanger or some shit, if I remember right. I believe we have reached a dead end, Sir Seven. All right, hast thou an idea? Yes, the time has come to put my training to use. Come, Cyan. Oh, I remember this. Yahoo! Whee! Whee! No escape. Hey, they couldn't still be. Oh, they're oh shit, they're chasing us. They just don't let up. We have to detach the rear cars. I don't know why I thought I'd be there. It's probably a switch inside the room or something. There you go. See? It's as I said. The one thing I do like about digital is like if you have a big enough hard drive and you can just download all your games and then you can just switch them on the fly instead of, you know, disk swapping. Just like a minor quality of life. On PC especially, like I have so much hard drives. It's like pretty cool that I could technically just install my whole Steam library. I've run out of space countless times. I mean, if I install... So, I don't know. I think I have a lot of space. I think I have 8 terabytes in total. So, the SSD is 1 terabyte. I have a hard drive that's another terabyte. I have another hard drive that's another terabyte. And then I have another hard drive that's 4 terabytes. So, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 terabytes. If I did install literally everything on Steam, I wouldn't have space. There's some pretty big file size games. Grand Theft Auto, I think, is one. A lot of 100 gig games, I think. Or a lot of games that are at least 50 plus gigs. But still, it's like, you know, as long as I have like a good rotation of games, I'm good. Baldur's Gate 3 is like how big? Had to uninstall it. Really? How big is Baldur's Gate 3? Let me check. Auto battle. Baldur's Gate 3 file size. Whoa! Holy! It's 150 gigs? Jesus Christ! Bro, I was not expecting. Yo! Game of the year for real, man. Yo, that is the biggest RPG single player game file size I've ever seen. Holy. 150? It's 108 gigs on PS5. 150 gigs on PC. I seen something where it's like Baldur's Gate added a patch and then the patch like added like 3,000 plus dialogue or something. I'm like, wow, these guys are going crazy. I don't really want to play Baldur's Gate 3 until I do Divinity Original Sin 2. I know it's kind of random, but I wanted to kind of play the Larian Studio games in order of release, kind of. And then potentially play Baldur's Gate 1 and 2. I am one of those people that really do like when, you know, everything connects and they reference stuff and like a character from like a previous game shows up or something. Yeah, I only have one SSD that's 1 terabyte and then everything else is just hard drives. So I'm not too, like the speed difference isn't too like problematic. Like basically all I do is, let's say games with long loading times, like some open world like Witcher 3, I would probably install that on a SSD just to kind of speed everything up. And then maybe multiplayer games, like a shooting game, I put on my SSD because I want to load in the map before everyone else, sort of thing. Or I don't want to be the one holding everyone up. Honestly, I've played like 15 minutes of Baldur's Gate 3 single player, played almost all of it with friends multiplayer. See, that's another thing I think is really cool too. I was trying to explain to my friend, because we're so like conditioned to treat RPGs as a single player experience. I was telling him like, oh, we should play Divinity Original Sin 1 and 2 together. And it's like, I already played Divinity Original Sin 1 by myself, but it's like, I was trying to explain to him how it's like Dungeons and Dragons, and how it's really, really like a large part of the experience. It's just as good of an experience, or if anything, you could argue that it's even an even better experience, where if I'm a character in the story and you're a character in the story, we can go our separate ways, we can tackle things together, we can disagree on things during a quest line. Like, it's cool. So it's like, he didn't really see it that way. He was kind of like, oh, I want to play it by myself first, sort of thing, or maybe just by myself, period. And it's like, no, it's actually like, it's like one of those games where it kind of is like designed around that kind of experience too, which is pretty cool. Which is how it should be enjoyed, in my opinion. Finished Divinity 1 with my buddy and almost finished 2. Yeah, so I was like saying for Divinity 2, because he knows that game's really good, because like the reviews and all that stuff too. But I was just like, yeah, I still need to beat Divinity 2, but I'm thinking of whether I should play it by myself or make my playthrough have it be with someone else. And I guess he didn't initially understand, and I don't blame him, because I didn't even understand it until like actually played the games. It's like, no, it's like pretty cool. It's like, imagine we're both playing the game, and it's like, I'm just as relevant in your story and you are just as relevant in my story, and then the game does a lot of things where, like, you know, decision making, you can argue, you can disagree, you can actually split up. I don't know how much more they fleshed this sort of thing out, like the multiplayer experience, but in Divinity 1, it's like, I can go this way and do a quest here, and you can go that way and do a quest there. It's like, yo, that's pretty cool. What are you worried about? Can't wage war on an empty stomach. Oh, it's healing. Do what thou wilt, sir. I'm sure there's nothing stopping thee. And then is Baldur's Gate, so I don't really, can't remember, is Divinity only local multiplayer, or could you search for someone to play with? I can't remember. But Baldur's Gate 3, I think, is multiplayer, like straight up. Like, how does it work though? Because it's like, basically, like, you wouldn't want to do a playthrough with a random person. You'd want to do a like devoted run of a campaign with like a group of people that you know, it'd be like me and 3 other people, and then basically we'll have to coordinate when we play and continue the story. But that's like so sick, especially if Baldur's Gate 3 is like that good of a game, bro. Like, and then if it is that good of a game, I have no problems playing it by myself, playing it with this person, playing it with this group, playing it with that group as many times as possible. And then like, it's going to be so varied. I don't know. All about playing with my buddies. Yeah, exactly. That's what I would want to do too. And Baldur's Gate is 4 people, right? Because Divinity Original Sin 2, I think, is only 2 or 3 people. So 4 people, that sounds pretty fun, man. If you do play by yourself, what is it? You just control all the teammates, and then if you play multiplayer, your teammates are just your other character, your friends' avatars. Or I don't even know how that works. Is it avatar, like character creation? Even with my buddies, I have a chance to create 3 unique builds. Wait, why is that? They don't like take up the slots, or like, oh, you know what would be really cool? I hope it is something like that. Because like, if you play by yourself, it's you, and then you'll meet like NPCs in the game, like in the story, like, you know, established characters and stuff. But then it'd be really cool if you play multiplayer and they all bring their characters, and then you can make like parties, like kind of like an army in a way, where it's like I'll take this NPC, that NPC, I'll take you, you're my one friend, I'll take you. It'll be us four. We'll go west, and then the remaining three friends, the remaining two friends could take two other NPCs and go east. Like, I don't know, if a game could be something like that, that'd be pretty cool. Oh man, I'm getting just amped thinking about it. There's so much games, bro. I love this hobby. I don't even understand how people could hate on this shit sometimes. It's like, yo, you guys just really don't know. You probably just see like COD or like Mortal Kombat where they're like ripping guts out. It's like, dude, there's like really kid-friendly games. There's all sorts of games like everywhere, bro. Like, because it's a medium, right? It's like, you know, it's not like every book is it's appealing to everyone. There's fiction, non-fiction, sci-fi, mystery, thriller, romance novels. Like, you know what I mean? Like, oh, I didn't, hold on, cut off there for some reason. If your buddy joins, you can just bench them. They had to add that. Used to be that they were stuck in your party, but they changed it. I'm not sure I entirely understand what you mean. Like, you can you mean bench the NPCs, or can you all just team up together? Like, is it a party that's max 4, and then like, let's say it's you and 3 NPCs, and then your friend wants to join with their unique character, and then they'll just take the second slot, sort of thing? I'd be interested in a game that lets you have it all, where it's like, I can have 3 NPCs as my party go one way, and my friend can have 3 NPCs and then go one way. And then, you know how Final Fantasy, like when you're at the end of the game and shit, it's like all 3, you like split your party in 3 teams, and you jump the last boss with all 3 different party with all 3 different groups. It's like, imagine that, but like multiplayer with your friends, but also mixing it with NPC characters. And then like, if there's like an NPC character that's like really popular, like really, like a lot of people like them and stuff, I imagine there's like so many different interesting interactions that can happen. People might fight over who gets to bring who. I don't know. You know what? I need to watch more Baldur's Gate stuff. I barely seen anything of the game. I'm gonna check out like a multiplayer run of like a bunch of people. I want to see how it is. If you joined as a co-op player, that character you created was stuck in your friend's party and couldn't be removed, but they fixed it. Oh, okay. You joined as a... Is that like some weird design oversight, or... Jesus, making me want to play Baldur's Gate 3 now. I really hope Baldur's Gate 3 impresses me on the story front, because at the end of the day, like, honestly, the most memorable game experiences are games that are typically like really, really good storylines. Gameplay is really good too, don't get me wrong. Like, I do remember certain like highlights of like gameplay, like fun moments, interesting moments, epic moments, whatever. Design oversight, okay, cool. The post-launch support for Baldur's Gate 3 seems really good though, based on what I'm based on what I'm seeing and reading. Baldur's Gate 3 is almost too story rich. Yeah, man, like I'm hearing that and it's like, that's my jam, bro. Like, really, like, so the one of the franchises I mentioned was Legend of Heroes. It's like, dude, I would put the world building in Legend of Heroes is so good. I like know so much about the politics in the world, the like, random ass trivia. I know so much things about the characters. Each and every cast member, I'm like knowing all this random ass fun facts because they're so fleshed out and they're like so colorful and personable and like interesting. And it's just like, the more you play the new, like each game in that franchise series or whatever, they build on each other. They're all connected. It's all in the same universe and everything. It's not like they're like self-contained sequels or self-contained games or anything like that. It's all related. and it's like characters from the original or the older games show up in the newer games, and they're not just cameos, they're like really important pieces of the puzzle. They show up and it's like, it's so epic, bro. It's like some Avengers level shit. And then if you bother to like take in all the lore, you're basically like, you'll like play like the new game, and they'll like reference something from, or you'll like see an NPC that has like a whole ass storyline that's been like carrying over through multiple different games. And it's like, if you know, it's like, oh shit, this guy's in this game, bro, I didn't even expect him to be here. And I heard Baldur's Gate 3 is like that, where not Story of Heroes, Legend of Heroes. It's JRPG franchise. It's one day it's gonna be just as popular as Persona and Tales and whatever. I mean, Persona kind of surpassed a lot of these games. Like Tales should be bigger than Persona, but it just didn't happen. Tales is still kind of niche compared to Persona. Persona's much more mainstream. It has a lot more mainstream success, but I'm hoping someday that Legend of Heroes kind of gets a lot more success and recognition and stuff. Yeah, Legend of Heroes. It's like right now it's like 10 plus games, and if you play, you can start at different points throughout you don't have to start from the very beginning, but if you do play all of them, you're like heavily rewarded for paying attention. In terms, they heavily reference characters. NPCs have their own storylines that are just overarching through multiple games. They show up, make cameos, a bunch of shit happens, and it's like, I was like, it's weird because like I don't play a game. Like, I haven't really played a game that has me pay attention to that extent where I care about the lore. So, for example, I'll play Horizon Zero Dawn, and honestly, bro, I like kind of skipped dialogue. I didn't really care about the world building. I did the side quests, did stuff for trophies, whatever. But then ultimately, I didn't really care about anything other than the main storyline. The main storyline was really good. And then I'll play a game like Final Fantasy where a lot of the games are pretty much self-contained. It's not like they do a lot of sequels where they build upon each other. So I'm used to it that way too. That's the anime, right? Northern War? Yeah, there's an anime for that too. That's covering the Northern, what happened in the Northern War. Jeez. I still haven't watched that. I'm gonna watch that later when I get to the Cold Steel games again. Hold on. I am Siegfried, the greatest swordsman in all the world, and that treasure belongs to me. Who's this? This kind of looks like Shadow. If I were you, you over-muscled moose, I'd grab Grandpa there and run away while you still can. Greatest windbag is more like it. You're the one who had best beat a brave retreat. What? Brazen words for a man about to be spitted upon my blade like a plump and a juicy pig. On guard! I don't even remember this guy. Here I come. There's a lot of games that are like, maybe it's 1 or 2 sequels, and then the sequels are designed in such a way where they want to make, like Witcher is a good example. You don't need to play Witcher 1 and 2 to really appreciate and enjoy Witcher 3. They do a very good job at making Witcher relatively self-contained, or catching people up, or having a bunch of exposition and dialogue, or books. Like they have lore books, like they have actual books in Witcher that you kind of like read and catch up on a bunch of stuff, and it like fleshes out a lot of stuff. But you're still kind of like gonna be rewarded if you did bother to go through Witcher 1 and 2, but they designed Witcher 3 in such a way where it's like, no, you can just dive right in and still think it's like a GOAT game. So Legend of Heroes is like that too, to an extent, because it's getting to the point where a lot of the events in the game, at least in the games like Cold Steel 3 and 4, Cold Steel 4, they do a lot of vague referencing to stuff that you probably wouldn't know about and you probably should know about, and it could be potentially confusing to a person that hasn't played certain games. You've never played a single Witcher game? I've only actually played Witcher 3 and, like, you know, put in a bunch of hours in that, but I played a little bit of Witcher 2, never really beat it. And all I really did before Witcher 3 came out is I basically just watched a bunch of summary videos and stuff, like lore videos, and I watched playthroughs and stuff just to try to catch myself up. And like ultimately it didn't really matter too much. There was just so many different ways that game kind of stood on its own. And then also, if it did reference stuff, they usually do the dialogue in such a way where it kind of like summarizes what you do need to know. I don't remember specifically, but I got that impression. No, it cannot be, but the last laugh belongs to me. Oh, you bitch. The treasure is mine. Au revoir, my friends. No, I need the treasure, bro. We're trying to get all the treasure. Steal your treasure. Yeah, we're going to be playing Witcher 1, 2, and 3 as well. I have them all. I bought them. It's time. I heard Witcher 1 was not the greatest, and based on what I've seen gameplay-wise, it seems kind of archaic in a lot of ways, so here's hoping I can try to kind of get through it relatively unscathed and endure. But, yeah. Witcher 2, I think, is going to be good for me. I think I'm going to enjoy that one. And then once we get to Witcher 3 on PC and the expansions, oh my god, the expansions of Witcher 3 are some of the best shit I've played. Like, honestly, was it? Oh yeah, Gaunter O'Dim is like one of my favorite characters. The way they do that guy, they do that character is fucking awesome, bro. I'm hoping Baldur's Gate gives me a similar vibes to Witcher, actually. Yeah, whatever. We're not gonna kamikaze you, buddy. I can't wait, bro. I can't wait. I'm getting excited just talking about all these things. Whoa. Chill. Chill. I don't want a game over. I don't really have any healing. Baldur's Gate 3 does not disappoint. Yeah, so when I hear about a game like that, where it's like that story rich, probably lore rich, there's probably so much different permutations as to like how different quests can play out, or like different routes you can take for the narrative and stuff. It's like, okay. And then I hear about Baldur's Gate 2 is like a really famous, critically acclaimed game that I sort of just missed out on because I wasn't really on PC like that. And I really wanted to try to go back to 1 and 2 and play through them, but I'm not really sure how I would fare. Like, maybe it's like a bit too ghetto. I don't really know. Like, I could tell you right now, I can go back to Super Nintendo games, but going back to NES games is really hard. And anything older than that is even more so the case. And so PC games, like these like old school top-down computer RPG, I don't even have any real experience with that genre, to be honest. Like Divinity Original Sin, I was getting my ass whooped. I mean, I don't really have to heal the ghost, but whatever. He's been with me up until this point. You know, gotta take care of my peoples. There's something to be said about an RPG team who focus on the 1% of players who choose a certain path and want to provide them a unique experience. There's like, it's kind of like a meme in a way, but like, oh, every decision you make matters. Every decision you make changes like the whole game and narrative, whatever. And then people go play the game. Like, some examples would be like Mass Effect with the multiple endings, but it's like different colors and shit. And then like people are so pissed. Or like maybe Star Ocean is a good example. Like, it has different endings, if I remember right, but it's not really like that different, or it's more just like it's adding more scenes, if I remember right. So like, to actually have a game that actually fleshes out not just 1, not just 2, not just 3 routes, and that's just 3 routes in an overarching narrative. What about subplots? What about like the subquests and like just stuff that you could potentially even miss? Some people might play through a game and not even encounter a certain quest line. You know what I mean? Like, so like, and then having each permutation, like each avenue or each route or whatever you want to call it, be just as good, just as high caliber, just as fleshed out. It's like, it's pretty hard to do. Bro, people can't even write a good main story in general. Just one main story, one main overarching story, and so many people can't even do it. Now you have some developers that are able to make the main story good. The main story has like 80 different variations to it that are potentially good, and then you have side quests that are better than main game story. That's what people said about Witcher 3. People were saying how Witcher 3 side quests storylines are better executed, better implemented. The story behind this, like the actual quests, side quests and stuff, is like better than actual main game story. And there is a lot of truth to that. Not every side quest, there's like some typical fetch quest type of stuff, but they do a very good job at making everything kind of like very detail rich. A lot of exposition, a lot of dialogue, a lot of world building. And like, the truth is, that's kind of like a niche experience in a lot of ways. A lot of people don't really want to have to read that much or want to have to be like exposed to that much information. But yo, that's kind of what makes or breaks like a really good, addictive, memorable RPG experience. Not the 1/1000th route. Like, that's the kind of dedication and effort the RPG genre needs. It's actually crazy, and the reason that Baldur's Gate 3 deserves every award thrown on it. Bro, all I needed to see about Baldur's Gate 3 to have like a smile or a smirk or a grin on my face is I saw that article where it's like developers are mad that Baldur's Gate 3 is like too good, like setting the bar too high. I'm like, you guys are fucking bitches, bro. You should be all get your employees to buy that game, go home, play it, study it, research it, and think of your own vision, your own creative input and output, and like come up with your own shit in your own game. Like, don't get me wrong, I love Final Fantasy, but side quests in Final Fantasy are really shit. Okay, it just is. I'm sorry, man. Like, what do you want me to say, Square Enix? And I'm actually really glad, because I recently read an interview for Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, and the guy was talking about Witcher 3. I'm like, oh, don't kill me there. I'm glad they're taking notes from Witcher 3. And if they're taking notes from Baldur's Gate 3, even better, because Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, if that's gonna be their magnum opus, if that, like Final Fantasy Remake, Rebirth, and then whatever the third title is going to be called, if that's their best product that they're coming out with, period, where they're bringing all these older generation people, they're bringing out all the goats, all of the people that made Final Fantasy great in the first place, if they're bringing all of them out there, then yeah, see the industry, see the standards, see what's out there, see what other companies are putting out there. And like, there's no shame. I'm not telling you to copy them. I'm not telling you to copy their quest line or their plot twist or anything like that, but take notes, see what else is out there, bro. Like, it's actually crazy that you'll play a whole ass 60-hour RPG experience and the main story is all right, it's serviceable, it's mediocre, and then the side quests are significantly worse. Like, the side quests are just like excuses to just get item or a fetch quest or something. They're still saying there's endings people haven't even discovered yet. Which, oh yeah, that is nuts. Considering its popularity, exactly. Larian Studios, the GOAT. The higher they set the bar, the better. Yeah, and it's like getting these developers shaking in their boots like it's some weird envy, jealousy kind of vibe, where it's like, rather, why doesn't that inspire you? Like, you know what I mean? You should be like playing that and it's like, oh, whoa, this is like the potential of gaming narratives and whatnot. It's like, dude, like, so when I read that article, it's like, yo, it's ironically so flattering for Larian Studios to have developers think that about you. You know what I mean? It's like, no, you're doing too good. Stop being too good. Just join the cesspool of filth and make really lazy writing, lazy fucking depictions of anything, and lazy implementations of everything. Wait, what'd he say? Oh, yeah, okay, cool. Like Final Fantasy 15, the side quests were so shit. It's like, you'll find a guy in a shack, and then the guy's just like weak, and you just give him a potion, and that's it. That's it. Final Fantasy 16 at least goes in a better direction. They have side quests where it's like kind of like social commentary on the state of the world, where like how fucked up it is, because they basically see people that use magic as like subhuman, they're like slaves and shit. So it's like, yeah, like, okay, but do that, but like don't have just a one-off cutscene with a bit of dialogue and then the quest is over. It's like, have a multi-part side quest, bro. Like, why not? Why not have a side quest? Like, it's weird because the older Final Fantasy games kind of do it where it's like the side content is like getting the summons. So why don't you have a Final Fantasy game where getting Ramuh is like a side quest? It's optional. I'm just using it as an example. Oh no, let's use Knights of the Round as an example. The way you get Knights of the Round is you need access to a gold Chocobo. You could do that 2 different ways: ruby weapon, get the desert rose, or you can basically you know, do the breeding and actually breed a gold Chocobo legit, and then you can climb over the thing and then you just grab the materia. It's like, for Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, why don't you, that's the best materia in the game, bro. That's the best summon in the game. Why don't you make that a really elaborate side quest where as you're going through the side quest, you're learning more about the Knights of the Round, why they exist, who they were, what they were in universe, and then, you know what I mean? Like, it could be so easy. It's so easy on paper. It's so easy to say, yet they don't do it, bro. I can't wait though, because seeing the interviews where they're like taking notes and playing Witcher 3 and shit, it's like, oh, okay, cool. Y'all should have played Witcher 3 when it came out and then do that shit for Final Fantasy 15, 16, and 7, but it's all good. It's all good. Better late than never. It's better than like whining about like how like insecure you kind of come off because how good a product is on the market. Yeah, like Knights of the Round is a pretty important materia, but then you kind of realize the way you get it is just kind of like a really random optional thing. If they were to like remake the game, you, 1, make it mandatory, and then basically 2, create a quest line, a multi-part quest line where it's like, you know, it's really well written, well fleshed out, and then it leads you to that reward. And they don't have to just do that Knights of the Round. There's like so many other different things you can turn into a like elaborate quest line. All the other materials, Bahamut Zero, even like the new stuff they can come up with. I don't even know. The potential's there. It's just a matter of whether they actually do it. Make it mandatory. I would think so, for maybe not mandatory. I mean, almost ruins the special status of it. I wouldn't make certain materials mandatory, not Knights of the Round. Maybe not, maybe more so like Bahamuts and stuff. Especially like if a summon, like certain Final Fantasy summons are pretty important to the story. Like in Final Fantasy 15, Bahamut is technically important to the story. It would have been really cool if they fleshed that kind of stuff out more. So in Final Fantasy 7's case, who's important to the story? Like, I guess like the black material, the huge materia type of stuff, but like honestly the summon materials are kind of just like you grab it and there's no real story reason why that thing's there or whatever. No, it'd be really cool if they transformed that though. Like, I honestly think, oh, I'm gonna revive this guy. I honestly think that's like the key to making a remake and then retroactively taking something that was basically a simple item obtainment, but then actually have a story like built around it. Wait, is that all the treasures? Oh yeah, I'm done. Cool. I don't know. It's pretty exciting, but sometimes it's like easy to be optimistic and hopeful and think that these guys are just gonna crush it. But a lot of the times, like, it's just my hype is here, and then the game's actual performance is here, and then after the honeymoon phase, I'm kind of meet it in the middle, sort of thing. But there's a lot of RPGs, not just RPGs, but there's a lot of games in general that like try to tackle these things where it's like, it kind of surprises me that they don't kind of match their competitors. Like, even like, just think about anything. Maybe it's just attitudes, or there's like some weird business reality or something where it's like, it's not that easy to just say and do. But like for me, like, look at my streaming thing. It's like, I didn't just come in here and just start streaming randomly. I've been doing pretty extensive research on what I want to do, what's out there, what the competition's like, what's working, what's not working, why people are succeeding. And then as I look more and more at the competition, it's like, yo, I'm like seeing all sorts of like like gaps and opportunities and like things to kind of capitalize on, like things like needs that aren't really being met. So in the same vein, like for video game development and video games in general, it's like, dude, when you look at these games that are like rated 90 plus Metacritic and like they don't even bat an eye at it, and then they go spend years and money and all this development time, and then boom, they just push out a shit product, like let's say 75 to 85, and then even then it's unpolished, the story's trash, the characters are unremarkable, there's no like, the fan base doesn't have like an attachment to it, and then it's like you kind of just wasted like a lot of energy and resources and time and money. And it's like, you know how like in school or like at a job, there's some people that do their due diligence and it shows, and then there's some people that are kind of lazy about it. It's like the same thing. There's just a lot of developers that aren't necessarily, even though it's not hard, you can see what the competition's like, but they're not really analyzing it like that. They're just kind of off in their own world. They kind of like live in a bubble. The only company that lives in a bubble that I think is allowed to live in their own bubble because they put out bangers is Nintendo. Why is it cut off here? Things should be special to your playthrough. The problem with that is like you basically have to have a lot of permutations and stuff. Like if you could even flesh out that much different combinations where player choice leads them to a unique playthrough with unique experiences, and then have them be just as good caliber as someone else's different choices, that's like dudes can't even write one good linear story. How could we expect them to write like a multi-option, multi-outcome kind of thing, you know? Well, I mean, all this shit we've been talking about tonight is hard to hit on the head, you know? Like, what do people want and how to hit on this dopamine mine or whatever. Game dev quickly becomes too close to psychoanalyzation, in my opinion. And even though you can, like, analyze everything, at the end of the day, it's like, for example, the writing. Like, let's say writing. It's like, at the end of the day, the writer's gotta have that vision. It's gotta have that creative talent. Gotta be able to come up with their own version and have it be written in a way that actually is compelling, that actually is interesting, that actually is like high caliber. And that just ultimately, it's hard to like, you know, so some of these companies have really good talent and it's like they're not being put to good use. Like imagine a game dev with like really good writing talent, but because of like reality of game dev or like business deadlines and shit, it's like they can't implement this cutscene or this cutscene. Like Final Fantasy 15 is a good example. They tried to post-launch add cutscenes, tie it in with the movie. They even added the movie cuts. They actually added scenes from the movie in the game because it's like they're trying to do like a patchwork job retroactively to fill in what is obviously a lot of blanks that makes for like a pretty overly simplistic, incomplete storyline, incomplete experience overall. And Final Fantasy 15 is actually a really good example of that in a lot of ways, more than one actually. Them trying to do expansions to retroactively flesh out the story, flesh out the lore. They made the same mistake with 13 actually. 13.2, 13.3. They just kept trying to beat a dead horse where it's like, the other thing is if the initial concept's already flawed and not good and it doesn't have the good delivery or whatever, it's just not hitting the right notes for whatever reason, then it's just kind of like, okay, why keep building this world? You know what I mean? And it's just amazing how a game like Baldur's Gate can just confidently just keep attempting different things, and all of it is like, I don't want to say all of it is amazing like S tier shit, but all of it is like a baseline kind of quality. And then when you compare that baseline to other games baseline, that's where the comment about Witcher's side quests are better than other games' main stories, which is kind of funny and insulting to kind of contemplate, but it's kind of true because they did a really good job in every facet of it, from the writing, the cutscene direction, the cinematic direction, and then actual gameplay stuff. Like you're investigating, you're like some Batman mode shit, you're Geralt, you're like doing your Witcher vision, trying to figure out what's going on. Geralt is like talking to himself, commentating, he's like speculating, he's like adding a lot to it, and then plot twist, it's not what you thought it was, even though you could have probably predicted what it was, but then boom, again, it's another twist. Like, you know how some people are really good at predicting plot twists, or like, oh yeah, I figured the girl was actually secretly the serial killer or some shit. It's like they do a lot of subversion even in that to keep people on their toes, and that's what makes for a really like memorable and compelling and like interesting experience. You know what I mean? No need to overanalyze. It's good writing, etc. I feel you. Baldur's Gate 3 definitely hits some high notes, and the Witcher series of course. Is it of fucking course or of course? Yeah, that's what that is. It's honestly like, and I understand some games, they're not really like trying to be good in that department per se, or like they're more interested in, oh, like some open world games really emphasizing sandbox experience where it's more about creative freedoms. Like, I don't know, think of like GTA or Saints Row, where the story isn't that serious. It's like satire. It doesn't take itself too serious. It does like social commentary here and there and stuff, but like ultimately I wouldn't really look back on like GTA stories and be like, oh yeah, that was like a really good storyline and compelling writing. You know what I mean? It like depends on what they're trying to go for. But in one of the examples I was saying, like Final Fantasy, is once upon a time Final Fantasy was regarded like that. Like in the PS1 era, people were talking about Final Fantasy 7 story like it's the GOAT story. You know what I mean? So it's kind of like, I guess a part of me wants to see Square Enix kind of like reclaim that kind of throne, if you know what I mean. And then it's like you see all these more Western developers kind of just basically going ham, banger after banger. Like Larian Studios is like Divinity 1 banger, Divinity 2 banger. They take on Baldur's Gate 3. I don't really know how that works, so like who owned the IP or whatever. I don't think Larian Studios made Baldur's Gate 1 and 2, right? So they took on Baldur's Gate 3 and they still did it justice from what I understand. So it's crazy. Not that GTA has a bad story, but that genre almost doesn't request it. Exactly, that's exact, because it's like the type of game. It's not like I play Rainbow Six Siege, and even though Rainbow Six Siege has all this lore about the operators they're playing with, it's like, no, the story is not a focus. We're not even here to try to tell you a story. So in the context of RPGs where they are trying to deliver a story, Final Fantasy, it's a dang shame that like they just ultimately try and they deliver stuff that isn't like what could be their best work, honestly. And it's like it kind of got watered down or worse, or maybe you can even say rushed in some cases, because Final Fantasy 15 was like a bunch of development hell. 13, from what I understand, the critical reception for 13 was really bad, and then they insisted on basically just making sequels, and a lot of people are speculating stuff like, you know, they want to recoup losses, reuse assets, recycle assets, all this stuff. More than just going back to the Soul series. Yeah, Soul series, that's actually kind of why I like Bloodborne, because when I did try to dig into the story in Bloodborne, it was actually pretty cool, like Lovecraftian horror stuff, and I was like, wow, like you can play Bloodborne and not even know this shit, but if you do know this shit, it kind of reframes everything in a certain way. Like insight, insanity, madness, these alien higher dimensional gods and shit. Story is almost secondary or background. Yeah, I agree with that for the Soul series, especially games like Elden Ring. People are saying Elden Ring was like an amazing story, like one of my friends, and I was like, bro, can you explain to me what Elden Ring story is? Because I guarantee you just probably played that and you didn't pay attention to any lore bits. I don't care if George R.R. Martin was on, you know. One of the things I would say, not necessarily as a criticism because it's more of a design choice, but there's a lack of delivery in story when it comes to the Soul series, and then also there's a deliberate ambiguity in the Soul series where they kind of want you to be like this detective investigating the mystery and try to piece and theorize and speculate like what's going on, but it doesn't like actually hand deliver to you like, oh, here's what Elden Ring's about. This happens here, this happens here, this happens here. That's why you're fighting these guys, and this, and then boom, end of the game. And can be basically fleshed out even in item description. Yeah, that's Souls, and it's almost better that way. Fuck no, it's hard to recap. That's intentional though. Yeah, exactly. And I think Sekiro was probably their most like serious attempt at having like a coherent story being delivered to the players. Because like honestly, bro, I play Souls games and if you ask me to explain to you what the games are about, I can't tell you. Sorry, dude. Like that's not really why I was there either. And then when you play the game, you're just like a silent protagonist just going from boss to boss, dungeon to dungeon, hordes of enemies to hordes of enemy. You know what I mean? But back to what I was saying about Final Fantasy was that guy. Final Fantasy was trying to do that. It's like after Final Fantasy 10, they like lost a lot of steam. Maybe it's like changing in the fucking industry. Maybe they're transitioning to HD. Maybe it's because they try to do all that game engine shit. They keep trying to make proprietary engines. Once they switch to Unreal Engine, you notice that like basically everything kind of sped up. They actually started to have realistic deadlines and they're actually putting out products. Now they just need to master that shit, and then they can start worrying more about actually like writing good shit, like having good boss encounters, all whatever. Like the only thing I'll say about Square is like their music has never disappointed. They've always been going ham on music. Oh yeah, we should wrap this up. Ooh, yeah. Okay, as long as it doesn't hit 6. It's at 5 a.m. I'll definitely be able to finish this before then. You didn't follow Final Fantasy past 10? Good. You kind of dodge a bullet. Because I'm not going to comment on 11. But 12 is not good as 10. I don't give a fuck what anyone says, alright? Story-wise, I don't care. Ivalice, the best Ivalice game, the best Final Fantasy game that takes place in the Ivalice universe is Final Fantasy Tactics, bar none. But I'll fight to the death on that. Yeah. And then Final Fantasy 13, even with 2 extra games to try to flesh out the lore, it did not do a good job overall, honestly. 13-2 is probably the better of the 3, I think, overall. And then 14 was initially a failure, and then they basically rebooted it and made an attempt again. And then the base game, A Realm Reborn, was, it's serviceable. It's not the greatest. Like, story-wise, it's not the greatest. But everything else about it was good. Like, the whole MMO experience. Raiding, all the fucking social experience, guild shit. All the mini-games, collectible stuff. All the features and functions you'd expect in an MMO game. But, like, the expansions started to... Final Fantasy 14's expansions are goated. Shadowbringers, Heavensward, Stormblood, all Endwalker as well. But I think Shadowbringers was the best for me. I really, really like Emet-Selch. He's a really good Final Fantasy villain. And 15 is like, I don't want to say it's bad because it's not bad, but it's like you can tell, as you play, you can tell when they changed the directors, when they had sort of like creative differences, whatever was going on behind the scenes, you can tell it affected the game. Final Fantasy 15 reminds me a lot of Metal Gear Solid 5 Phantom Pain, where there's like a lot of hype around it, a lot of development issues behind the scenes, like drama in the company and stuff, and then ultimately the product you got wasn't probably what it was originally envisioned. Because that ain't Versus 13, that's for sure. Totally different vibe. Oh yeah, I got a suplex the train instead of sitting here talking and shit. 8 was the last good one. Have you played 9? 9, a lot of people like 9. If you liked 7, 8, you probably would like 9, even though it's like a big difference in terms of like theme and setting and stuff. I don't like 9's systems. I prefer Materia and Junction system over what Final Fantasy 9 did, to be honest with you. And that's the Junction system part is not a popular opinion. People would think I'm weird for saying that, but it's because I kind of understood the Junction system and I kind of know how to exploit it. Most people agree Tactics is the high point. Yeah, I'm actually surprised. I say this a lot, but Final Fantasy Tactics is better than most mainline Final Fantasy games. We need a Tactics remaster. I'll be on that shit. I should buy. Oh no, I should not have done that. Actually, I'll be fine. I'll be fine. Something's written here. To stop the train, shut the first and third pressure valves, then throw the switch located by the smokestack. Is it not here? Is it outside? Yeah, the junction system's good once you know how to exploit it, to be honest with you. I don't even think it was that, like, what was the criticism of that? I sometimes I feel like Final Fantasy VIII just gets a bad rap because it was a direct follow-up to Final Fantasy VII. You know how people can be where it's like, you know, like Final Fantasy VII is like so good and it's like they're kind of grumbling to themselves. It's like, oh yeah, whatever is next clearly can't top this. And then as a result, they kind of like negatively bias themselves as they play the game. 8, honestly, the only thing I'll say about 8 is the villain not really being introduced towards later in the game, or like quite literally the end of the game, is probably a criticism. But you could say the same thing about Sephiroth. Technically, if you know what I'm talking about, like Sephiroth is not really the real Sephiroth until like way later in the game. Like I said before, game dev quickly degenerates to exploiting brain chemistry. Yeah, and what happens when if there's like a conflict of interest where rather than like try really hard to create compelling gameplay design, like encounters, bosses or whatever, or like compelling story and stuff, it's just easier to kind of do like, what would you call it, like a fast food kind of experience. It's like you're speed running the motions of a typical hero story or some shit. Where's that smokestack? It's this thing, right? That's what it's talking about. Okay, well, we're gonna beat up Phantom Train. The train should stop if we throw the switch. So you're the ones who have been slowing me down. Oh, the train talks? Like the loot cave in Dynasty, if you know what I mean. Wait, Dynasty, like Dynasty Warriors? Wait, I don't even know what you're talking about. Shuriken. We're doing it, bro. We're doing the suplex. That's the suplex move, right? Yeah! That's such a beam. Wait. Didn't you say a Phoenix Down would work on this shit because it's undead? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. You dumb undead inanimate object, but somehow you're alive or dead. You stupid train. Even the guide is talking about Google up train suplex. Bum 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 bum. So we did the suplex and then we threw a fucking Phoenix out. All right. Oh, Destiny. If you're talking about Destiny 1, because I only played Destiny 2 and I don't remember any loot cave shit. I just remember suffering a lot trying to do that first raid. I wasted a Friday, a Sunday, a Saturday, a Monday, and a Tuesday, and I still couldn't do it. And not even my fault. It's just like the people. I don't know what was going on, but someone was always fucking something up, and I was just like, it came to the point where I like mastered it, and I'm just sitting here just waiting for the right things to line up. Anyways, I will let you go, but first, there's something I must do. I didn't realize the train was going to be talking. I don't even remember that. All this talking about, like, games and just, like, the quality and the story and the side quests and whatever, like Baldur's Gate 3 and stuff, it's like it really kind of hypes me up. Like I kind of look forward to playing that game. Maybe I will play 1 and 2. I was just thinking of just skipping to 3 because I know you don't necessarily have to play 1 and 2 because they're like 1,000 years apart or some bullshit. But it's like, I don't know, man. Like it's one of those things where if I can like, I think I'll like greatly appreciate the experience more if I bother to do that initial investment. Just like Witcher. I think I played Witcher 3, even though I know a lot about Witcher 1 and 2. I think if I actually play through Witcher 1 and play through Witcher 2 and then play Witcher 3, I'd probably like it even more. I only remember my friends just wanting to grind the loot cave. And I was like, let's play the game, you know, for fun. Like what games should be. You know what? I always say something like that. Games are supposed to be for fun because people start acting like, you know how like people are in school and they worry about their GPA? Well, I'll be playing multiplayer games and people are like worrying about their rank, like their parents will disown them if they don't get the rank. I just get that impression sometimes. So it's like, listen, I could be a really competitive person, but in that competitiveness, I will extrapolate fun. But these people are like competing like their family has like a gun head to their like you know what I mean? Like there's actual real ramifications if they don't succeed. So that when they lose, they're not even just bummed out. Like I lose, I'll just be bummed out and just move on within like, you know, like a minute. Meanwhile, these guys will like start drama, say all these hurtful things, start personal shit. Like it's crazy. Yeah, I'm gonna be going to bed too, to be honest. I'm like pushing it. It's almost 6. I'm actually gonna be wrapping it up soon. But yeah, it was really, really nice talking to you. It was nice having like a bit of a back and forth. You're making me want to play Baldur's Gate 3 though. You'll go far in streaming. You got that engagement. OTG. What's OTG mean? On the God? Yeah, honestly, I think like I did a YouTube channel before and like basically I was just recording stuff offline. I was like doing trophy guides and shit. And like coincidentally it was really shitty games like Assassin's Creed Unity, so that probably played a part in it. But like I don't know, it made video games like a chore. Like it actually made it seem like the worst aspects of work. And then basically streaming was like that missing aspect, like the engagement with people. Like I'm just sitting here playing the game. I don't even have to play the game. I'm like sitting here talking to you and stuff. You know what I mean? Like, and it's just like we're talking about all sorts of different aspects of game, just deviating, detouring. There's like a lot of commentary. It's entertaining, insightful too, because y'all are just kind of like helping me figure out what I should like go with and stick with, and even games too. Like you said, Darkest Dungeon, I actually added that to my wish list, and it's like, yeah, I'm looking forward to even more games now. So it's like, you know, when the time comes, we got to just put in the hours at this point. We got to actually grind and like beat this and beat that and beat this and beat that. If I play multiplayer games, it's kind of like, it's not a waste of time, but it's like time that could be better used to like plow through a backlog. But yeah, you know, I'll be streaming more often. I'm gonna be trying to aim for like more full-time hours and stuff. So, you know, tune in whenever. Drop by, say hi. I'll be playing all sorts of games too, not just this stuff. Hopefully something piques your interest, especially if it's something you haven't played. I think that'll probably be interesting and entertaining in its own way. But yeah, take care, man. We're gonna wrap this up too as soon as I finish this cutscene. Or actually, no. I want to try to finish the scenario, so the faster we leave the train behind, the better. Couldn't have said it better myself. Thanks for subbing. Yeah, I noticed. Or wait, it doesn't actually say it in my activity feed, though. I don't get why. It did the alert, but the activity feed didn't update. Is that Elaine? Owen! Take care, man. Good night. I'm gonna be sleeping soon, too. I didn't want to push it this late. It's 5 a.m. for me. 6 a.m. is a hard line, though. I don't want to go past 6 a.m. I'll, like, screw up my whole schedule. Cyan, was that your wife and son? The train is leaving? This guy just dashed him aside. Please, wait. Elaine! Owen! You should have drank the milk, Owen. Jeez, take care, man. Good night. Dad, I'll keep practicing with my sword so I can keep Mom safe. Oh, Owen was having a baby? He was a kid? Alright, never mind. I take back what I said. I legit thought Owen was a baby. That's why I made the milk comment. But no, I guess not. He's a child. Makes sense that he drank water. Oh, jeez. Phoenix down helped. Poor Sabin. Oh. Okay. It's just like that? Okay. Can I go back in? Oh, yeah, I can. What's next? We're in the Veld Cave to Barren Falls. I want to see how long this is. I might do it. No, there's like one, two, three more places. Wow, this really is the longest scenario. Okay, yeah, we're gonna call it here then, basically. Pretty good time, to be honest. Spent a pretty good I played a lot of Siege. I don't know, wait, I only played like 2 hours of Siege, I think. But this is a 7.5 hour stream. I know I spent a lot of it detouring and talking and all that stuff, but you know, it is what it is. We'll get through these games little by little. It's also hard for me to focus sometimes, especially when I'm tired, like multitasking. Especially when I'm trying to follow a guide too. If I was playing like Siege, it'd probably be much easier because like I can kind of autopilot that game in a way. And then I'll just autopilot the game and then be able to engage with chat and stuff, so... Wait, hold on. Did I save over the wrong slot? No, okay, we're good. Okay, so we have 7 hours in this game. I don't even know how long this game's gonna be for me. It's probably gonna be like 30 hours, I think. If I had to guess. Maybe 30, 40. It should be the same length as Final Fantasy V. If not a little bit... Yeah, probably a little bit longer. And since I'm not like 100%ing it, completing the bestiary and stuff like that, shouldn't be like, I don't think I'd need to put in 70 hours like my first save file. I don't know why it was 70 hours. So like, what did I do? It's like a pretty big jump. I'm wondering if I idled. Geez. Pretty good stream session for the most part. I'm getting better at it in the long run, because like before I couldn't even play that long. But like I'm getting back in the groove. Like when I was in my 20s, I sound so old. When I was in my early 20s, I was like playing Siege. That's how old that game is. I was playing Siege, like I would like boot that game up. I could easily put it's like, let's say in a 24-hour day, I'm awake for 17 hours. And then let's say 2 of those hours is like shower, eating, whatever. And then, I don't know, let's just round up. Like I could put 10 to 15 hours per day in a game. It just really depends. But like for me, it's like I might need multiple breaks. I might get sidetracked. I might need to take a food break or something. But if I am gonna be going through all these games in that sort of that amount of volume, it's like, yeah, I'm gonna have to game like I never gamed before, to be honest with you. And then basically, even though the wish list has a lot of games that it's not in my actual list, so like look, let's go over that again. I really like looking at it because it makes me think of all the potential fun. Oh, this. Yeah, we're gonna kind of like de-stress. Not de-stress. Is it de-stress? It's not stress. I don't know what it is. Like, you know when you like play a game and you're like doing just kind of like trying to simmer down, like that sort of thing. Yeah, so this is like, these are games I have access to, you know, like these like I can install them, start playing right now, sort of thing. Not every single game. So some of these games I have to buy, like this one, Chrono Cross, Miles from PC. It's 2, 3, 4, 5 Legend of Hero games. I mean, I do actually have Cold Steel 3 and 4 just on console, but I'm gonna buy them again on PC because why the heck not? But like, look at this list. This list already is like what I'm trying to chip away at, and it's pretty daunting in itself. Like, some of these are like on the shorter side, so I could probably go through them relatively quick, like Bayonetta 1, Devil May Cry, pretty much the whole Devil May Cry franchise. And then Devil May Cry and like Bayonetta, those kinds of games will only be longer, like 40 plus hours, if I'm trying to like get all achievements or like 100% it or something. But in the case of Devil May Cry, I'm not gonna do it for For sure, I'm not doing it for 1, 2, and 3 because I actually recently played them. So it's like I really don't want to go through all that again. But 4 maybe. Don't May Cry. I don't really want to. Like I have like an aversion against that, like towards that game. But we'll see how I feel. And then 5 is the one I might want to put the most time in. I don't think I can 100% it. That would require me to like devote a month of me practicing the game, and I'm not interested in doing that because it's what was the hard achievement in that game? S ranking hell difficulty. I think, yeah, if you get hit once you're dead. That's like, and yeah, that would be probably the hardest thing. I don't remember if that has Bloody Palace trophies and stuff. But like those kinds of games I might just go through them once. So it'll be pretty quick. And these are actually short games when you think about it. And the Resident Evil games, like a lot of Capcom games are actually on the shorter side. It's one of those things where the first playthrough is a certain length, and then the successive playthroughs are actually shorter and shorter because you can kind of speed run it, new game plus, carry over weapons, all that sort of stuff. But yeah, we're gonna basically be just working away, chipping away at this whole list, and then as this list gets smaller, we have these multiplayer games to kind of fall back on, and these are just all infinite replay value, right? Like technically some of these I can have like a finite end to. So for example, Left 4 Dead 2, I'm really just looking to cover the campaign. I don't think I'm gonna go for all the achievements. It's pretty difficult. The expert mode stuff, I don't even know, like I would need a good team, and I'm not even interested in remotely in trying to find people. And then other games, Smash Bros Ultimate, I might not really want to engage in the online because if it's like laggy and stuff, you know, not why put myself through that. And then Back 4 Blood, same thing as Left 4 Dead. Maybe I'll try for going for achievements, but I heard the hardest achievements in this game, like the hardest mode is really difficult. So who knows, I might just play those like for fun. And then little by little what's gonna happen is some games will straight up be like moved on from. Like for example, like I play Final Fantasy 6, finish it, wrap it up, and then it's like I don't really see myself going back to that game for any real reason, so I can like safely cross it off the list. But games like Left 4 Dead, maybe one day, like maybe let's say I go through the campaign, do all the stuff I wanted to do, and then I'm technically done with it. Maybe randomly one day I'll want to just kind of have a like how I have the just chilling stream where I might game hop. Maybe I want to game hop Left 4 Dead and just play some random stuff like survival, just run through a campaign with random people and stuff. Like maybe that might happen. So certain games could kind of get added into a rotation effectively, but that's usually just this section, just online games. Pretty much every single player game, like every solo game, every game in this list down here and stuff, it's gonna have relative, like there's gonna be a point where I can kind of wrap it up, write the review, assign a score, have all the videos and stuff uploaded and whatever, and then I move on to like another game. And it's not to say that I can never go back to it. Obviously it's like part of my collection, I can just install it and download whatever, but the odds are like really low unless I'm like really bored, because we have so much games to play, like a lot of games to play. Like I don't even know a lot of people that would even be willing to try to do what I'm doing, because it's kind of like a maniac's task to like the first criticism for me doing this is there's not enough time in the world to do that. Two, people would say for the intents of streaming and like content creation, like for a YouTube channel, a lot of these games are just, they're not, people aren't searching for them, they're way past their time, they're just old, no one gives a shit about them, unfortunately. But hey, I was saying, like, the logic's pretty simple. There's people that stream and their audience and following is largely just based on them and the personality. So for example, like, okay, Ludwig's a good example. Ludwig can, actually, let me just, who's actually live right now? Ludwig's a good example. This guy can do whatever the hell he wants, because it's not really like people are there because Ludwig plays Valorant or some shit. It's like, no, they're just there to see what he's up to, right? So what I think will likely happen for someone like me is if I do it that way, or I like push to at least build it like and do it that way and kind of frame it that way, um these, even if it's like a random ass game, like some random indie game, or if it's like a bad game or a mediocre game, or if it's like a super old retro game like Final Fantasy 1, I still think because it's like attached to me doing, like me being the one to play through it, it could retroactively get a lot of, not a lot of views, but a decent amount of views. Like that's attention to a game that otherwise probably doesn't get it, because how many YouTubers are really going around playing all these super niche games? A lot of these people are really playing games that, one, they're interested in, of course, but games that are like actually like relevant in the, like, I guess in the streaming meta. Like you can easily look like best games to stream, and like they have like metrics and shit. Like if you look at Twitch, whatever this is, I hope it's okay. I have no clue what the hell that is. What are these games though? What? This is fake, bro. Not median views. Dude, you can just do it this way. I'm so stupid. Twitch itself. Twitch itself is like that. So you can like go to browse, games, and then like oh, this is not how I remember it. Well, look, it says recommended games. So GTA 5. So currently, the whole last category of GTA 5. So you go click GTA 5, and there's all these streamers. This is Twitch too. This is like Twitch is where all the people are at in the first place. And my ass is on YouTube, you know, so that doesn't help either. But look, all of these streams. This one's 21. This one's 115. This one's 92. This one's 216. And then all of it all together across all of these streamers adds up to, at as of this moment, 5 a.m. in the morning, it's 54K, which is actually pretty good, but to be honest. Whoa, Tarkov is 224K? Why? Maybe some new content came out, like the server. Oh, maybe there was a recent server wipe or whatever. I don't know why it's that high, but that's actually pretty good. Um, huh? That's actually really really high. It's higher than League and Valorant. It's probably time of day. Maybe this is like a time. Maybe this is like a more uh people in like Europe. Wait, Shroud is playing it? Oh yeah, he is. Okay, it must be like some new wiper, new content or some shit. Cool. Okay, so Shroud's actually a good example of like I watch Shroud. Well, not as much anymore because I'm not really actively like watching people on Twitch. I'll watch his stuff on if they make it over to YouTube, but still, like these are the games that technically speaking you should be streaming. League of Legends, Tarkov, Fortnite, Lethal Company, which is a new one, and it's like I don't know how long that's gonna last, but it's giving me Among Us vibes, where it's like giving a lot of, it's a lot of cool and fun interactions between the streamer personalities and stuff. So like it makes for great content. To be honest with you, I haven't played it myself. It's like $12. I have no real reason why I couldn't play it, but I actually just really enjoy watching people play it. It's like it's some of the funniest shit. Some of it's evil, bro. Like some of the monster designs, like Jester, the Ghost Girl, and the Coil Heads. It's like so good. Like I love that they have a game that's like that, and it's multiplayer, and then they're even using mods, so it's not just 4 players. It's like 20 players, 50 players, whatever, right? It's good stuff. And then this game I recently played, the finals. I don't know how long this is gonna last. It's a new game in its infancy, so for all we know, it can make it or break it, right? We'll see how it is down, like let's say half a year down the line. If half a year, it's just because honestly, just because it's a new shooting game on the block doesn't mean it's guaranteed that longevity the same way Valorant or these other shooting games might have. So it's like it could easily be one of those games that they give it their best shot, support it for a little bit, and then eventually they shut it down like some hyperscape shit. So to invest in a game like that this early on is not of interest to it's not of interest to me unless like something about it, like personally, something about the gameplay itself is like really compelling and interesting, and I gave it a shot. I'll be honest, it's not necessarily like something I would be the most interested in. I like my PvP. uh I like games like Valorant, Rainbow, and Counter Strike, where it's round based, search and destroy type of shit, 5v5, 6v6, whatever. I don't really care what the actual count is, versus a battle royale where you drop in a big ass open world, or finals where you drop into a big open arena, and then it's kind of like the finals reminds me of Hyperscape a lot. I don't know why. It's probably because like it's like some kind of game show vibe, or it's like very futuristic seeming in some senses. I don't really know, but I'll give it the visual fidelity at least. It looked really good when I played it. But yeah, like these are the games that are basically what people want to watch. So on one hand, if you go into any of these categories, like let's say okay, let's use Tarkov as an example, okay? Now there's gonna be people watching Shroud for Shroud. Okay, he's Shroud. So, 21K viewers, he's the one killing it in this category. Bulk of the viewership is probably from people like him. Actually, these are all Pestily, I don't know, Landmark. I don't know how I think it's Landmark. I know these names. These are content creators for Tarkov exclusively. So it makes sense that they have like way more views. This guy's 74K. But this guy's a good example of what I think would happen. If he switches games, I think he'll lose a lot of his viewership. I don't know for sure, but I associate this guy myself. Whenever I see this guy, I associate him with Tarkov. I've never seen this dude play any other game. Every single thing I've ever seen of this dude is just Tarkov. So it's like you have a guy who's one, he could easily love this game and just want to play that game and devote all his time and energy to it, and it's totally fine. But what ends up happening is you basically pigeonhole yourself where out of that 74K, probably like I don't know, I'm gonna pull numbers out of my ass just to kind of make a point, but like let's say half of them are there because it's Tarkov and he and Tarkov are one, and they're interested in seeing new stuff about Tarkov, and they know he's about that life when it comes to Tarkov. So it's like, all right, cool, we're gonna watch him. If he switched to a different game, it doesn't have to be Valorant, but like let's say he switched to Final Fantasy 1. Let's say he just randomly wanted to do that retro shit the way I was doing, and he just wants to play Final Fantasy 1. He will have a lot of views in the sense that he has a subset of viewers that are like there for him, the personality. They'll probably be tripping out, like, why the fuck's he playing Final Fantasy 1? But whatever. Like, the people will probably roll with it, and then people will probably come and go, and then a portion of them probably won't linger because they're not interested in the game itself, even despite really liking that guy. You know what I mean? Like, as an example, nothing specific to this guy. I'm just giving an example, using him as an example, whatever. And then it's like a good portion of the people are going to be like, they're only there because of Tarkov. The minute he stops playing Tarkov and they see him not, they're just going to go watch someone else playing Tarkov. Usually that's probably because they're actively playing Tarkov themselves, and when they're not playing Tarkov themselves, they'd want to be watching someone else play Tarkov. It could be for all sorts of reasons. They might want to learn, they might want to see what high level play looks like, they might want to just, maybe it's just an addiction thing. Like, I like watching people play Rainbow Six Siege sometimes. I like see what people are up to, see what people are doing, that sort of thing. But it's like the minute he switches to like Final Fantasy 1, and I use Final Fantasy 1 as an extreme example because that's Final Fantasy fucking 1. It's not like it's Final Fantasy 16 that like came out this year. It's relevant. It's a PS5 exclusive, whatever. It's like, no, Final Fantasy 1. It's like old ass game. Yeah, it got a pixel remaster, so it did kind of get a boost in viewers probably to an extent. But no, at the end of the day, it's Final Fantasy 1, okay? No one's watching that shit. No one's really like searching that shit. Of course there is, because there's a lot of people, bro. A lot of people searching a lot of things. But if you're trying to do this as like, I'm trying to maximize viewer metrics, I'm trying to basically like do things that are healthy and efficient and effective for my stream, growing my audience, if you're trying to make a money, making a living out of it, then yeah, like basically doing that kind of move is potentially dangerous. Then you have people like Shroud, where even though this dude's like a millionaire, he's got the bag, he's had a lot of success, he's gone from PUBG, I've seen him play Blackout, I've seen him play Warzone, I've seen him play Valo, I've seen him play CS, I've seen him play CS2, I've seen him play all these games. Yeah, they're all shooting games, but I've also seen him try other shit too, like out of his genre that's typical to him. And even he gets affected by that, because not everyone's like watching him for specifically him. They want to see him playing the shooting games, the specific shooting games. So even when he switches to other games, even Ninja, when he switched to he like took a big viewership hit when he switched to playing Final Fantasy 11 or something, and I'm like, oh, this guy's playing Final Fantasy 11, sick, bro. I didn't even realize the game was active like that and actually getting the attention and eyes of like top streamers like that. But it's just the fact of like there's nothing to really be like. Some people might get deterred from it, and some people might get upset or like, like, why aren't you playing Valor, why aren't you playing Fortnite, why aren't you playing whatever, right? And that's fine, it's whatever. Like at the end of the day though, these guys don't actually give a shit. Like I think for the way they're going about it is kind of how I want to go about it, because at the end of the day it's them doing their job, it's them live on camera, it's them setting up their shit, it's their time, their fun, their enjoyment. You guys are all here for the ride too, yes, but like there's basically a line they draw where it's like, yeah, I can do things for your guys' sake. I can play Valorant because you guys want to see me play Valorant, for example. But at the end of the day, if I really want to play, like, what would you rather have? Would you want me at my best and my happiest because I'm really interested in playing Final Fantasy 1 and revisiting it and all this nostalgia vibes and all that? And as a result, you're gonna get something out of me like that. Like you're gonna get, or am I gonna go play Rainbow Six Siege and then like today's session I wasn't really feeling it. Like just, I don't really know how to explain why I wasn't really feeling it. It's not like I was getting my ass whooped per se, or it's not like I was losing so much. It wasn't really any of those reasons. It's just, so I felt like I kept thinking about like continuing to do my backlog, continuing to go through my games. I want to start on Final Fantasy 6 and whatnot, right? So it's like I'm like trying to ahead of time establish that as a norm for me as a channel, as a streamer, where it's like, yeah, there's gonna be a time where I play Valorant and I do really well and I climb rank and I create good content, I have insane clips or whatever the fuck. And then basically there's gonna be a lot of people that are really interested in coming and seeing that, and then they'll come and see me playing Final Fantasy 1, and it's like, they have to make that decision. It's like, do I really care about watching this guy in the context of playing Final Fantasy 1, or was it really ultimately me wanting to see him mashed together with Valorant or whatever the fuck, right? And like that's really what happens a lot of the time. For me, I'm interested in basically attracting a devoted following where people are really just interested in watching me no matter what game I'm playing. So in Shroud's case, it's like, he's playing Tarkov. Something about Tarkov must have happened for everyone to be on it. I don't know. Probably like a new stream, new season or some shit. Or sorry, a new server wipe or whatever, like a reset. And then basically he can, let's say, get 21k right now in this moment, in this time. It's 5 a.m, so probably a lot of people are sleeping. He's in the Americas just like me, so it's not like he's some European dude where this is actually normal times for him to be online or whatever. It's like, no, so he's attracting 21k even despite that, right? And then let's say if he goes to Valorant. Right now, this category has a lot of viewers, so maybe that's why he's pulling those numbers. So maybe if he switches to Valorant, which doesn't have that much numbers currently at this moment in time because of maybe time of day, whatever the reason might be, but like he'll go over there and he'll probably, like, let's say, get cut in half or some shit. And then once it gets cut in half, let's say those people want to watch him play Tarkov, but they didn't really want to watch him play Valorant. So maybe he'll drop even more. The thing is, dude, like these guys are like in a position of like a certain level of success. They have a little bit more stability, financial security, all that stuff, where they don't really have to. And I would argue they probably never cared in the first place. But like, if we're trying to argue that, if we're trying to say that it'd be ill-advised for him to go and play something like Final Fantasy 1 or like Ninja playing Final Fantasy 11, it's like, dude, these guys, the fact that they don't care, and then the people that are left behind are like I don't want to say true fans, but it kind of is the true fans, because the context isn't the game, it's the person. Like me personally, it's funny, I like Valorant and Rainbow Six Siege, but it's actually the opposite for me. When I watch a streamer, I don't actually care to watch them play Valorant, because I'm gonna be honest, it just makes me want to play it. And I'm actually more interested in seeing them in different contexts. It's actually funny. So like if I saw Shroud play Valorant, cool, whatever, maybe I'll tune in for a little bit, whatever. If I see Shroud playing maybe a new shooting game I don't know about, I'd probably be more interested in watching. But if I see Shroud playing Lethal Company, or like I was watching Tens play Lethal Company, I was fucking dying, bro. Like It's just something I wanted to see his personality in the context of a horror game, a co-op horror game. I wanted to see his personality in the context of something that isn't him just shitting on people all the time in Valorant. Like it really brings out a different side of them, you know, and then it makes for great content in all sorts of ways because like if you're really there for the person, the personality, you know, if you're really there for like that specific individual, then seeing them in as many different contexts as possible, different games, different genres, different whatever, new games, old games, single player stuff, MMO, multiplayer stuff, co-op stuff. Imagine if like Shroud was playing Baldur's Gate 3 with like three other streamers and like have like a playthrough. I'd be down to watch that. Like for me, that's a lot more interesting because it's like I'm seeing people that I already kind of know a lot about, and I've already seen their like I've seen the games that made them who they are, sort of thing, like where they built most of their brand off. So, like, I've seen Shroud's PUBG shit, I've seen his COD stuff, I've seen his Counter Strike stuff, I've seen his Valo stuff. So that you know, and then I see him play Siege for a little bit. It's like, oh, yo, I love Siege. I want to see what Shroud's like in Siege, right? And then it was like it was good times. Like I really enjoyed a lot of the clips, a lot of the stuff I've seen. Like seen him adapt and adjust to like the way the game is, and he was killing it. He was doing such a good job. He was already playing at a relatively high level. There was a lot of transferables and stuff. So just thinking about it that way is kind of like my option was to basically either just try to chase the bag, essentially chase performance metrics, chase viewership, essentially by like, you know, oh, okay, I'm gonna play Valorant. I like Valorant. I really want to play Valorant, and then it coincides with the fact that other people are really interested in watching Valorant. So maybe Valorant should be the game I stream, right? I could do that, and I am gonna do that, to be honest with you. But it became so much more than that, where I wanted to basically showcase other things, other games. There's a lot of stuff that a lot of people don't realize. I think, like, if you told me like what my peak gaming experiences are, it'd probably surprise a lot of people if they heard me say it's not multiplayer stuff. Like a lot of the times it isn't. Yet I have a certain interest in the multiplayer side of things and shooting games specifically, and yet I do have like a certain kind of investment in it. It irks me a certain kind of way. I do have a knack for it, like certain talent for it. I've developed not even just like natural talent sort of thing, but I've worked really hard to develop certain skill and stuff and all that. So that's why I am good in these games. I didn't just come out the fucking, you know, I didn't just come out of nowhere and whatever. It's like no, I have thousands of hours in most shooting games like COD and whatever, and then I have like 5k plus hours in Siege. And then yeah, time, like a lot of time doesn't necessarily correlate with like it's not like a slope where the more time you spend the better you get at the game. But it's like no, even in, let's say, out of the 5,000 hours I played Siege, like 1,000 to 2,000 hours, I was like devoted to trying to get better at that game, devoted to trying to be a better player in every sense of the word, in terms of the game itself, the game's mechanics, the game's meta, strategy, tactics, whatever, in terms of like this shit, like aiming or whatever, crosshair placement or whatever, but then also in terms of like team engagement, team synergy, team coordination, whatever. Like I have experience being in IGL, bro. Like that's not something a lot of people could say. I've once upon a time tried to like basically form a team, create a team, have people have their carved out roles. I had the whole like I did a lot of like IGL-esque stuff. It's not like I ran a pro team or some shit, but you know, that'd be cool if I could do something like that someday. But it's not really of like most like utmost interest to me. But like those kinds of experiences in Siege, I like to say it sometimes, but like Siege kind of made me like a super soldier. Like it taught me a lot about myself. It taught me a lot about how to get better at stuff. It taught me a lot about how to strengthen my mindset and my mentality and kind of endure and kind of like keep your head in the game, and to ultimately like it taught me how to analyze and like just try to constantly look for all the different things, and just like you see how people coach. It's like I'll look at my own stuff and coach myself. Like that's you know, like it'd be cool if someone coach me too, but I honestly don't need it. I'm like a very self-sustaining, self-improving kind of machine sort of thing, you know? And then it's like in the context of shooting games and competitive or whatever, that's like just me doing something as like it's fun and I do enjoy it, but my gaming memories, the reason why I love this hobby isn't stuff like that. It's, to put it simply, it's like, oh, I think about Metal Gear Solid 3, I think about like the whole story. I think about all the boss encounters. I think about the ending. I think about like how memorable a lot of it was, how impactful is the music, everything. And that's like peak gaming to me in a lot of ways. I think of like Kingdom Hearts, I think of Final Fantasy. You'll notice I'm just like saying all these single player games. These are games that people don't really give a shit about. Nowadays people talk so much shit about Metal Gear Solid, right? It's like I love Metal Gear Solid. And yeah, I understand like it got worse to an extent because like issues in the company, Kojima kind of getting burned out. Kojima wanted to like wrap that shit up, and they kind of like basically pressured him to continue making more and more products, more sequels. Like it really should have ended after, I think 3 was a good stopping point, and then technically 4 was a really good wrap up. Like they really did. He tried really hard to try to make a lot of that shit make sense, and I think he did a relatively good job. And then it's like you didn't need to go back and do Portable Ops. You didn't need to do Peace Walker. You didn't need to do MGS5 Phantom Pain. It was nice that they're trying to flesh out Big Boss, because Metal Gear Solid 3 is my favorite, one of my favorite games of all time, and Big Boss is the main character of that. You know, I like Big Boss more than Solid 6. So having more games to like flesh out Big Boss's downfall and stuff is like I was looking forward to it. But because of the vision and like whatever went down behind the scenes at Konami, ultimately Phantom Pain was really good gameplay wise, but not that good story wise, and it ultimately ended off on a weak note in that regard. And it's like nowadays people talk about Metal Gear Solid in like in a kind of negative way, and then people talk about Kojima like he's like a fucking hack, and it's like yeah, I don't agree with that obviously, but it's just like when I go and think about games and why I play games and why I even like love this hobby over like watching movies or anime or like reading books or whatever else kind of things you can do with your spare time, I just think about like those kinds of games, those kinds of moments. I don't think about Rainbow Six Siege. Like I really don't. Like I put more hours in Rainbow Six Siege than the whole Metal Gear Solid series combined, of course. Like if I had to put a number to it, Metal Gear Solid series is probably like under 1,000 hours. Meanwhile, Rainbow Six is past 5,000 hours. So it's like, wait, wouldn't you say the Rainbow Six experience is more important though? It's like, no, it isn't. It just isn't. And mind you, that's my favorite, most favorite shooting game, and yeah, it shows because I put so much time in it. But like, it just really isn't, because ultimately, the thing that has me like excited and like looking forward to the future whether it's in form of sequels and more entries in a certain IP or franchise, or it's another developer trying to make a game in the same vein of that other game. Like, you know, I'm waiting for a game that's like gonna try to be like another Metal Gear Solid, another really good stealth like a tactical stealth type of game. I'm looking forward to like people that are willing to make a package that's like the gameplay is this. It's like got shooting, it's got stealth, it's got a great story, dialogue, cutscene, cinematography, everything, whatever. You know, like I think of Metal Gear Solid, I think of Last of Us, I think of like Kingdom Hearts, Witcher, Final Fantasy, whatever. Like those to me are like what make this hobby like great. To be honest with you, the multiplayer side of things is not what makes gaming great for me specifically. I'll even say in a larger sense, in a grander sense of things, it isn't either. But when you look at streaming, when you look at mainstream gaming, when you look at people that are more like casual gamers, not necessarily not just casual gamers, even hardcore gamers, there's like a whole generation of gamers after, like, let's say PS3, Xbox 360 era and onwards. There's people that are coming into this hobby only really dabbling in the gaming in the context of online multiplayer shooters or online MOBAs or online fighting games or whatever, right? Fighting games is OG though. So a lot of like fighting games has been here from way back. So people that are into that genre most likely have dabbled in all sorts of other types of games too. But it's like there's a lot of people that are like, oh, I only play Valorant because my friends play Valorant, and like their experience, like if you have like a gaming resume, if you had like a video game resume, it'd be like, oh, I played Fortnite, Apex, Valorant, and it's all shooting game, multiplayer, and then their attitudes towards the hobby as a result is completely constrained by that itself. When they hear me talk about stuff, it's like they don't even understand it, because they're like, whoa, it's like, oh, you're just saying that because you're like good at the game or something. It's like, no, it's like I'm not even talking about those products, bro. It's like you're talking about an experience where, right, a multiplayer game experience is heavily dependent on the people around you. It just ultimately is. So on one, there's a relationship between you and the game, so me and Rainbow Six Siege, for example, and then two, it's how that game is treated by devs. So like, do they put support in it? Is it good support, good balancing, bad balancing, interesting content drops? Is it consistent? Is it does it have life to it? Like, you know, when they're like adding like really cool agents with really cool abilities and it really shifts the meta, it makes the game exciting. I'm not gonna act like it doesn't, but it's like a large part of the experience is the people you're going to be playing with, right? It's a multiplayer game, right? So it's like the attitudes I see from a lot of people is they like the things, but they like it with a certain kind of reservation. And that reservation is the fact that toxicity and stress and just how people behave can really uh cap off how excited they or how passionate they might feel for towards a multiplayer game. So they'll see someone like me talking about like, this is my hobby, I do this shit, I want to do this shit for a living, I want to live and breathe this shit, whatever. And then it's just kind of like, whoa, you like, they're seeing it in the confines of like the multiplayer experiences they had. And then when you compare it only with that, like when you see, it's like kind of like a lens, like you're only really seeing the one side of things. And it's not like I'm not a part of that either. It's like I've dabbled in those, like, I play multiplayer games or whatever, and I do enjoy them, I like them and whatever, you know, I've had good experiences with people there too. But it's just like, ultimately it wasn't the thing that cemented the hobby for me. It wasn't the thing that put like this hobby on in like such a high regard. You know what I mean? Like, it's not, video games is not a social activity for me. It could be a social activity for me, but I never played it with the intention of like having it heavily revolve around the fact that you're going to be like constantly trying to work, coordinate with people, and like all the crux of all of your gaming experiences is the fact that you have to like play with people. It's like, for the people that are new to gaming, they joined in when, you know, Fortnite's free to play. Why not? I'll buy a fucking PS4. I have a PS4. I'll dabble in that. My friends play that. I'll go play League of Legends with them. I'll go play this with them. I'll go play that with them. Like, you know, and then all their experiences is just in the fact that it's like social gaming in a sense. It's like a casual gamer kind of thing to do too, but not necessarily the case, because there's like pretty hardcore gamers that, you know, they religiously just play multiplayer games, and it's like a big part of the experience is that they play with their friends and all that stuff. And I'm like saying that's not a bad thing. That's a good thing. It's just, when you hear me talk with that kind of like passion about this hobby, it's not because of that. Like, it could be because of that. You know, I think of like co-op experiences that were pretty good. I think about my Rainbow Six Siege experience with my team that was really good, because things were just kind of like popping, and like there was a lot of synergy and chemistry built, and it's like people I know in real life and they're actually my friends and stuff. So it's like, you know, having friends that are like good at video games that you know in real life, like, you know, it's like, it's kind of like a nice match and made in heaven. Whereas a lot of people are kind of by themselves, and unfortunately they have to like resort to trying to network and making friends online. And then because it's online, because of that anonymity, it's like harder to build rapport and stuff. And then ultimately people's online experiences can be like pretty finicky and flaky. So it's like their attitudes towards the hobby as a whole is like largely framed by their you know, attitudes and experiences with the multiplayer games. So if they're like doing shit, they're not getting good, they don't know how to get good, the people around them are yelling at them, it's like stressful one day, but then maybe another day they have a much more peaceful run, maybe it's a little bit better, maybe they do a little bit better. So it's like this really like hot and cold, like polarizing kind of experience. Meanwhile, I'm like playing a single player game that's really easy, really casual. It's not going to really like test you in any sort of way. It's really just trying to stimulate you in every sort of way, whether it's like interesting level design, interesting story design, interesting cast of characters and stuff, funny, fun things happening, like interesting gameplay. And then it's just like, it's just pure net positive, like just pure positive. It's just like, you're kind of just really just ultimately, um, you know, it's like, even like when you like, you do something passive like watching a movie, it's not like a movie, like a movie could offend you, don't get me wrong, like it probably can offend people like based on the subject matter, but like I don't really think most people are watching movies and it's like they're like so stressed by it because it's like someone was like, You know, like when you play multiplayer games, someone could like get on your ass about so much things. You can get into a fight, it could start saying personal shit, hurling insults at you, and then it could take what's supposed to be fun, a video game, and then completely ruin it for you. And it can even ruin your mood, ruin your day, ruin your whatever, ruin your feelings towards whatever. And then I'll play with people that are like scared to play, bro. Like they're like scared to like basically go get like team up with randoms and like have randoms fill in this out or whatever. Even though you can mute them, report them, or you can try to like at least maybe spin things some way where like everyone's kind of getting along, it's still like honestly too much of an initial investment or too much of an expectation, especially when people have their lives going on in the background. They have work, their job, school, whatever, and like they have enough stress and problems there, and they come home, they're really trying to just decompress. Oh, decompress is the word. Decompress and de-stress. And then basically it's just like it is what you make of it, like it is what you take from it, and it's what you kind of allow to happen, because like you can take a lot of measures to kind of like, I guess, like purify the experience. Like you kind of like, for example, I have like rules in multiplayer, bro. Like if I'm like trying to play serious and whatever, and like people are being whiny and babies and stuff, I'll probably instant mute. Or if someone's trying to take it personal or whatever, and like trying to get at someone personally or whatever, it's like that could be something too. Like I act accordingly based on like, you know, and it's because like I played so much of these games, it's been there, done that. The community isn't changing because people are always coming and they all just kind of respond to it in kind in the same sort of way. So it's like I can play a game, and then it's like I can have a rule. I've mentioned this earlier, but not earlier, but before, like way before in the day in the stream. But it's like I can be like, oh, I'm gonna mute these people if they're just really bad. But the problem is, you're always matching with new people, and then the frequency at which someone's likely to do that, just based on these games and based on just like, you know, they're not winning, not getting their way, and whatever, is actually really high when you actually do it. Like when you actually look at it. So it's like what would end up happening experientially is basically I'll play the game, someone will freak out, start shifting blame, start getting on my ass about something, start getting on someone else's ass about something, and then they'll start constantly talking, start constantly saying toxic shit. Maybe it'll say racial slurs, start trying to whatever. And then it's like before any of that, I'll like at least gauge it and then basically just mute them, right? But then what happens is you move on to a new match with new people. There's a lot of people in the world, bro. There's a lot of people playing these games, and a lot of them are pretty similar because they all kind of approach this stuff with the same attitude, and their like egos are on the line and stuff. So I would like go to a new match. This is a new guy, new voice, new background, new person, new everything. But then we start losing, same thing. It's just the way they respond. It's like loser attitude, loser mentality, loser mindset, whatever you want to call it. And it's just like basically ultimately what happens is you're just going from new group to new group, new rounder to new roundo, and you're just getting first defenses all the time. And for me to even let the first defense happen in the context of me playing by myself was already inappropriate enough. But in the context of streaming, it's not really streamer friendly. Especially imagine if I'm like sponsored or something and I just go in a game, the dude's just dropping N bombs and stuff, or he's just saying all these like homophobic slurs, or and he's just like trying to just fight someone or whatever. Like I don't know, like it's actually really common once you just like if you play solo queue too, especially like geez. And it's just everyone kind of like, I don't know what it is, but like when it comes to online gaming, it's like a younger, immature thing, but they all don like the same kind of persona where they're all really saying the same kind of comments, same kind of insults, same kind of everything. Like they all say the same thing, like they're all reading from the same book. So even that, and it becomes really played out, it becomes really predictable, and like honestly, what can I do? Like there's so many different ways I can approach this. I can even make it, I can make them on my side. I can kind of just win them over by just giving a little bit of snark or a witty comment, or I'll clap back at them, roast them too, and they just kind of want to start being nice, so I stop roasting them. Whatever the fucking way or avenues or means or whatever. But like ultimately, it's like to do that on the macro is like you're doing it every single fucking time effectively. And then I personally don't think it's good for the stream. I don't really want to build a following that's interested in seeing me do that. I'm also not interested in doing that myself, where it's just going to kind of compromise me. It's going to kind of compromise my mood, my vibe, everything. And just ultimately, it's going to make for a kind of stream that I don't like. I know other streamers are like that. There's like some pretty controversial ass personalities that stream and they do really good and they have devoted followings to an extent, and they're just all like toxic and shit. Like for me, law of attraction is in full force when I'm on here, right? So it's like I really want to make sure that I want to be on my best behavior for the most part, and I want to in turn attract a like an audience that is like receptive to how I am and how I want things to be. And ultimately, I feel like the thing I said about the Discord thing a long time ago, where there is a chance I could potentially play with fans, it'd be really nice if I could like, and it's something I'm not sure if I want to do because it's a lot more finicky than it might seem on paper because I have done this before and I it's hasn't worked out in all it hasn't worked out more often than not. Like let's say I tried it 10 times, it hasn't worked out 7 times. You know what I mean? And it's like those odds and stuff are just not appealing to me. But also since I'm streaming, the idea of collabing kind of hit the right notes where it's like I can be playing with streamers whose personalities are pretty suitable for me, where it's like they're just really there to have fun. They're not really trying to stress. And they themselves are also similar to me with how they conduct themselves with themselves on stream and with with their fans and stuff. So it's like in that sense, it's like, yeah, I could see myself be totally willing to embrace that side and like play with people like other streamers and stuff. And it works out because those other streamers have brands and personas and all that stuff. And by persona, I don't mean anything fake or disingenuous. Sometimes it could manifest as something fake and disingenuous, but I just mean the personas and like how they are and who they are as people and how they want to present themselves to the world and like who they see themselves internally is ideally like going to be aligned with that, right? And that's what I'm really trying to go for too. But like I see a lot of the streamers I watch, they're all kind of like how I want to be. I'm not gonna be like them, but like it's like the general vibe. They're like they avoid that kind of drama. They kind of avoid that kind of experience. When to be fair, they're not the streamers I watch aren't really out here grinding competitive games. They're not really out here being super competitive in that context. They're not out here glory chasing or rank chasing or whatever. They're not really out here doing any of that. They kind of do variety of gaming. They'll play Mario Party. They'll play Mario Kart. Then they'll play Valorant. They'll do a Valorant tournament amongst some friends like the other streamers. Then they'll give Lethal Company a shot. Then they'll try Minecraft or whatever. Like, and they're just all over the place, and it's really cool because at the end of the day, it's like the reason why the reason why I watch them and I'm willing to watch them, and the reason why other people are probably willing to watch them and they keep coming back for more is because it's not you're seeing them in. They're kind of like you could say this is parasocial, but it's not necessarily parasocial because you could say the same thing for like celebrities and stuff. But like they become something like of a model, and like it's like when someone has good vibes and you're just kind of watching them and just kind of sitting there soaking in the good vibes, it also in turn kind of puts you in like a good headspace, in a good mood and whatnot. And it's also nice to know in a world full of darkness and constant problems and drama and whatever, it's nice to know that there's nice people around that are like the real deal, that are actually like good people and shit, instead of like constantly finding out, oh, this person's like charity fraud this, or this person's like secretly like abusing or some shit or whatever. And it's just really nice to know that there's like actual bona fide real deal people that are like healthy. They're like you can tell that the people around them love them, cherish them. You can tell that they're really transparent and stuff, and like what you see is what you get. And then when you see them play the games and stuff, it's just really good context, really good content, and then really good like it's magic. Versus watching someone play Siege who's like kind of not really talking to his chat. He doesn't really give a fuck about the people. He's just really here trying to catch a bag. He's trying to get the rank. He's just yelling at everyone, micromanaging everyone. He's not even necessarily that great at the game, even though he's putting in so much hours, so much time. And then like as a result, the kind of people he attracts might be people who are similar, might be people that resonate with him, might be people that like that kind of shit. And it's just like ultimately that's what they build. So for me, I have a really good idea of like what I want. I don't know what like my audience will ultimately look like, but I hope like based on my experiences now with the people I was chatting with today, all my chat experiences so far in all my streams for the most part have been good. Even though some weirdness kind of happened, like someone saying, "Can I play with you?" Even though I cheat, it's like, dude, please don't. Like, you know what I mean? But even then, like I was gonna try to treat them with respect and some level of understanding, and not kind of be like, like hiss at them and fucking like ban them or some shit, or like ridicule them because they admitted that they do that or whatever. It's like I'm trying not to like you know be like some over sensationalist, drama seeking, toxic type. I could be toxic though. Don't get it twisted. You know, some of these competitive games can bring it out to me, and if the person I'm dealing with is not playing ball, or like they really just seem like a piece of shit, and I might want to give them a taste of their own medicine, or maybe if they're like 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 I beat them at their own game sort of thing, like they're just dissing me, they won't stop, that sort of thing, then I might bite back. And if I bite back, I might bite really hard, and they might get surprised, or I have a bit of a sharp silver tongue type of thing going on here sometimes, where, and and that might come out. But that's not really like that's something a lot of people need to understand too. You aren't the sum of the minimal small skinny vertical slices of bad behavior, good behavior. You're the sum of the largest, most common parts of your personality. So if you're good 80% of the time, and like let's say 10% of the time you're kind of neutral, and then 10% of the time, the remaining 10%, you're kind of a piece of shit, or not literally a piece of shit, but like you have like that bad side to you. Usually it comes out in, usually comes outside in response to something, or a response to a situation or a person or a context or whatever. Then it's like, yeah. And then, it happens to the best of us. We're not all emotionally perfect and stable. We're not always in the same mood or energy and whatnot. So like ultimately I hope like, I wouldn't even really call it necessarily a mistake if like I have a burst of anger. Like people treat certain emotions in such a negative sense, where it's like you're supposed to just completely do away with it. But what ends up happening for a lot of people is they just hide their anger and bottle up and suppress it. And then it's not to say that they'll one day blow up, because some of them will, but one instead what happens is they manifest it in like very passive aggressive ways, or they do things in a subtle behind the scenes way, where they're willing to bare their fangs when you're not around, when you're not paying attention, when you're whatever, as a result to kind of vent it out. So they might have a friend, they might do that too. It's just like, like think about people that are so like, no, think about people that are like really nice to you in your face always, and then they have reservations about you, but they can't really communicate it, or they don't know what to do about it, but it's like eating away at them somehow for some reason, even though it's not necessarily like really their concern and really their responsibility, or it may not be what it seems. Maybe there's some sort of perception error there. But then basically, rather than trying to problem solve effectively, or maybe internally deal with it, like deal with their emotions and regulating or whatever, instead they kind of like, like they vent to someone else, a friend or whatever, and they kind of like gossip amongst themselves, and then it's kind of like you're festering a hate amongst yourselves towards a certain person, and then one day that can manifest in sort of bad sort of behaviors and stuff. And it's just like, people are people, people are not perfect, and people are arguably uh relatively misguided, or uh generally speaking misunderstood, or they don't handle things in a healthy way, where it's like self-destructive, and ultimately uh little by little permits or enables or creates more opportunities for bad shit happen to themselves or people or anything in the environment. So anyways, that's me kind of like preaching, but that's like basically a lot of what I think about when it comes to like this sort of stuff. When it comes to streaming in general, I'm like thinking about it like in so many different ways. I'm thinking about what I'm gonna do with like what I'm gonna play, or like I am thinking about performance and metrics. I do look at the analytics and stuff, but I'm also not trying to like necessarily like make it the be all end all, obsess over it, feel defeated or depressed if like it's not where like I want it to be or whatever. And then there's just a certain kind of like, there's a certain kind of like what's the word? Is it enlightenment? Yeah, it is kind of like enlightenment. I'll use enlightenment as, so it's kind of like you kind of like contemplate all of these things. You kind of approach it so many different angles. You're going to the drawing board. You're thinking about this today. You're thinking about this tomorrow. One day you're thinking about it with this kind of um what's the word? You're looking at it with this frame of mind. You're looking at it with this frame of mind. You're looking at it with this kind of emotion or this kind of mood you're in, and then it's like little by little, as long as you're remembering what's going on and stuff, you kind of like piece things together, and then you just kind of like feel enlightened because he's like you kind of have like this eureka moment where it's like, ah, so this is what I should be focusing on. This is what truly matters. I really shouldn't focus on this. I shouldn't care too much about this. I shouldn't take this so seriously. I shouldn't worry too much about this. For me, worrying's like a very like anxiety and stuff, just constantly worrying about like whatever. Um, I just like it's like, oh, should I do the backlog thing? Should I do this? Should I play Rainbow Six Siege? Or should I focus on Valorant? It's like a more popular game. But I really like Rainbow Six Siege, but the game's not the same as it, it's not the same anymore. There's meta shift. It's kind of got worse in the content. Lots of problems, whatever. But I still really like it. And I really want to show people that I really like, I want to show people me playing something that like kind of conjure us up like the glee, the happiness, that side of me and shit. Imagine if I started my streaming where I'm playing games that I know for a fact that I don't actually enjoy. I find them boring, I hate them, and I find them like it feels like a waste of time. Like, I don't know, imagine if I just kept playing Devil May Cry 2. Just like, oh yeah, here's Devil May Cry 2. Here's me S ranking Devil May Cry 2. Here's me doing a speed run of Devil May Cry 2. It's like I'll go fucking crazy. That's actually kind of what happened with my previous YouTube channel. My previous YouTube channel, I started it coincidentally in one of the worst years of gaming. 2013, 2014, when PS4 came out. 2014 is one of the worst years in gaming. Like, the highlights of that year is like Watch Dogs, Need for Speed Rivals. I'm talking about me specifically. And then even though I didn't play it, Dragon Quest Inquisition got Game of the Year that year. And it's like that year is like before that year, Assassin's Creed Unity, I think, came out. I think it was 2013 or 24. I don't remember. Assassin's Creed Unity was like one of the worst Assassin's Creed games. And at the same time, I was like playing all these other like the launch titles. It's not launch titles. The first couple of years of PlayStation 4 were, they're not the worst, but like they weren't that remarkable. Like, I was actually going back to my PS3 and just trying to catch up on my PS3 games. I was like playing Metal Gear Solid 4 because I had trophies. I was playing Deus Ex Human Revolution, whatever it's called, and that was awesome, even though it was like buggy and shit. I was playing Tales of Exilia 2, like that was really good, versus Assassin's Creed Unity, Watch Dogs, Order 1886, which I didn't mind too much. I did like some aspects of it. But then that was during the time I started to try to do the YouTube. And the main reason is because PS4 had that capability to capture your footage. If I had to put my finger on why I started it then and not like earlier, I had a capture card before, like on Xbox and PS3 times, where it's like you put the 3 color wires in a USB thing and then the USB goes in your PC. But holy shit, that quality was worse than 480p, bro. Like, it was actually the worst quality ever. It was like potato cam, like real potato cam shit. It wasn't even 720p. It wasn't full HD. Nothing. It was worse than um back when we the fatback televisions. It was like worse than the kind of graphics you would see as a result of those resolutions on those TVs. But that didn't really amount to anything, and I didn't like devote any time or money, and I didn't invest in like a capture card, like some Elgato capture card to and I also didn't really have a proper computer. Like, I had laptops and stuff, and then I had like a mid-tier PC, but it wasn't really a mid-tier, it's like low to mid-tier. So it's like rendering took forever, copying shit from place to place took forever. It could like uploading, my internet speed was really slow, upload speed was really really slow, so it's like that would take forever. So the whole YouTube process of recording, uh creating something in a video editor, like editing it and then rendering it and then uploading it, all four of those things took really really long, to the point where it's like the output was not good ultimately. And then when PS4 came out with that capture card thing, like the built-in capture card, it's like at least I got a quality increase. And then you could stream directly off of those systems too. So I was trying dabbling in that. And then um Unfortunately, I didn't have like any easy way. Like you basically record the footage and then copy it to a hard drive and then copy it to your computer and then you bring it to a video editor and then you do like there's all sorts of different like logistic reasons that it wasn't the most efficient thing. So it was really just the domain of me just doing it for a hobby. And then on top of that, me doing shitty games, like just games that are just not them like they themselves or like whatever. And then I was like more camera shy. I didn't even have a camera. Yeah, I didn't even have a camera. That's another thing. It was just the microphone. Yeah, I didn't have a face cam. I just remembered that. So it's like all this stuff without a face cam. And then if I did want a face cam, I was like like camera shy. You know, I deal with like anxiety and social anxiety a lot. So it's like, you know, I'm like one of those people that had like presentation stage fright. And now look at me. I'm like sitting here just talking for hours in front of a fucking camera like an imbecile. You know, and then like just there's so many different things about that situation that ultimately like you know I got decent views like I got like oh like 300 views on this Final Fantasy video, and then like later on over time it built up to like 2K or 3K or some shit, and like that's like the highest I. And then like I had a Witcher video where it's like showcasing like glitches and stuff, and it's like funny random shit that happened to me, like they're all like in a T pose flying around and shit. And it's like, yeah, that was like cool too. And this was before shorts existed. Mind you, I wouldn't even know how to do a vertical format short in the first place. But like that was like a different era. That was a different time. I dabbled in Twitch, I dabbled in YouTube live streaming. I didn't really care too much. I was just kind of like jumping in the bandwagon in a way because everyone else had PS4s and everyone else had Xboxes that had the built-in capture card, so everyone was able to do it. And out of nowhere, once that gen started, the market got saturated and flooded, which also kind of created a lot of different issues in terms of competition, in terms of viewership, like being diluted across so many different people. And then YouTube's algorithm may have not been pushing it. Twitch didn't have discovery in any sort of way. It still doesn't, but like it's different now to an extent. There's like different avenues and stuff. And then basically social media across the board wasn't really being utilized by someone like me to kind of like actually work to build a following. So it's like interesting. The minute I built the PC, on top of the fact that I have better internet, on top of the fact that I have like all this stuff in my PC, good hard drive space, it's an SSD, so good faster transfer speeds, all these things. The rendering time's really fast because the CPU and the GPU are really high end, all this stuff, whatever. All of these issues started to kind of like make it more viable that I can kind of like churn out high quality videos. On top of that, I got the 1440p shit and like basically just OBS, just like the software on PC, instead of doing the capture card stuff from a PS4, doing capturing on a PC itself is dramatically different, and it's a big improvement. And little by little, you know, I enjoyed my PC. I'm like, I built it. I'm just trying to play some games. That's when I was playing the Pixel remasters, marathoning Final Fantasy, and then basically little by little the streaming thing started to be like a hobby thing, and I was like basically working at the time. I was still trying to do other shit. I was trying to think about going back to school, get a master's or something. I was like thinking about entrance exams, studying for like one of those, like if I go to law school it's an LSAT, if it's medical school it's an MCAT, if I do a master's for other stuff it's a degree, that sort of thing, like. And then I was thinking about the financial stuff, so maybe I should work and then save up money and then have initials or whatever. Like all those different things kind of running through my mind at the same time. It was like, oh yeah, I want to get my own place, I want to get my own car, pay for insurance, all this stuff. And then like I don't know, like kind of life happens in a weird ways where it kind of like closes doors and it kind of like things happen that like grab your attention and your gaze, and then it when it grabs your attention and your gaze, it narrows your focus, and then you try to look away back to the other options you're working on, and then like it's just like a magnet, like it draws you back, and it's just like you're looking at it again, and it's just like then I started to like really start thinking about it. It's like, and then I see like all these streamers doing it. I see like all these people that don't even give a fuck about games the same way I do. They're kind of just trying to jump the bandwagon. They're trying to just basically make money off of it. They're just trying to do like they see the opportunity in a way they assign value to it in a way that I wouldn't. Like the reasons why they're doing it are not the same reasons I would be willing to do it. You know what I mean? Like a lot of people that might stream, they don't give a fuck about the shooting game. They're just playing the shooting games. Everyone else is playing the shooting game, or they're on Twitch streaming because they see other people making so much money. So like, there's that like, it's not even like there's like a lot of people that aren't really like gamers, but like you know what I mean? It's kind of like how real life is like that though. Like you don't necessarily need to be like interested in that to do that because like at the end of the day, people are just trying to make a living so they can do other things with the money and do like you know what I mean? The logic of a lot of people is you can work a job you hate or work a job you don't like, but you make that money and then you make that money and you spend that money on the stuff you do like. And then you do things to pave ways in your life to so you can have more opportunities and experiences of stuff you would enjoy, some stuff that would make you happy, like stuff that will fulfill you, right? The whole attitude towards working for the longest time is that you don't necessarily need to find fulfillment in whatever, but my generation, millennials and Generation Z and Generation Alpha are definitely in that boat where it's like it's not enough that I spend it's not good enough that I spend the majority of my life doing something I hate, working in an environment that's like oppressive or unhealthy or like a dead end, like it doesn't help me or grow me and I lose my sanity, lose my soul, lose my happiness. Also, I can get money and then I can go out there into other parts of the real world and like use that money to try to find some asylum or some escape, whether it's in a hobby or a passion or like you try to build wealth, start a business so you can free up your time and quit your job. Like whatever it is, like people are trying to be free from things that they obviously don't have any real vested interest in it. Now, there's some people that want to be engineers, they want to be doctors, they want to be lawyers. They have a story, a narrative in their head, experiences that kind of make them compelled to push themselves. But then there's a lot of people that are like indecisive like me, or like life didn't really spell it out for them in that kind of way, or like they go and do these things and like let's say like a good portion of it, like more than 50% of the aspects of the job or the career are just not really compatible with them. It's actually like little by little depleting them, putting them into depression. It's soul crushing. It makes them feel like their life has no meaning. It feels like they have no control. And like little by little, they just kind of go insane. And like what people do in that situation, a lot of times they find escapism in other things, whether it's drugs, alcohol, Friday night, you know, that type of shit, one night stands in form of sex or whatever. Like people try to find dopamine bursts in other ways. But if you can find a way to like take your passion, something you like, and like generate income so you can make a living so you don't have to worry about paying the bills, paying whatever, and then you can just go even further from there where you're like with your influence, you're impacting, you're making moves and making strides, and you're actually applying yourself in life in such a way where you're from opportunity to opportunity, you're actually doing things you love, and each and every single opportunity is actually worth your time. You feel you like love waking up every day. It's like different, bro. It's like a different way of living. It's a different way of like approaching life. And honestly, I'm glad that like millennials and Generation Z and Generation Alpha are like kind of breaking the mold and like kind of deviating from like this. It's not the work culture that's the problem, it's like the incompatibility and like the harsh conditions and just like the monotony and the mundaneness of some of it, and just like the lack of opportunities and mobility, and just like basically creating situations for people where like why do you think like consumerism and materialism is the way it is? It's like people work a job and then they spend their money back to like they're living bill to bill effectively because they don't like what they're doing in all aspects of their life for the most part, or like oh, not all, but like a lot of avenues of their life, including their work, including their relationships, friendships, family, all this stuff. Like just things are just wrong everywhere, right? Just things are just wrong everywhere, and like money is seen as like an escape because money is power, money is means, money is like, and then they can use that money to like, well, I can move out from my abusive family, or I can use money to solve my health problems. I can work out, get a gym membership, or I can use money to start a business and that business will generate more income, or I can use money to pour into this hobby that helps me forget about my problems in life. Like it's, and those are like temporary reliefs. But what's happening like now, I feel, is like people are like getting a little bit wiser in a sense where they're trying to create something a little bit more sustainable, and like they're just living large in life, where like they basically want to achieve some semblance of success on their own terms, with things they like, with things they're passionate about, with things they identify with things they value. And then basically it's a really good match. Like it's kind of like someone, some people might like doing some of these jobs. Some people might be more suited to it. People might be able to extract. I'm one of those people where, like, you can put me in whatever job, and I can try to like extrapolate the enjoyment out of it, extrapolate any sort of fulfillment out of it, and like that way I can just do it, even though at my core I understand that like I could actually do different things that are probably more interesting, more beneficial, more engaging, and more suitable for me, for like how my personality is. It's like someone like me should not be in a sales job. Like really, it'll wear and tear away at me. But hey, it's a lot of money. Hey, I know how to speak to people. Hey, I know psychology. Hey, I could thrive in a sales environment if I really set and put my mind to it. But just there's so many different things and aspects of actually pursuing that like avenue, like that career, that like ultimately just like it felt wrong. Like it just felt like ultimately it felt like a big mismatch. It felt like it would just, if I continued on this path, I think 20 years down the line, no matter how much money I get as a result of it, promotions, skills, transferables, networking opportunities, building my life at home because of the stuff that this job enabled me to do, I know like a large fraction of my time being spent and devoted towards that, my energy and efforts, it would feel misplaced somehow. Like there was a, I talk about parallel universes and timelines where like, oh, this one you're a doctor, this one you're this one you're that. Well, if there was one where I was a doctor, I would feel a certain type of way with it based on how I am and how I feel about a lot of things about that path. Not in all senses of the word, like in my relation to it, how I feel about like the work you got to put in, the nature of the job, what you're ultimately going to be doing, what your day to day is going to look like. You know what I mean? I used to be on those like it's like a career site, and which it gives you a lot of insight to careers. It's like to help students, like high school students and university students, whatever, to kind of like help figure out what they want to do, like their life path and stuff. And I used to read all of that shit of all of the occupations that even remotely interested me, and even other stuff, and I'll look at all these examples and samples of like people's day to day, like what their schedules like, what the duties and responsibilities are, like the things that are good, the things that are fulfilling, the things that are mundane but are necessary. Like, and I understand like you can make, not everything's gonna be 100%. Not everything's gonna be 100% perfect. Like there's gonna be good and bad. But it's like you want something that ultimately weighs heavily in your favor. Why wouldn't you, right? You want something that weighs heavily in your favor because ultimately, at the macro, that's precisely what's gonna be good for you, good for your mind, good for your body, good for your soul. You know what I mean? And then ultimately, you'll look back on your life and feel like, I don't regret those decisions. So it's like I was like trying to work towards, like, let's say, a kind of a career path. So I could have been like in marketing, I could have been like some sort of business function, so finance, accounting, I could have been in HR. And like I was putting a lot of effort, like reading study materials, I was looking into jobs, applying for stuff, I did an internship related to it, whatever, and all of it would kind of come together to help me get a job in that kind of field. And then it's like, I the way I am now, like in present day, when I think back on that stuff, and when I think back on like, it's like, man, if I really went down that route, I don't think I would have been happy. I think I would have been disappointed. Like my future self probably would have looked back on it and there would have been a lot of regret, where it's like, this is not what you're like meant to do in a way. It's not like you're meant to do one thing, or meant to, it's like, it's kind of like you have a disposition, you have like a wide array of dimensions of like capabilities, preferences, things you have a knack for, things you that challenge you in a healthy way that's ultimately good for you. And then it's like you match that with something that's like, like if it's like, something like if I worked in like sales versus worked as like a healthcare professional, it's like there's a lot more in the healthcare routes that would basically resonate. It'll match me like bar for bar, point for point in a lot more ways than if I went into something like a sales job, where the idea is you're trying to persuade, you're trying to meet deadlines, targets, all this stuff. You're trying to use psychology to persuade, and it's customer service, it's negotiation, and then it's like you're making commission, so you're just like trying to make a lot of money, and then like ultimately it's like a rat race in its own right. And like the nature of those jobs and the kinds of people it attracts and the kinds of like pathways that open up to you if you dabble in that are like of a certain nature, of a certain kind of like a of a certain kind of brand, versus like you're in a healthcare worker working environment or whatever, whether you're a doctor, nurse, therapist, or whatever. Like it's just like, it's like I really want to help people. I really want to make a positive impact on people's lives. It's not like I have to be a doctor, like doing a surgery and like saving someone's life quite literally, because by that logic, I could just be a cop and like be on the streets trying to keep it safe that way, or I could be a lawyer defending someone from something they're wrongfully accused of. There's a lot of ways you can help people, right? But it's like the way I am, and then the way I'm like developing to be, those kinds of occupations made a lot more sense to me versus something like a lawyer, like a psychologist versus a lawyer, or like a doctor versus like a nurse versus like a engineer or something, like, and it's just like, which is me, which is suitable for me. And it's not like I am any one of these things, but it's kind of what kind of aligns with me in a certain kind of way, where like the other thing is you want to basically be in an environment where, because of all of those things all combined, all things considered, you have like a competitive advantage. If you have no business being some mathematician, and then you force yourself, for whatever reason, you force yourself to be like in that environment where you're up against other people. Some of these people live and breathe this shit. They love it for whatever reason. They have like stories and narratives. It's like, how are you going to compete against that, bro? Like, how, when obstacles come across or arise, or when performance is compared, when the better person needs to be chosen for the specific particular task or role or whatever, you don't have the right things that propel you to compete favorably compared to that person. It's kind of like let's use, I don't give a fuck about tennis as a sport. Like, I just don't care about it. I never really watch it. I never really cared about. I never followed it. I've played it. I've tried it, and it's just whatever. I don't hate it. I just don't care. I'm just indifferent about it. Now imagine there's like a reality where I just tried to force myself to go that route, try to be that athlete in that kind of realm or whatever. But it's not to say I can't succeed. I probably could, to like some extent. My eyes are fucking dry. I could probably succeed with some level of, to some degree, but I probably wouldn't have the passion the same way someone else might have. I probably wouldn't have the environment that constantly does things to reinforce my love for it, or reinforce my development and growth in it. Like, imagine someone who like grew up, their dad's a tennis star, they love tennis, they have like a coach, the dad hooked them up through their various networks to all these opportunities and whatever. I don't know how that fucking world works, but like basically, just for whatever reason, they have all of these things going for them that could make them ultimately have the way higher odds of success, but then the depth of the success would be much, much more deep, much, much more higher, much more compelling, or whatever you want to, however you want to describe it. So for someone like me, where like you're forcing yourself into something that you already kind of have all sorts of indicators that like, you're not interested in this. It's kind of like if I force myself to be an engineer. I know examples of people that like, because it's kind of like you're kind of just fitting a mold, or like not a caricature. You're just kind of like fitting a mold or like a stereotype to an extent, where it's like, oh yeah, everyone's trying to be an engineer. Everyone's just trying to get the opportunities for engineers are really, really good. They're really, really good, well paying and stuff. Not playing. And then what happens is like, this is the dude's story. Doesn't like math, doesn't like science. even if he really tried, doesn't really have a knack for it, and then there's just something about it that he has an aversion to. It could be like fear and stuff, and it's like it's not like math is something that's like some people are just like destined not to be good at per se, but it's like there's a lot of things that like kind of go behind the scenes that like basically affect whether a person's gonna like ultimately see something through to the end, and then not only see it through to the end, but also see through it like diligently and competently, and like with some level of degree of success, some level of degree of expertise, uh talent. Natural talent is a thing. Like if you're like a really intelligent person, you have a high IQ, which could be potentially affected by environment, potentially affected by genetics, stuff like that. If your dad was this, and then your whole it's kind of like you see how some families like they're in the military because their whole family's in the military. It's kind of like that. You could be an easy byproduct of something just because everyone around you is like, in that way, in such a way, or it's like, conductive to create more opportunities, or make it more likely that you're going to be doing this, more likely that you're going to succeed in this, more likely that you're good at this. So it's kind of like that. So for me, um I mean, like, I largely come from a family of mostly doctors, and I've never once had any real interest in becoming a doctor, but I have had interest in becoming like some sort of healthcare professional, whether it's a psychologist, psychiatrist, therapist, heck, even a nurse, once upon a time. But like those are just like some of them I contemplated more seriously, and some of them I contemplated just like less seriously. But doctor was never really in the books for me in that sense. And if it was, it would be some sort of like variation of some sort. It wouldn't be like some brain surgeon, heart surgeon, or family doctor. I might have to go to med school for something. Some of the options I considered, like I wanted psychiatry. I was interested in psychiatry, and it's like, okay, maybe that do be a fucking shrink for people. But like, no, those are like, I also thought about being a writer. I also thought about being a fucking astronaut. Like, it's not like just because I thought these things, there's like a certain level of seriousness put into it. And then also, what kind of efforts did I actually put to move towards that specific pathway? The other one was psychologist, and that one I actually did put a lot of effort into actually, psychiatry, psychology, and then more so therapist, counselor type of thing, but then also psychologist. Even social work and stuff was like something I considered too. But like, it's just like the main theme of like what I wanted to do is like I basically just kind of want to interact with people in whatever sort of environment. The environment didn't necessarily matter, but it had to be conductive where like I could basically um interact with them in such a way where ultimately I give them a lot of aid, guidance, and insight with whatever the problems are, to whatever degree the problems might be. It could be something really severe, like personal. It could be something a little bit more like not as serious, like it's like just like a simple choice or whatever. Not as personal. It could be something like unrelated to like anything that's like real, has like any real impact on their life outcomes. It's like, oh, I just really want to like, I want to get along with this one particular person. It's like, them not getting along with this one particular person isn't probably going to affect their life in any sort of real meaningful way, whether it succeeds or doesn't succeed. But like even stuff like that at that level, it's like, yeah, I wanted to kind of help people in that sort of way where it's like, I think about these things all the time for myself, and I look to find the answers for myself. And there's all these people that think these things and worry about these things, but for whatever reason they just don't know how to go about figuring out anything or finding the answers. And then in that exchange, I was like basically able to really easily figure out like how to kind of articulate and like kind of communicate in such a way where it's like this person is gonna, I'm gonna speak their language maybe, or I'm gonna like speak in such a way where it's like it's gonna hit the right notes for the things they should start considering, and then like I'll equip them potentially with tools or thought processes or like a mindset or a way of thinking or ideology or whatever you want to call it, where it's like they'll go into their real life and it'll transfer over in so many different ways that ultimately like it positively impacts them, and then their life outcomes like uh improve as a result. Not necessarily because of my direct efforts, but them being open to, even because there's like some people that are just straight up not receptive and I can't even help them. Like criminals that really want to stay criminals, I was gonna say killers, immoral people that really want to stay immoral because they've and then I can reason with them, I can try and whatever, but there's just some people that are like really hard stuck because there's like mentality, ideology that's like really ingrained, habits and stuff to mental gymnastics, like a belief, some sort of maladaptive belief that like they have a story, like something, like, you know what I mean, something that kind of keeps them like whatever. And even then I wanted to try to tackle that, and that's where like why I said the psychologist thing, because that's pretty much like, I deal with people on that mental warfare front, with them amongst themselves sort of thing. But then uh just little by little it's just kind of like it started to change, and it started to change in ways that I didn't really think of, and then doors started opening elsewhere while the doors that are I was trying to go in front of me started to close, or like they started to get locked, and like they got locked in such a way where like I have to find the key for it, or I have to like brute force open it, and that's not really the right way of thinking about it. But yeah, it's kind of like a lot of different things kind of compelled me in one way or the other to like little by little just minorly adjust my position, just minorly adjust like which way I'm facing. And then people would say things, I would see other people do things, try things, and then little by little just like, I don't know, dude. Like I've have a bit of a business side to me, so things like starting a business or investing in other people's ideas and startups and stuff was definitely something I've thought about in the past. And it's just kind of like, it's funny, like the people. The one thing I will say I never really seriously considered, I didn't really care too much about it, is like professional gaming, like esports and stuff. Like I thought about it. It's not like I haven't. Like I think about everything, to be honest. It's kind of like in my nature to just like overthink everything, overanalyze everything. And the overanalyzing isn't even negative connotations. I think it's literally like my main advantage. It's only bad if it like deters you or creates problematic beliefs or attitudes or like whatever that like don't help you or don't help anyone else ultimately. But it's like, no, the overthinking kind of just has me on top of my game. I'm like 10 steps ahead in a lot of ways. If I tackle something, I do it like with some level of like diligence, and it's like ultimately success is like essentially guaranteed to an extent. And if it isn't, the failures pave the way to definite success eventually. Whether the success looks how it initially looked in my vision, sort of thing, doesn't really matter anymore. It's more just like the fact that I even achieved something at the end of the day. So like with streaming and stuff, it's like, I don't know, I saw people take it. So not only are they doing something they love, so the work hours itself is already fulfilling in all sorts of ways. It's meeting them on the right, it's hitting the right notes in all sorts of ways. But then the influence they got, the financial stability and capability they got as a result, the opportunities that they like got like offered to them, it let them to really flourish and fly through and just kind of like do other shit. So for one, they're playing video games and streaming because they love video games and they love interacting with people and like whatever. But then boom, out of nowhere, they just have like a voice acting career or a movie acting career or a game dev thing, or like esports, like they're like they dabble in esports, or they use the money they raise to start investing in companies. So now they're doing like this entrepreneurial thing, they're like a businessman, like, you know what I mean. So like it's like that's what that's what the main idea is. I think you're supposed to do a job ultimately that helps you generate income, and ideally the job itself would be something that you like, have like it's ultimately overall like a good fit for you. It's a good path for you. It's going to grow you, it's going to mature you, it's going to be not wasteful, it's not going to make you look back on it with any real regret. And then the stuff you generate, you take that and start doing more stuff that you want to do, and then you're really just really like living life at that point, and you're basically like self-actualized in the sense that all your energy output in life is just to some effort that contributes positively to everyone, everything in the world around you. Whether you're creating content that like, brings a smile to people's faces, or then you take your money and you invest in like some sort of mental health initiative, and then it's like helping people that way, or you start like a charity thing, and then since you have influence you can help like redirect and like raise funds, and then you start doing that, and then basically like start like tackling like by funding like research of efforts towards like finding a cure to something. And it's like little by little everything kind of interconnects, and then you're basically just kind of like doing everything you wanted to do, and everything is giving you more means to do even more other things, and then it's just all kind of like self-reinforcing, and it just builds on each other. And like I think if you do something that like you're just living bill to bill, you're just kind of like using the money for self-indulgent unhealthy habits, drinking, drugs, or you're like trying to do something like trying to like cover for a mistake sort of thing because you have bad habits, always getting speeding tickets or some shit. Then yeah, what happens is as you try to generate that income, the income kind of cancels itself out, and then you're kind of stagnant and stuck. You know what I mean? So for me, if I'm gonna plan on being on this earth for as long as I realistically can, I want to at least be on here like doing something, not only in service to others but in service to myself somehow some way, and then ultimately just kind of be like a positive overall like net good on like this planet. And then like I want to look back on my life and just kind of be like, yeah, these were, I did trip up every now and then, I did go the wrong direction, hit dead ends here and there, but I ultimately found my way. And that's kind of like all I can really hope for. And I think finally I'm on some sort of path that makes a little bit more sense for someone like me. It synergizes all of the different kinds of things I like. In the world of streaming, business is being tapped into. My technology know-how is being tapped into. Psychology know-how is being tapped into as I interact with the people. Technology when it comes to like the video editing, stream software, all that shit. And psychology when it comes to dealing and interacting with people. Fucking business when it comes to growing the channel and sponsorship shit, or like networking and like finding more opportunities and like just using this to go from one place to another, that sort of thing. And it's like these are all my favorite subjects in school. My occupations I was interested in were in one way related to some of these. I was interested in like computer stuff too, so it's like I have like a pretty wide range of like a diverse background, because like I'm like one of those people that like loves learning. So it's just kind of like I didn't really like there's like I kind of envy those people, but I'm starting not to anymore, because I'm starting to realize that they are who they are, and that's bringing to them like reap what you sow sort of thing. It's bringing to them the benefits that were ultimately destined for them because of how they were. And rather than looking at that and wanting that for myself in some sort of way, it's better to just kind of find my own way with how I am. You know what I mean? So like there'll be people, it's like, oh yeah, I'm a B engineer, and then they just focus on maths and science, and then they're really good at maths and science, and then they're like doing a club or doing a this, or like everything they do is like in a full devoted effort to build a portfolio or a resume that ultimately is going to be appealing to these companies and businesses like want to hire for these roles. And then it's like they had it all planned out, mapped out, people around them were supporting it, they didn't budge either, they didn't feel indecisive for the most part. Like maybe they have and they just haven't said anything, but like ultimately they just kind of had their way. And then they ended up becoming it, they ended up doing it, they ended up generating money, they ended up starting to focus on other things in their life, and then they start rounding out their life in a different kind of way. They have a family and a kids, and then they have all this excess money that they generated all this wealth, and they start invest in property, real estate, or they start a business or invest in stocks, and then that's making them more money, and then they get a raise and a promotion and all this, and they're just kind of building their competencies, whatever. Like I'm like going off right now. But like basically, like it didn't need to be that way for me. I think maybe doing this is going to be the way for me. And little by little, it will continue to just kind of like show itself to me, I imagine. I hope. Where it's like, oh, I want it this way, not that way. I want to do it this way, not this way. I want to do this and not that. I want to capitalize on this opportunity, not that opportunity. I want to, like, you know what I mean? Like that sort of thing. And I'm going to start navigating life and actually starting to move forward, not like moving laterally or standing still or whatever. And like, even though it does mean I closed a lot of doors or I walked away from a lot of doors and like I kind of gave up on a path essentially, it's like me embarking on a new journey and a new path where I'm basically trying to uh walk a path that has so much more to offer, I think, than what that original path I walked away from. Because that original path I walked away from is kind of like, oh, you can do this, you could be this, you could be this, you could be this, you could be this. And like each and every one of those didn't really resonate. It didn't ring true in my head. It didn't necessarily excite me or anything. It didn't like seem like a shoe in, like an obvious. But then with this, it's like you can do this, then you can do this, then you can do this. And each and every single one of these things I like. Like it's just like, oh, like how can I improve my streams? I can improve the video stuff. It's like, oh, I'm learning video editing, this. I'm learning more about my computer. For my stream, I can do this. I can learn how to write scripts. I can learn how to do this. Oh, if I generate income and build an audience, I could like create these kinds of content, do these kind of things, have like experience this or that. Like, I don't know, like I'm like rambling at this point, but basically I feel like um so much people around me younger than me and around my age have like done, I think, a better job at like figuring out what they wanted to do much earlier on, and they've kind of been chipping away at it for a while, and that's why they're kind of like ahead in that regard or ahead in that respect. But it's like now it's kind of like my turn to kind of like, it's not really catching up per se, but it's kind of like it's my turn to kind of run and like try to tread this path sort of thing. And I hope that's what this basically is with all this streaming and shit. I'm just looking at the metrics of the stream. The fact that I'm playing Final Fantasy 6 and this shit has 98 views, that's literally never been a thing. And this is the most chat interaction I've had, so I'm really glad that you guys came in and all that, and people are talking, people are commenting, and I had like full-blown conversations with some of you. And like, I know, unfortunately, the bigger I get, it's gonna be harder to like give each and every one of you that kind of attention. So I'm gonna try to like be clever and consolidate and try to like address, like, if all of you guys have like a similar question, and it's like, let's say I see people like five different people say it, it's like, oh yeah, then I can at least like, I'll try to prioritize that. I'll try to like do things that like try to efficiently communicate to you guys. And then ultimately there'll be different modes too. There'll be kind of different like vibes. Like sometime I might want to focus on the game and I might not necessarily be able to interact with chat too much, and I hope I have a chat that understands that. And then sometimes I might be just sitting here not really interested in playing a game and I just want to sit here and talk. Like that would be a perfect opportunity for me to just literally line by line read what everyone says, line by line answer what everyone asks or says or whatever, and just kind of like have an actual conversation of like 80 people at the same time. But yeah, I didn't even expect to. Oh yeah, we went past 6. Jeez, it's all good though. But yeah, we are an hour past that deadline I set. But it's all good. It's just 1 extra hour. Who cares? It's not like I have anything better to do. The one cool thing about this stuff is it adds a lot of flexibility, so I can literally just sleep in, wake up like 5 p.m. and technically it's still technically fine. I don't answer to anyone. I just answer to myself. I could stream at 5, I could stream at 7, I could stream at midnight for all I care, and since YouTube is the way it is, it's like none of it really like goes to waste in a sense. It's all going to exist, it's all going to be archived, it's all going to be there for if anyone that wants to see it, missed it, like wants to go check it out retroactively. That's definitely a thing. That's like the one advantage I think YouTube has over Twitch. It's like it's really present minded, whereas YouTube is past present minded, if you know what I mean. It has passes in the sense that it's archiving everything properly and it's gonna be there, and then it's also present, but its present focus is not that good because the present focus is more so populated. A lot of people are just on Twitch, just actively watching streams there. But little by little, I see YouTube making their efforts, throwing money at certain streamers to come over here instead. Was a really really obvious blatant example. Seeing them little by little do things behind the scenes, update this, add this new tier, that all this stuff, it's showing me that It's not that they're not serious about it, it's that they're competing more so on shorts first and foremost, but then ultimately live streams not necessarily getting neglected. It's just kind of like being like a supplementary backdrop to what people really should be doing for the channel, which is making good videos and shorts. But with the way I'm doing it, it's streaming first, shorts second, videos third, or shorts and videos are kind of like equal in a sense, but streaming first. And then like the pipeline, the system I created with all the help of like the software and the plugins and all this shit and all these like stuff I have set up, it's like easy for me to generate my own clips and my own content. And like little by little, I'm just gonna kind of go through like gameplays and stuff. And then once I catch up with all of that, if I ever catch up with all of that, because it's kind of like running on a like a it's like a carrot on a stick, because there's always new games coming out and there's always new games, like, games I don't know about. But like if we try to do it, we'll eventually kind of catch up. We'll eventually start resorting to like their games as a service multiplayer games, where like, you know, I could just pick it up and drop it whenever I want. There's infinite, like a finite end to some of these games, but then those games are like infinite. And then like as I'm doing that, I can start considering trying to create like devoted videos about other things, maybe reviews, maybe news. And the news stuff is a little bit easier, I think, which is why I think I might want to do it maybe a little bit sooner rather than later. Because I don't know, I just like a lot of the people I watch, they just make like quick 3 minute, 5 minute videos addressing like some sort of news, some sort of controversy or whatever. And like their input's pretty good. I like it, and I don't see why I can't give my own take on things and have it be you know, received relatively well. Whether it's like, oh, a new Steam OLED, oh, Activision Blizzard decided to do this, oh, there's a new patch about this, or oh, this popular streamer was, you know, or this popular content creator was caught doing charity fraud or whatever. Like I don't know, like whatever it is, those seem a little bit more low maintenance, and I just want to find more my style about how I'm gonna kind of cover it. I'm not gonna necessarily be like fucking Moist Critical, where I just kind of just chill at the camera and just talk about it and just, hey, go see you and just dip, you know. Not that that's a bad way or whatever, but it's like seeing that at least let me understood that that's possible to be, like, it's okay to be like that, and it works. The dude's has a massive success, and that's really main. I think mainly that's personality that like people are really looking at. It's not like he has these grand like production value kind of videos where like a lot of pre and post production. If anything, I would see I'm more interested in trying to go about it that way too, if anything. But yeah. Anyways. Anyway, see you. No, joking. But yeah, I think that's all for now. I think I'm gonna wrap things up. We're gonna try to get some sleep and we'll start streaming again tomorrow. I don't know. Am I gonna play Final Fantasy 6 tomorrow? I'm not really sure. I might play more Siege because I don't want to like ignore Siege. Like I'm like getting the urge to just try to get the champ and just be done with it. Just so I like, you know, if there's any game I really wanted the highest rank in, it's definitely that game, because like uh a lot of personal reasons and just kind of like how like me trying to prove something to myself, and then me understanding that game so well, the community so well, and understanding like the the skill, the depth of the skill, and like these people are not that much better than me, you know what I mean? Like I'm really rusty too. Me in my prime, I'll give a lot of those people a run for my money, but then I would need to do even more work and then some to kind of close the gap for some of these players, and that's kind of cool and exciting. It just sucks that we're like fucking 8 years later and the game's kind of not really in the best place, you know, for in all sorts of ways. But I still love that game ultimately, and like I like that since it's like a PC game with a large part of its scene on PC, like the professional scene and stuff. And like the best players I've seen on console that really like Siege eventually move on to PC anyways. So it helps me feel confident, like, you know, in playing it here at least, where the player base might not necessarily be as big as the like PlayStation or something, but it has arguably probably a better batch of like actual talented players that will challenge me and like get me to like, you know, light a candle on my ass, where it's light a candle, light a fire under my ass, where it'll like compel me to actually start playing proper and stuff. Like right now, the way I'm playing, if I were to coach myself, I see so much bad habits, so much mistakes. Me changing my senses is an idiotic thing. Me not really droning. Me not really trying to master specific ops and kind of coming in with the game plan. The team aspect, I don't really even engage too much with the team. I just kind of give them shout outs and comms and stuff, but I don't necessarily listen to them per se. Like stuff like that. And like ultimately it doesn't even matter because look where I am with the way the system is and the way ranking is and the way the player base is and the way the meta is. It's like I'm already emerald, and it's like it's not like I got carried to emerald. It's like I do good here and there, and in some games I do really bad and I get carried, but it's like a balance. That's why my KD is what it is. And you'll really know, I guess, me like that I'm getting better once you see those like stats going up, I guess, rank going up, and then also me just having like I guess a lot more seriousness when I play it. But we do want to play that game. Try to get the champ rank, get the calling card, get the charm. Most of the calling card because I'm gonna put it on all my people, and then it's just like gonna be a flex, I guess. But I just want to know I can do it. I'm pretty confident I can do it. If I could bring like if I even ask some of like my ex teammates to come play on PC with me, it would probably be even more smoother because they're talented in their own right and we know how to play off each other. We have a lot of experience, we have a lot of understanding of how we are, we know what each other's preferences and capabilities are and just like where our strengths and weaknesses and all that, and then we kind of just offset it. And like ultimately if I fuck up, they close they close games after me, and if they fuck up, I close games after them. That sort of thing. It's different from when you play with randoms where no one really cares and everyone's just kind of dilly-dallying. Maybe one of them cares, or they might give up halfway through. It's like you got a lot of people that are interested in the same thing as you, and they have a lot of the same things on the line, and we all kind of come here with like a mutual goal, and we're all on board. We all respect each other. That sort of thing. That's like what I was going for Siege in the past. It's like I could kind of go about it that way and try to just do that same thing on PC and ultimately get better results that way. But I mean, I've solo queued to the highest rank myself on console many times before. It doesn't really matter. It's not that hard, especially like with the way the game is and with the kind of player I am. Ultimately, it should be something. I'm not a support player. I can play support, but I've always been this entry fragger. I try to be that like superstar. I could be top fragger. I could be that guy with the highest KD. So ultimately, I should be able to like push myself up to wherever, whatever rank or whatever. It just depends. It just matters much less to me in a lot of ways. But uh it's a goal instead of just aimlessly playing Siege. If I was just gonna aimlessly play Siege just for fun, like for pure fun, I would just go play casual. Or I guess I could just play ranked like casual, which is kind of what I do anyways. But like, some people might not like that, but I guess it doesn't matter. But yeah, ultimately, if I can get that done relatively soon, that'd be cool because I'll drop that game really I would put that game on hold for like I'll be on a break. I'll like retire because I got it, and then I'll just basically go do other things, catch up on the backlog, all the single player games, and then maybe I'll dabble in a different multiplayer game and try the same concept there. And then once I do it there, I'll just move on to another multiplayer game. I really like the idea of trying to get the highest rank in all the multiplayer games I'm really into, but that was just something kind of like a what do you call it? It's just a dumb thought. It's like a nice thought, like a concept for what I can do. And then if people ever like wanna, you know, if people are interested in Rainbow, they'll see I have stuff for Rainbow when I try to do that. And then if I end up doing it for Valo or Overwatch or CS, like everyone's gonna have something for everything. Even though I might not necessarily actively play the games because how can I like it's so hard to play so many different games, man. Like I would need to like duplicate myself, clone myself, duplicate my PC setup and just have like 2 3 Alvies. One's playing Siege, one playing Valorant, one like it's hard. It's like everything's fighting for your time, right? And your energy. And it's like not only am I trying to do the single player stuff, I'm trying to do the YouTube stuff, I'm trying to do the streaming stuff, but I'm also trying to do the competitive shooting game stuff, and then I'm also trying to do the competitive fighting game stuff eventually. The competitive fighting game stuff is just a really dumb thought, but like it's like really, really out there because between competitive shooting and competitive fighting, I'd rather do competitive shooting, if I'm being honest, if I had to choose. But like the idea of it is just nice because it's like such a foreign territory kind of experience for me in a lot of ways, more than one. And it'd be nice to dabble in it, especially since the conditions seem to be a lot better. I'm hoping that the game I end up choosing has really good net coding, really good network experiences. It's really balanced for the most part, and also really user friendly and helps someone like me segue to being a better player. And then yeah, we'll see. I heard Street Fighter 6 is that guy, so who knows? It might be Street Fighter 6. But yeah, that's all I really have to say for now. I hope you all enjoyed. Thanks for tuning in and all that. I appreciate all the new subscribers and stuff. I don't even know what the count is at yet. It kind of goes up and I don't get notified. The only time I heard the alert this time was when Mr. I'm like Stetswe. I don't know. I just kind of want to say it instead of spelling it out. But like, yeah, we're at 148 subscribers. It wasn't even long ago that I was like at like 120 or something. So like it's been going up a lot more. My stream stuff is starting to get better. I'm hoping YouTube's algorithm is like, oh yeah, like let's push this guy everywhere, because then that way I'm like getting connected with a lot more people. And then hopefully people that come in aren't necessarily like deterred from watching the stream because of the game, and more so are interested in watching just to kind of like, if you're interested in this sort of like interaction, I'm like gonna try to be that streamer that interacts with their chat a lot. It just really depends. If people ask stupid questions or inappropriate questions, I do reserve the right to say no comment and like completely deflect or like completely sidestep it. Someone's gonna eventually come in here and try to like say some weird sexual joke or sexual question, and I'm just kind of probably gonna either retort in some sort of witty way or like, I don't know, something dumb. But like it might not, it depends. It just depends. You never know. Some like if dude comes in here and keeps trying to play with me and they're like gonna be using cheats, like I'm gonna eventually get pissed. That's another thing. I'm gonna tell you that right now. I don't want to be carried even without a guy that's using the cheats, but I definitely would get carried by someone that is gonna be using cheats. You know what I'm saying? So it's like that's like that's like a no for like 80 different reasons. I could like literally spend another hours talking about that, but whatever, it doesn't matter. But ultimately, I just don't. It's not wise. I have no interest in it. I'm against it morally. I'm against it in terms of like entertainment and fun. In terms of the stream, I'm against it. In terms of like building a brand or whatever, I'm against it. In terms of the community fun and experience and ruining the experience for other people, I'm against it. In terms of competitive integrity, I'm against it. In terms of giving people a fair fight and like actually like that fair fight matters a lot to me at the end of the day. Like I guess where it's like it doesn't feel like a legit earned dub to the point where it's like a hollowed out victory, and like the more superficial shallow people might be totally okay with that because their incentives for even wanting to do those things to achieve those things is like largely grounded in like, oh, my friends or no one will talk bad to me, or I'm gonna show off, or gonna flash my badge, my this here and this there or whatever. Meanwhile for me it's like a very personal, self-fulfilling, like not self-fulfilling, it's like a very personal experience. Like it's like if I played a single player game, don't get me wrong, I'm not against cheating in a single player game like Infinite Money or some shit. It just depends how it changes the game. If I played Final Fantasy and then I did max level, so it's level 99, and then my attack is 9,999, all of them do the max damage, and then like I have max items, max everything, and then every single boss is going to be trivial. It doesn't matter what job or strategy you implement. I'm not going to be put into any sort of corner, so there's not going to be no like moment of like triumph or anything. Then yeah, like, and don't get me wrong, even that I could potentially like maybe not all of those things I said, because in some cases, even if you have those things, like in Final Fantasy X, you can have max stats and you'll still get handed your ass to by the super boss. But then there's like a cheese strat anyways where you pay your Jimbo money, so it doesn't even matter. But I'm just saying, anyways, like those kinds of things, like ultimately make the experience for me. So the minute you do that, or you play with someone that's letting you know that they're gonna use that in case certain situations, and mind you, on console, I've had people have like there was a dude once upon a time, like he bought like the DDoS shit, I don't know, like a program or something. Yeah, it was a program. It was a program. He bought like a DDoS program, and like his rationale was the same exact thing. It's like since they're all doing it to us, he like felt a type of way. But I'm glad because I could at least sense within him that ultimately was the wrong move. It ruined the experience for him, and it ultimately deterred him from even wanting to play the game. Because what's the point? You're like fighting over networks by just shutting down internet to win. That's like fucking stupid. So I imagine, I don't know for sure, but I imagine he abandoned that and whatever. He wasted his money. It's all good. You learn a lesson from that at least. I don't, based on what I know about him at least. For all I know, unless he went dark side and now he's like one of those people DDoSing everyone. For all I know. I actually know someone that did that to make it top of the leaderboards, but they got banned, so fuck them. And if they're hearing this, they probably know that they probably know who I'm talking about. I'm like, yeah, you know, it's like you didn't prove anything to anyone or yourself, and you just ruined the fun for everyone. Any sort of ego satisfaction you had from doing that, it was so short-lived and limited. I hope you're happy with yourself. But yeah, anyways, doesn't really matter. I don't want to go on a tangent about that. Yeah, so that's that for this stream. Final Fantasy VI goated. We spent a lot of time playing the game. We made a decent amount of progress, but we did also detour and talk and chat a little bit, but it's fine because that's what this is going to be about down the line anyways. But yeah, I hope down the line you guys are interested in tuning in when I play all these other games. I looked at the wish list. I looked at the whole like community thingy, the list I have on the community tab, and just it's daunting, I'm not gonna lie, because I know what a lot of these games entail in terms of hour requirements, and then also just like the kinds of things I might have to do if I'm like doing 100% or like trying to get all achievements and stuff. So like I I mean, I've been doing this shit for pretty much my whole life up until this point anyways. What's the difference now, I suppose? The only difference now is I'm like doing it in front of an audience with content in consideration, commentary in consideration, and like having to like remember to record and shit and whatever. And, like trying to juggle all this stuff, which kind of makes the gaming experience interesting in its own way. It kind of adds a lot of extra considerations that, you know, like it's kind of cool that I play a game and like someone's like reacting to it, like on the side, like and I just kind of read it, or like they're telling me stuff, informative stuff. Like the fact that someone actually told me like I forgot the ribbon, I'm like, oh, that's so cool. It's like you're like a fucking live guide, and you know, it's like cool as long as people like respect how I want to experience the game too, though. Like down the line, if I say like, "Oh, yo, don't spoil the ending," and someone like an asshole spoils the ending, that's like different. But I imagine that's probably gonna happen anyway, so I'm already mentally prepared for it. But stuff like that, as long as like I'll try to kind of control the experience, and like I'll try to control and like have chat have like some expectations set for them. But at the end of the day, you already know how people could be. Kids can just run up in here and start saying all sorts of shit, and griefers and evil people, if there are some, you know, could do whatever to sabotage things and ultimately try to make a point out of me or make an example out of me, I guess. But don't worry, it'll be okay because it's not like it's ultimately gonna be anything too bad. And if it is something really bad, then I'll just get through it. It's not a big deal. Nothing's gonna stop me at this point. But yeah, anyways, that's all for now. I hope you all enjoyed. Have a good night. Happy New Year's. 2024 is gonna start off with a bang. I hope you guys you know, have everything work well for you in life, even though all the stuff I said might have been confusing to some, maybe kind of flew over people's heads because I'm like kind of rambling and stuff. I hope I'll at least had some sort of positive takeaway from something I said, and I hope something I said at least resonated with you, and I hope you hold it near and dear to your heart, and you uh navigate your life in a positive, productive, healthy fashion, not only for yourself but for other people. And if I did have a New Year's resolution, even though I don't really do those, my New Year's resolution would be um I hope I stay true to what I believe and what I want, and I persevere, and no matter what ends up happening in terms of like no matter what like my success may or may not look like, or no matter what like gets put in front of me obstacle wise, I hope I can kind of just uh take it with stride and just diligently just overcome it. And I hope the same for y'all too. So peace out, take care, good night, good night, good night, good night.